This is Total Death Edition, the definitively hardest mod in Plants vs. Zombies history. With 100 adventure levels and 10 unique worlds, it is the most unfair mod ever made, and it took me a whole year to get through it. So sit back, grab some food, and enjoy the atrocity that is about to ensue. Now to start off with 1-1, yeah, pea shooters now cost 75 sun, but you know what else is different in this mod? The spawn rate. It's 8 times higher than in the original game. If you thought hard mode spawning 4 times more zombies was already ridiculous, this mod makes it twice that. Another big change is that the game slows down all zombies before the first flag, because otherwise, the early game itself would become impossible to beat with 8 times the zombies. To conclude the first level of the game, we're also introduced to the flag zombie in this mod, which spawns 2 gravestones every 4 seconds. They aren't an issue for now, but just wait and see for later levels what happens, because oh boy, they get quite spicy. We unlocked the sunflower for 1-2, and arguably the biggest change here is that each sun is now worth 50 sun instead of 25 like in PvZ2. This accelerates our sun production a ton, since each sunflower will now make back what we paid for it instantly. We easily built up a huge army of pea shooters with all that sun, and with only basic zombies, this was an easy level. Now as we move to 1-3, the Conehead zombie first appears in this level, and they introduce us to the new core game mechanic of zombie variants in this mod. Each zombie has its variant, which is a chance that a zombie will become a veteran version of itself, usually possessing a very powerful ability. Like this guy right here, which I will call the Ender Conehead because its ability is that it has a small chance to teleport 2 tiles forward whenever it gets damaged by anything, like an Enderman. These Ender Coneheads are no joke as they have no limits to how far they can teleport. Sometimes, they can make it all the way to your lawnmowers if you're unlucky. We're also introduced to the game mechanic of gravestone spawning throughout the level. Each grave will add an additional zombie on the final wave, making it that much tougher to defend. But obviously, we have Cherry Bomb to clear everything in one go on this level. You'd think that having more sun would make beating these levels a cakewalk, but this becomes obviously false in 1-4 as we now have to defend 5 lanes, and the game literally sends a zombie on every lane on the first wave of the level. Thankfully, with the help of a walnut stalling out a lane of zombies for us, we can afford pea shooters in time to defend off all the zombies from every lane. And you might have also noticed that walnut now costs 75 sun instead of 50, as they now have fast recharge to keep up with how much faster the zombie spawning is in this mod. It's still just basics and coneheads, so our pea shooters had no problem killing all the zombies, but we will be out of the tutorial stages very soon. From here on out, levels will become much more difficult as more zombies are introduced, and the first problem we face is walnut bowling. Instead of planting sunflowers and whatnot, every -5 level we have to play a minigame, and this level in particular is about bowling walnuts to kill the zombies. Video game logic at its finest, I know, but the problem is that we have the same amount of walnuts as in the original game, but 8 times more zombies to deal with. So we're going to have to be much more efficient with every walnut we use. I try to stall each wave as long as possible for the most walnuts I can get, and I still struggle to keep up with the massive horde of zombies the game sent us. This led to us having to use our first lawnmower, but here's yet another twist the game throws at us.
Bye, have a great time!
Lawnmowers now only mow half the lot instead of its entire lane, making them significantly worse. We still managed to win, but you sure will soon see the problem at the next level. 1-6 adds my favorite plant in the game. Just look at Potato Mine. Who could hate this plant? The makers of this mod apparently, because it now costs us twice as much. Now at this point, you're probably wondering why I even say this mod is difficult. It's been fairly easy so far, and why am I planting sunflowers in the front instead of the back? Well, I'd like to introduce you to the pole vaulting zombies in this mod, which are incredibly fair and balanced. Pole vaulters now jump over 6 columns of plants. Now, that seems bad enough already, but... well, isn't this very fun to deal with? Pole vaulting zombies that can jump straight into our defense and smash your plants in a 3x1 area. Potato Mine isn't going to help much here, as its new ability is just to instantly detonate instead of needing to wait to arm. And meanwhile, nearly all our pea shooters have died already, and it is quite literally impossible to block off pole vaulting zombies because they can instantly kill anything that's in their way. The best I can do is pour all my sun to spam every plant to block pole vaulters as long as possible until Cherry Bomb is back from cooldown. And still, we died to a pole vaulter jumping halfway across the lawn and straight into the house. How the hell do we go from teleporting coneheads to pole vaulters that were competing in the Olympics? Never have I witnessed a zombie as strong as this while playing or watching any modded version of the game. And this is just the 4th zombie with like 20 more to go. To make use of all the space we have, I built my defense up to the frontmost column to force pole vaulters to use their jump as early as possible. I also planted a minefield of potato mines in anticipation of the first batch of pole vaulters to give that one extra wave of leeway. Even doing all of this doesn't 100% defend pole vaulters. When they jump forward, they will block any attacking plants from killing the zombies to the back, letting them eat away at our walnuts. And with some of our walnuts dying, this allowed later pole vaulters to jump into our pea shooters, but I managed to survive the onslaught and somehow managed to not lose. We managed to beat 1-6, but it only gets worse in the next level. That's because 1-7 is a direct copy of 1-6 but with one extra flag, meaning we need to survive even more pole vaulters than in 1-6. We were given 5,000 sun, and believe me when I say it, but this isn't even close to enough to survive the upcoming onslaught of pole vaulters we are about to face. I filled up the entire lawn with pea shooters, snow peas, spamming every plant off cooldown to get as much on the board as possible before pole vaulting zombies start coming. And guess what? Even with snow peas to slow them down, we can't defend against them. They're simply too strong for us to stop. Oh, and I forgot about the Ender Coneheads, which thankfully are, really nicely balanced. I mean, this is just outright stupidity here since they can just teleport straight into our house if we are unlucky enough. This level is truly a level of near impossible difficulty with how ridiculous the spawns are. Too many pole vaulters spawn, then oops, I guess you're gonna have to lose half your defense. And if you manage to survive the initial onslaught, then too bad, because more pole vaulters are always coming to take advantage of you losing your plants to then jump into your house. And god, these are just infuriating to deal with because any bit of mistake that happens in front of our lawn can immediately lead to catastrophic consequences. There's no workaround, and we're just dead here. I haven't even mentioned the zombie density this level, which has 2 flags instead of 1. There's nothing better to show than a death montage of the monstrosity of what this level is. This is what true insanity looks like in Plants vs. Zombies. After about 20 consecutive failed attempts, it became clear that if we wanted to beat this, we were going to need way more time to reroll for good RNG to not lose against Ender Coneheads. This is why I'm going to have to employ a strategy known as save scumming. Instead of having to play through the entire level over and over again when we lose, I'll simply make a checkpoint save on a run where we get lucky for the first half of the level. Then, when we continue playing that save and I happen to lose, I'll just reboot straight from the checkpoint instead of replaying all the early game again, saving us a lot of time and effort. My goal is to get a run where I have a solid line of defense and also all lawnmowers still standing to use for the second half of the level. And by my standards, the first attempt was pretty far off from that. I tried to get a good checkpoint again, but this run was ruined by a pole vaulter jumping from the 7th column to our lawnmower, which frankly, I don't even know how physically this is possible, but it's just a matter of time before we get a near perfect run in the early game where no things go bad for us, and for us, that only took 3 tries to get, and I made a checkpoint here. So now begins the process of repeatedly playing this level, using this checkpoint save until I could beat it. I mean, no big deal here, right? After about 15 more losses from my checkpoint save, I had almost been brought down to my knees. This level might just be the most tedious level ever because of how stupid Ender Coneheads are. There's just nothing I can do to stop them from taking out lawnmowers. What's worse is that since gravestones keep spawning throughout the level, we lose our ability to make pole vaulters jump earlier so they can't reach our lawnmowers. This leaves us with just one way to not lose against pole vaulters: to utilize our shovel to prevent them from jumping over our plants, and then try and kill them with explosives. We will most definitely lose if we don't utilize our explosives on just pole vaulters because of how stupidly impossible it is to deal with this many zombies using just pea shooters. In the ever so rare case of pole vaulters spawning little enough for our pea shooters and snow peas to handle them, it's just a facade because there will always be more coming. But somehow, I still managed to survive using another potato mine because the game didn't set many pole vaulters into the other lanes, and you are witnessing it with me. This attempt, I managed to finally survive the entire onslaught of pole vaulters with still an intact defense before the final wave was to come. I did the only logical thing I could do here, to make yet another checkpoint save so that I can start re-rolling the final wave until I can beat it. But trying to get this to work was a lot tougher than I thought. It would take me about 10 more attempts to beat this level to re-roll for a good enough formation on the final wave. I'm not going to bother you with more fails of this level because I'm sick and tired of it, and it's time to finally beat 1-7 with a last second potato mine before we lost. And that's this level finally over with. Time for 1-8, which thankfully doesn't have pole vaulters anymore. The Chompers unlock this level, and the game finally introduces Buckethead zombies, which have more health than anything so far, but they still died at one explosive. Well, if you thought dealing with Bucketheads in the early game was going to be easy with potato mines, then you're in for a surprise because they can't do that anymore. And that's because its damage was cut in half from vanilla. Man, the makers of this mod really hate potato mine. Meanwhile, I tried out the new Chomper to kill a Buckethead zombie. They no longer devour zombies, but instead just bite them, doing the damage of about 3 peas every bite. It looks slightly cursed that it doesn't eat any zombies, but these guys output a massive amount of damage, far more than anything we could have used so far. But just putting up Chompers behind some walnuts isn't going to deal with everything the game throws at us, because the real twist here is Buckethead Zombie's new variant. This thing now phases through all your plants like they don't even exist and moves about 5 times faster than normal Bucketheads. Good luck dealing with this menace if you don't have a cherry bomb, because this zombie can also walk over minefields as if they don't even exist. We lost another lawnmower to yet another ghost Buckethead on the top lane, but thankfully, we were able to get enough Chompers to deal with the other ghost Bucketheads, and just like that, we beat 1-8. The game won't get easier from here on out, as we reach the second last level of World 1, where the game throws all the zombies introduced so far together. However, this level wasn't as difficult as 1-7 because we're now using Chompers to deal with pole vaulters, and they do way more damage than pea shooters. No kidding, just changing our attacker from a pea shooter to a Chomper made the level a joke, because pea shooters are just trash when it comes to outputting any bit of decent damage. Pole vaulters didn't even manage to jump a single time throughout the entire level. I guess that's what happens when you triple your damage output. At the end of each world, we need to survive a massive attack from the zombies, and instead of getting to pick our own plants, we have to use what the game gives us from the conveyor belt. This means we are at the mercy of the game to give us more of the good plants rather than the shitty ones like pea shooters. And oh boy, did RNGesus not fail to disappoint me by giving me a bunch of useless pea shooters and only 2 Chompers. Eventually, I got lucky enough with both the plants I got and zombies that spawned on my side, and I managed to get past the first part of the level without suffering any lawnmower losses. I also made sure to apply everything I've learned from playing 1-7 in this level, to dig up plants before pole vaulters can smash them, and also saving my explosives for the pole vaulters. The graves once again took over most of the lawn space for the final wave, but thankfully, I had saved enough lawnmowers that this level was over from here on out, and that's the last level of World 1 completed. In World 2, the game switches from day to night, so sun no longer falls on the sky, making sun production much more crucial. On the bright side, we also gain access to the mushroom plants, which are by far the most broken plants in the game. Puff shrooms will defend most zombies at the cost of nothing. And so far, we have relied on using our instant kills to get rid of newspaper zombies because just puff shrooms isn't quite enough against them. Because, well, what's different about the newspaper zombie, you ask? Yeah, newspaper zombies are really bad. Extra health, faster speed, more damage, the whole package. And do I have to remind you that we're using basically only puff shrooms and a few chompers to defend 8 times more zombies? It might as well be impossible to get through this level without instant kills given how strong the zombies are becoming. To beat the level, I had to maximize my sun production as early as possible to push for a strong enough economy to constantly plant more chompers and walnuts. We need quite a lot to deal with even just a single newspaper zombie because of how much stronger they are. A chomper, a walnut, and 1 or 2 puff shrooms is just about enough. Only then can we clutch out 2-1. This is only the first level of World 2, and it already took us more than 1 try to beat, which is a really bad sign for the upcoming levels. From here on out, most levels will take multiple attempts due to the difficulty that is building up from all the different zombies the game throws at us. 2-2 is especially bad because ghost zombies are essentially impossible to defend early on with reduced sun production. Paired with the massive hordes of zombies after the first flag, this level proves to be a tough one to beat as we can't set up nearly as many chompers as we could in daytime. The reason why that happened was actually because we used Sunshroom and not Sunflower. Sunflower instantly gives back 50 sun and generates the same afterwards, making them by far the superior option, as Sunshroom will only give you 25 sun each for a while after it is planted. But at first flag, we already have so much more stun to work with compared to our first run, and also an additional chopper on the lawn. I'm also no longer using Puff Shroom since their ability to defend the early game is much less necessary compared to having Potato Mine to take on newspaper zombies. Even with these optimizations, it was still difficult to beat the level without losing lawnmowers, as newspaper zombies can sneak by when Potato Mine is on cooldown. Ender Coneheads are also still a massive problem given their RNG nature of teleportation, so we lost another lawnmower to that. We had another Ender Conehead teleport almost to our house at the final wave, but thank god we have Potato Mine to take it out, so that's 2-2 done. 2-3 introduces the screen door zombie, and take a look at what they now have.
Oh no!
Safe to say that Fume Shrooms won't be enough to take these guys out anymore because of how much health they have. But Fume Shrooms are still useful since they can attack both their screen door and Buckethead simultaneously, making them still the more cost-efficient attackers. They also gain the ability to see the entire lane, making them laser beams at the cost of 150 sun at night. Some supporting chompers are required to help add extra single target DPS, and this level was easy because it only have 1 flag in it, and we also unlocked the 7th slot at this level. In 2-4, we finally unlock Gravebuster so we can remove the graves that pop up during the level to open up more planting spaces. Its recharge was slashed in half in this mod, so we can more reasonably deal with all the graves that spawn every level. However, not bringing Chomper would come back to bite me because of some pesky pole vaulting Olympic champions. In my next run, I decided to bring back Chomper instead of using Fume Shroom because there was pretty much no chance to kill off pole vaulting zombies otherwise. The annoying part is that screen door zombies are essentially meat shields that are almost as tough as Gargantuars, making Chompers much less dominant compared to during daytime. This meant I still had to continue digging up plants so pole vaulters wouldn't jump into our defense. Getting past this level might as well be up to pure luck. Pole vaulters are just extremely annoying to deal with when you don't have the damage to burst them down yet. And in this run, I must have played this skillfully enough because there were only 2 pole vaulters before the first flag. I love RNG in video games. Unsurprisingly, the zombies got completely shredded up by the amount of choppers we were able to place down because we didn't lose any of them throughout the entire level. Safe to say that chompers are pretty overpowered because of how much single target damage these guys can do. However, the single worst level of the entire mod is up next, which is Whack-A-Zombie. The objective of this level is simply put, to click as fast as possible to whack all the zombies. This level is only about 8 times harder than in the original game because the game now spawns quadruple the zombies and each zombie now also takes 2 hits instead of 1 hit to kill. There's also an extremely stupid additional factor of randomness in this level added in this mod, where your hammer sometimes randomly becomes a shovel to sabotage you from killing the zombies. So it's more like you have to whack a zombie 3 times to make sure the zombie is dead before moving on to the next one. So yeah, we've already lost 3 lawnmowers 40 seconds into this level. The game even gives you time to plant some plants to help out, but it's difficult to even move your cursor to select a plant and go back to where you actually want to plant it fast enough before you lose. On top of all of this, the zombies also get faster over time and spawn faster over time. We're not even halfway through this level and already getting overwhelmed. This level is a pretty good contender for being completely impossible to complete for a human being. Unless I have the capabilities of God, there's no way to get past this level because my clicking speed is mediocre at best. So I'm pretty much forced to use an auto-clicker to beat this level. But just using an auto-clicker won't be an automatic win because we still have to drag our mouse around to target each zombie. It's just a tool that helps me do something I physically cannot do. And well, sometimes using a tool that helps you automatically do something isn't necessarily a great idea because there's still a human component of moving the cursor around. Oh no, I clicked off the screen. Well, whoops. Yep, okay, that is wonderful. Let's see. Since I was using an auto-clicker, moving off the game window caused the auto-clicker to click on the window behind the game at that time, which hit the game window entirely. I had to disable the auto-clicker to even get back into the game, which by the time I could, I had already lost all my lawnmowers. Yeah, not my greatest performance. And embarrassingly, even with an auto-clicker, I couldn't beat the level on this try. It seems that my current auto-clicking speed of 10 clicks per second isn't good enough to get past this level. Since that wasn't fast enough, I had to make sure my auto-clicker would click even faster so I can beat this level. I turned it up to 20 clicks per second. That's 1 click every 50 milliseconds. To put that into perspective, the average blink of an eye lasts 100 milliseconds. In the time span of you blinking, the auto-clicker would have already clicked twice. Safe to say, no human can click as fast as that if they're just doing it normally. But thank God, that 20 clicks per second was finally fast enough for us to get past this level's insane difficulty, allowing us to move on from this monstrosity. Level 26 allows us to unlock the 8th C slot as well as Hypnoshroom, so now we can also bring it in as an additional instant kill. Though Hypnoshroom costs it the same as in vanilla, it's actually nerfed here because it doesn't hypnotize the zombie that eats it anymore but instead vaporizes them. I don't know why this mod nerfs it when almost every other plant has received a buff of some sort, not to mention Hypnoshroom was already one of the worst plants in the original game. But I did not mention to you guys that it now recharges 10 seconds faster. Does that make it a good early game plant? Bro, just use Potato Mine. Hypnoshroom aside, the actual main focus of this level is that this is the first level of football zombies, but they only start spawning later on, and Football zombies now have a variant making it like the all-star zombie from PvZ 2, dashing at an incredible speed to kill the first planet hits. It then becomes a regular football zombie from this mod which has more health, moves twice as fast, and also does more damage. And now, Hypnoshroom is finally more useful than Potato Mine because we can kill the football zombie instantly with them. But, the game still has another surprise for us. Another variant of the football zombie is the giant variant, where the football zombie itself has a lot more health. And I think as you saw, the giant football zombie also acted like an all-star zombie because in this mod, there is variant mixing, meaning zombie variants can combine with each other. So, there are actually 4 types of football zombies in total: the regular, the all-star, the giant, and the giant all-star. As I said, giant football zombies have more health, so much more that we couldn't kill them with attacking plants here. It's no big deal for us yet because lawnmowers, but soon it will be. 2-6 wasn't too bad and we got off pretty easy in the final wave with no all-star zombies to be seen, ending the first football zombie level. So well, for 2-7, it's going to be football zombies again, right? Most levels past 2-6 will have changes to the zombie lineup from vanilla, and in this case, completely changed to something else. And to be fair, I'm not quite excited to have to deal with both pole vaulters and newspapers at the same time, because we're forced to essentially use the same stock quota again. Well, I did change Hypnoshroom for Scaredyshroom to see what Scaredyshroom now does for 100 Sun, and it's literally just the same as in vanilla except it shoots twice as fast. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be using Scaredyshroom ever again after this. But surely, since we're using Snowpeas and Chompers, we should be able to beat this level easily, right? This mod is just relentless at punishing us for any tiny mistake. All it took was digging up my sunflower 0.1 seconds too slow to stop a pole vaulter from jumping, and it was game over. I tried this level again, this time without the Scaredyshroom because it's useless, and it seems like Hypnoshroom is actually the best plant out of everything we can use right now. It's underwhelming, but not as bad as Scaredyshroom is all that matters. Obviously, switching from one bad plant to another bad plant isn't going to make the difference here, so I still have to be very cautious of pole vaulters and sacrifice lawnmowers accordingly. And well, compared to 1-7, this was just a walk in the park, and I was able to complete the new level 2-7 very quickly. Level 2-8 is also changed in this mod, which now has backup dancers in the zombie lineup, Usually, backup dancers can't naturally spawn in the original game, and I found out it's also the case here, so I found it strange how it appeared in the zombie lineup. Anyways, Ice Shroom. It costs 100 sun instead of 75 but retains its function from vanilla. That will definitely be replacing Hypno Shroom in our loadout. And without Hypno Shroom to instantly kill Buckethead zombies, it's a pretty good time to showcase that Buckethead zombies actually move faster after losing its Buckethead. That ability doesn't matter much considering the zombie will usually die very soon after losing its Buckethead. I'm just going to skip the boring stuff, it's just Bucketheads and whatnot. So let's see what the new dancing zombies do in this mod. If you thought pole vaulters were ridiculous, I introduce to you Michael Jackson, who can now stomp all your plants in one go, and backup dancers that shoot Zombotany Peas. The best solution for now will have to be to stop them with a cherry bomb before they end up wiping out half our defense again. We can also stop Michael Jackson from reaching our plants by using an Ice Shroom to stop them from dancing all the way. And well, if we don't have either Ice Shroom or cherry bomb, then I guess we're gonna have to lose half our defense again. Now, this was just the introductory level to dancing zombies, so there's more to come, especially next level, but we've just unlocked the best plant in the game. The next level is also modified, and instead, now has every single zombie that was introduced in World 2. This creates a great opportunity for us to test out how effective Doom Shroom is in this mod. We know that in the original game, it was good enough alone to be used as your main source of damage to kill everything. And in this mod, Doom Shroom is buffed from the original game, as it still costs the same, and now no longer leaves a crater upon usage. How did they always end up buffing the best plant in the game, and then nerfing something like Hypno Shroom? Well, there's no stopping me from just spamming it to kill all the zombies in this mod, right? Actually, yes, there is. Since football zombies have their health increased in this mod, they barely survive an instant kill and therefore make our Doom Shrooms less effective. Still though, this doesn't stop us from abusing the best plant in the game and using it to kill everything outright. Well, you think at this point, we might as well be invincible, but that's not quite the case. The one problem we do have to deal with is the giant football zombie, which actually doesn't die to Hypno Shroom. The problem is actually because Hypno Shroom's ability isn't an unconditional instant kill against any zombie. Its ability is limited to only zombies with less than 3,000 health that eat it, and since the giant football zombie has more health than that, Hypno Shroom doesn't kill it. With this shocking revelation, we quickly got overwhelmed by the giant football zombies that steamrolled our defense as I couldn't stop them using Hypno Shrooms. So, I decided to bring Chomper instead of Hypno Shroom, seeing as it's as useful as a pile of garbage. Chompers clean up all the threatening zombies that walk up to the front, and Doom Shroom will take care of the hordes of zombies that lag behind them like the screen door zombies. Isn't it glorious that Doom Shroom now just one-shots the entire wave, and we no longer even have to worry about having to micromanage most of my plants? If it wasn't obvious enough, we managed to beat the level pretty easily on this attempt. The next level is 210, which is the last level of World 2. Just like the first world, the 10th level of this world is a conveyor belt level with all the plants unlocked in this world. The major issue this time is that we have to deal with the hyper buffed newspaper zombies with these plants. It ain't pretty, but it's almost impossible for us to counter newspaper zombies unless we spend instant kills on them, because there are no walnuts we can use to block them off. Not to mention that Fume Shrooms are pretty awful here, because football zombies and screen door zombies have way too high health for them to do any meaningful damage. The dancing zombies can also charge straight out our plants before we can kill them with how bad the attacking plants are. The only plant that ends up being even usable ends up being Doom Shroom, and not going to lie, it's pretty hard to get a Doom Shroom for every wave of zombies that come. Not only this, but giant football zombies are nigh impossible to kill because they have so much health, it's practically impossible to whittle down when we don't have Chomper. Like at this moment, I really wish the game would have given us at least one more Doom Shroom, but nah, we gotta have Gravebusters instead. What a fun level! This level is just straight up stupid, because most of your plans other than Doom Shroom are just garbage. What on earth were they thinking adding a zombie with more than the health of a Gargantuar to this level? And you can't even forget the part that newspaper zombies require reaction speed at the speed of light to counter with Hypno Shroom because it moves so fast. There's simply no way I can do anything against this amount of zombies if I'm not getting a Doom Shroom every wave. And with giant football zombies to contend with, we're going to need even more than just a Doom Shroom every wave to not lose. It's pretty ridiculous. Let's not even forget that because all our attackers do as much damage as a P, Ender Conets will have a significantly higher chance of teleporting deep into our defense. This sometimes even forces us to use Doom Shroom on just this one zombie to not lose the game. And other times, you could just lose the game when it teleports past the lawnmower straight into our house. I sure do love RNGs for this one. Like, you'd also expect that Ice Shroom would freeze longer than just a few seconds so you can at least have some time to get another Doom Shroom from the conveyor belt. Just nope. Nope. The only way you can beat this level is out of sheer luck. The whole level is basically just a game of waiting until enough Doom Shrooms and Ice Shrooms show up on the conveyor belt. And because in this run, I had an Ice Shroom or Doom Shroom at practically all times, I was able to not get completely overrun by the zombies past the first flag. And I say that as if losing 4 lawnmowers didn't put us in an extremely dangerous position to lose the game at any moment to an all-star zombie. But thank God for RNGesus because the game literally showered instant use plants on us, so we were able to survive with a defense that looked like we just started the level a minute ago. And that is World 2 completed. Welcome to World 3, which takes place in our backyard. World 1 and 2 took place in our front lawn, but now there's a gigantic pool that we can't plant on without lily pads, which also had its cost doubled in this mod. More importantly, our mushrooms now snooze in the day, so we will have to fall back on the plants from World 1 to defend. However, mushrooms are still really good because they're free and block off zombies while we're saving up the sun to set up our defense. Since there aren't any special zombies in this level, it was easy to beat the level with just chompers as their high damage easily tears through everything. But it is worthwhile noting that grave ambushes are no more, and instead, we have pull ambushes every flag, so Gravebuster won't be as useful as they were previously. And now, level 3-2 brings back newspaper zombies, and this level looks like it might be difficult because we don't have any of the overpowered mushrooms, which was our only saving grace against newspaper zombies at night, but we just unlocked the squash, and have a look at what it now does. I think this might just be the best plant so far. Squash was already extremely good in the original game, and it is now also an Ice Shroom at the cost of only 50 sun. Mind you, this cost is the same as 1 lily pad. That's some perfect balancing right there. Or, it could just be another ploy for the modder to make sure no one uses Potato Mine, but anyway, now I'm just jumping into the rabbit hole of trying to figure out why the modder nerfed Potato Mine but buffed everything else. But since we now have a 50 sun Ice Shroom that also kills zombies, this level was pretty easy to beat as it's just another Chomper masterclass. World 3 has been extremely easy so far, but this is just the beginning and not all plants are made as strong as Squash, like the Freepeter. It costs us a whopping 475 sun, but it now fires Frozen Peas half the time, which is a lot less cost efficient compared to Chomper, so I won't be planting many of these. But here comes the new zombie, and what's different about the Snorkel zombies, you ask? Wait, what? No, wait, what? No, oh, no way. Oh my god. Snorkel zombies now deal infinite damage. It even says that on the almanac. Its attack strength is infinity. I guess this is the only time the fact that Snorkel zombies unsubmerge slower if a lily pad is planted on top of them matters, since it gives us more than just 1 frame to kill the Snorkel zombie. And I suppose that's why someone left the comment on my last video saying that TD probably stands for teleporting dudes, with how every zombie in this mod can teleport to our backline defense without even batting an eye. And they're not wrong, because each Snorkel zombie also has a 50% chance to instantly teleport to the 7th column. We'll have to plant like 100 lily pads if I want to stop every Snorkel zombie, which is simply not possible. So I had to over-defend the pool lane so we could kill some Snorkel zombies before they even jump into the water. But even with this many chompers in the water and this much leftover sun, we still didn't manage to survive, and they just completely demolished our defense. I mean, it's just ridiculous how overpowered the Snorkel zombies are. You can't stop them. Thank God, Cherry Bomb saves the day against the final wave. We're already cutting it close to losing on just the introductory level for Snorkel zombies. That's a pretty bad sign for the next level. I mean, surely, it can't get worse than infinite damage Snorkel zombies. Just as a reminder, dancing zombies in this mod spawn backup dancers that can instantly crush the plant they step on and also the plants next door. These are easily the most threatening zombies we've encountered yet, and this level is also the first level with free flags, which makes it 50% longer than any level we've played through so far. With the toughest combination of zombies and the longest level yet, guess what plant we unlocked for this level? The Tango Kelp, and there's not even Snorkel zombies in this level, so it was pointless to even include this plant in our loadout. I didn't even bring Walnut, so it didn't take long for the newspaper and dancing zombies to completely demolish our defenses before the first flag was even here. This combo between newspaper and dancing zombies is just cancerous because dancing zombies can instantly kill any plant to open up 2 lanes for newspaper zombies to charge right into our house. Even with Walnut, it doesn't make a real difference because backup dancers still crush them instantaneously. It snowballs out of control extremely quickly as we can't rebuild our defense fast enough to keep up with the number of zombies spawning, and we have no Doomstream to take care of multiple waves at once. Our only choice is to under-defend some lanes to stay alive longer, and it doesn't take long for a Ghost Buckethead to take advantage of that to invite itself to our house. However, not all hope is lost. Dancing zombies in this mod were changed to keep moonwalking until they reach the plant. Instead of letting them walk to our chompers and crush them all, I'll just sacrifice a random plant to halt them early. This trick puts an early stop to Dancing Zombies' rampage, and I was able to make it to the second flag of the level with a healthy amount of chompers. But this is only where the true battle begins, because this is where things go downhill. Multiple Dancing Zombies start spawning in multiple lanes every wave, and it's not possible to hold off very long. There are so many zombies that just the normal zombies can eat through the line of defense very quickly, and there's nothing I can do to stop them really. If I wanted to beat this level, I was going to need even more chompers and walnuts alive by the second flag. I began planting my walnuts in the checkerboard pattern to avoid them from being squished by backup dancers that will now spawn on empty tiles instead. But this did not change the fact that the massive horde of zombies still pushed through, and there was nothing I could do other than watch newspaper zombies steamroll our defense again. And then of course, the rest of this defense falls because we have no more defense left on the bottom two lanes, and a Ghost Buckethead manages to take us out here. This level is yet another extremely difficult level thanks to the stupid density of zombies that we have not gotten plans to properly handle yet, added with the combo between newspapers and dancing zombies being incredibly deadly in daytime. Chompers are simply not strong enough, and I have no way to improve my defense any further because they are already the highest damage output plant we have. There is simply nothing we can do other than watch us die over and over again, hopeless to the situation. I actually never ended up beating the level after many more attempts off stream, so I was left with one choice. This entire time, I've been playing on an old patch of this mod which has a higher difficulty, but if this is going to be every single free flag level, I can't be bothered with it. So I updated the mod to the newest version which slightly reduces the difficulty in two ways. The first difference is that in the newest version, the permanent slowdown before the first flag now also applies a movement penalty on top of the eating speed penalty. The second difference is that Ender Coneheads now teleport only one tile instead of two tiles, which also means that they can't teleport through our lawnmowers anymore. Otherwise, everything else is still the same. The same old newspaper zombie can still destroy a walnut within a matter of seconds, so this is still far from being a free win, even with certain aspects of the game being easier. The real winner is Free Peter because they won't have to deal with the same level of threat of Ender Coneheads teleporting into our house, but they don't do as much damage as Chompers, so a lot of the heavy lifting is done by Cherry Bomb. It's certainly questionable whether updating the game will even get us anywhere in terms of beating the level. And I can tell you from our first attempt, absolutely not. Even though we managed to get further than ever before, Free Peters ended up concentrating all our damage into the 4 middle lanes and left our side lanes vulnerable due to the uneven damage spread. This gave way for newspaper zombies to completely destroy us with ease. And once again, if I try Chomper, it's dancing zombies that completely ruin our defense. Once they infiltrate too deep, it becomes impossible to protect our plants from the backup dancers. That's just how it is, regardless that the early game is easier. So I died again. Even after lowering the difficulty, I was still unable to get past this level. Should I just give up here considering that this was a complete roadblock? No. If something isn't possible today, practice, and we can redo it at a later date. Now, I will show you the truly winning attempt to this level once and for all. The level of precision required is close to perfect because to beat the level, I had to not lose a single chomper for the entire first 2 flags of the level. Well, exactly how? Well, the early game is planting chompers off cooldown and the walnuts diagonal to each other. 2 columns of chompers with 2 Free Peters and a huge army of sunflowers to sustain all our sun usage is our setup here before the first flag comes. We will be needing all the sun we can get for the later part of the level. For now, we're just saving it up. The key difference in this run was I was constantly using my Gravebuster to keep planting walnuts diagonal to each other. If a gravestone takes over the spot where a walnut should have been, this defense can fall apart very quickly. This is how I managed to beat the entirety of this section without losing any chompers, so I had well over 3 columns of chompers in my defense. Zombies will start to break through our walnuts past the second flag, but this time, we have 8,000 sun to work with and a lot of experience behind our backs. When a newspaper zombie starts charging down a lane, we sacrifice everything that isn't a chomper to save them, including Free Peters and Gravebusters. Just plant everything. It seems ridiculous to use a 475 sun plant as a cannon fodder, but we have no other choice. At this point, most strategy is thrown out of the window and we resort to simply spamming as many cannon fodders as possible to stall out the inevitable death of our lawnmowers as much as possible. We need to lose as few chompers as possible and maintain our damage output at a reasonable level to not lose the game, which is why I chose Free Peter, since it provides a way to easily splurge all our sun quickly to add damage after our defense falls. Eventually, I got overwhelmed by the dancing zombies, but this time, it didn't matter, because this was the penultimate wave of the level, meaning no new zombies would be spawning in the lanes the lawnmowers just went off. And that's how I finally managed to beat level 3-4. This was one of the most difficult levels so far, and I certainly hope that this lineup of zombies won't show up again if this is how bad they are. With that train wreck of a level out of the way, we finally move on to the next level, 3-5. Like any -5 level, it's a minigame level, and this time around, we have to fight off tiny little zombies. Ironically though, the level after the hardest level so far is one of the easiest in the game because the conveyor belt gives a constant stream of cherry bombs, so much so that you can take out almost every wave of zombies with just cherry bombs. But its supply wasn't infinite, so I couldn't defend the last few waves of Snorkel zombies before the final wave, but that's fine because we just unlocked Crazy Dave's shop after beating level 3-4 and got our pool cleaners, and they cleaned up all the Snorkel zombies we couldn't defend. Speaking of Crazy Dave's shop, I bought out everything available with money that I got from, questionable sources, which means we now have 10 seed slots instead of 8 as well as Twin Sunflower and Gatling Pea unlocked. Twin Sunflower is a direct upgrade to the Sunflower, generating double the sun, which we will need to afford the quite expensive Gatling Peas that cost 425 sun each, as well as its requirement of needing to be planted on top of a repeater. However, Gatling Peas are well worth their cost, now shooting 6 Peas per attack as well as 2 Snow Peas in 2 diagonal directions. This makes Gatling Peas one of the strongest plants in the game, being as powerful as 6 Pea shooters and 4 Snow Peas combined into one single plant. The Gatling Pea is so strong that Kona zombies get killed before they even have a chance to step onto the lawn. But even with Gatling Peas doing as much damage as 10 plants combined, Football Zombies' extremely high health still allows them to gobble up our sunflowers. We're still going to need some walnuts to protect our defense. However, Zambonis are going to be the true test of how strong our defense is because they now move much faster and also have more health than a Gargantuar, surviving a potato mine and a cherry bomb before dying. They also have a variant, the radioactive Zamboni, which changes lanes at random in addition to all the health and speed their regular counterparts have. The random lane switching means they can create an ice drill behind itself to the lanes it switches to, which can destroy all plants behind it. Since Zambonis now also crush 3 lanes of plants at once just like any other zombie that tramples plants, I have to start digging up the plants that are going to die to avoid losing plants in the other lanes. With this just being a 2 flag level, it wasn't particularly difficult to survive, but soon, we're going to have to deal with another 3 flag level. And we just unlocked this plant? So, Spikeweed now costs us 4,321 sun. I'm pretty sure that this is the most expensive plant in PvZ history. So clearly, it must do something incredibly overpowered for it to cost this much. Only one way to find out what this plant does. Well, turns out it's just the same plant as in vanilla. So yeah, it was a scam to make us dump all our sun. Don't ask me why, but I got 2 more Spikeweeds even after seeing that the first Spikeweed did no different from vanilla. And no, getting multiple Spikeweeds did not make them stronger. So it's not like it has some secret ability that makes it worth the sum we paid for. It's just a troll. And a Zamboni running over a Spikeweed will get it instantly destroyed. That's the greatest trade of all time if you're asking me. 4,321 sun in exchange for 1 Zamboni killed. Funnily, this is still a better deal than the deals they offer you in PvZ free. Also, Snorkel zombies are in this level, but we can now use the Tangle Kelps to unlock the few levels ago that have a cooldown of only 4 seconds, which is quick enough to kill every single Snorkel zombie that shows up. But, remember these guys in the red suits? Well, in this mod they crush any plant that their bobsled touches. Yeah, more zombies that just straight up instantly kill any plant it touches. How wonderful. Maybe this is the total definition and not the teleporting dudes edition of PvZ. And the level certainly isn't easy, as this level has 3 flags. Even with Gatling Peas, the defense started to crumble at the 2nd flag, and it was looking like we were gonna have the same fate as in 3-4, as our repeaters and Gatling Peas started getting crushed by the Zambonis. But the good thing is that the Zambonis had their spawn rate turned down in this mod, making them spawn 3 times less frequently than usual. That's why I was able to recover my defense from a really bad position, since there were only brown coat zombies in the next few waves, and they were pretty easy to stall out. We eventually pushed them all the way back and made a full recovery, and I managed to beat the level on our first try. I was surprised this level was so much easier than level 3-4, but I'm not complaining. Beating this level gives us the Torchwood, but first, we will have to get past this.
Oh no.
Welcome back to Conehead Pea Shooter Zombies Hell. So, the reason why they are incredibly bad for us is that they spawn as likely as regular basic zombies. So, we get swarmed by Zombotany Peas in almost every single lane immediately as soon as the level starts. And well, there's essentially nothing I can do to stop these Conehead Pea Shooter zombies, because I certainly can't plant a walnut in every lane before they start shooting down all the sub-producers. Yeah, these zombies are pretty stupid to deal with, but this isn't even the most stupid zombie yet. I immediately restarted with a bit more strategizing in mind. I will utilize a strategy known as partitioning, where I will stack all my sunflowers into one lane first, and then defend that lane fully, and then move onto the next lane to start putting more sunflowers into. Now we have a full setup of walnuts protecting our sunflowers. We can start getting our torchwoods, which double the damage of all pea shooting plants in the lane for only 225 sun. Now, just watch as all these zombies completely melt to our flaming peas. Oh, how satisfying is it that now all the pole vaulters are dying on the 9th column when we were losing our mines previously. Oh, and also, Conehead Pea Shooter zombies also get enraged after they lose their Conehead and start shooting much faster, but they die so quickly this doesn't even matter for us anymore. So now we've dealt with that problem, let's move back to the main focus this level, which is that this is Dolphin Rider's first appearance, but they are nearly as dangerous as pole vaulting zombies because they simply jump over the first plant. But, in exchange, they are now immune to any physical damage when riding on their dolphin, including explosive damage. Just when I thought Dolphin Riders were so much easier to deal with compared to pole vaulters, here comes the Golden Dolphin Rider. So what this zombie does is it leaps over 2 columns of plants and immediately crushes them. It's not even like the pole vaulting zombies where you can stop them before they jump, because they cannot take any damage once they jump into the water. This defense quickly crumbled since I was not able to hold off all the pea shooter zombies for very long while I was scrambling to survive in the water against the Dolphin Riders, and thank God the level came to an end right as we were getting overwhelmed and we managed to beat the level on our first try. We reached the penultimate level of World 3, and are you kidding me? Why are you here again? Since we just unlocked Walnut, I had to see what it does, and it now moves towards the right. Yeah, a wall plant that doesn't even block zombies, because zombies will just phase through it after it moves too much. How wonderful. You know, whatever. I don't even care that it's going to grab milk. At least this should block zombies from jumping over it, right? Nah, they get instantly destroyed by Golden Dolphin Riders. Isn't it wonderful how useless this plant is? And it also certainly didn't help that I didn't have another instant kill instead of Tallnut here, because all my other instant kills were on cooldown, so I just had to let a radioactive Zomboni crush 2 lanes of our defense. In my second attempt, I made sure to replace Tallnut with Tanglecup since they are the only plant that can kill Dolphin Riders while they are riding their Dolphin. This meant I could now focus all my instant kills on killing Zombonis, while the fast cooldown Tanglecup single-handedly defended off all the Golden Dolphin Riders. And with our extremely high DPS lineup of Gatling Piece of Torchwoods, we were able to easily fend off all the dancing zombies. With everything the game throwing at us covered, that is level 3-9 completed. The last level of the world, as usual, is a conveyor belt level, but this time around, since we got the plants we unlocked from World 3, we get an extremely high DPS setup with Free Peters and Torchwoods, but also no overpowered instant use plants like Doomshroom or Cherry Bomb. The problem here is that we can't deal with all the Dolphin Riders since Tanglecup doesn't appear enough in the conveyor belt, and both Jalapeno or Squash only deal with the Dolphin Riders that have already used their jump, making them useless in countering any Gold Dolphin Riders, and there's nothing we can do to stop them once they jump into the water. On top of that, we have to deal with the Snorkel zombies that instantly kill our lily pads, making it impossible to survive Golden Dolphin Riders. The part where Golden Dolphin Riders crush 2 columns of her plants as soon as it jumps is already quite absurd to deal with. And the even more annoying part is that they can also directly jump into your house if they jump from the first column, completely ignoring pool cleaners as well. Clearly, Dolphin Riders are the biggest threat because we get Spikeweeds to kill off Zombonis while we get nowhere near enough instant kills to deal with groups of Dolphin Riders. I will make sure to conserve as many Jalapenos and as many Tanglecups as possible because we will need as many of them as possible when Dolphin Riders start coming. I make sure to only use them on killing Golden Dolphin Riders and any Snorkel zombies so that our defense in the water doesn't just completely fall apart. And if you mess up even just once like I did, then you're gonna have a rough time, because that Golden Dolphin Rider is gonna kill all your Torchwoods and Lily Pads instantly. I had to start digging out my frontmost Free Peters to plant Tall Nuts, just so we don't lose the rest of my Free Peters to the normal Dolphin Riders. I had to be pretty much frame perfect for the rest of the game, planting Jalapenos to kill Golden Dolphin Riders right before they jump into the water. I would eventually run out of instant kills somewhere close to the final wave, which is when I used my last Tanglecup on a Snorkel zombie and sacked both my pool cleaners, so we were going into the final wave with 0 lily pads in the pool. I actually messed up on my jalapeno timing on these Dolphin Riders, so I thought I was for sure dead, but luckily I saved the game in time by using a Tona to block off one lane, and then getting insanely lucky by getting both a lily pad and jalapeno from the conveyor belt to barely squeeze out a win before we lost to a Dolphin Rider in the final wave. That was way too close for comfort, but a win is a win. So, time to move on to the next world of the game. It's nighttime again, and there's now also fog blocking our view of everything underneath it. But since it's nighttime, we can use our mushroom plants again without them sleeping. With chompers and puffshrooms, not even a single zombie left the fog. But I noticed for some reason, I was getting shot at by Zombotany Ps despite there not being any pea shooter zombies this level, and there being only basic zombies on the top lane. Well, that's because, in this mod, zombies will get more new variants the further you progress. This is basic zombies new variant starting from World 4 onwards, which makes it shoot peas. More zombies will receive new variants in later worlds. Yeah, multiple worlds, because there are 10 worlds in total in this mod. Now, notice the Jack-in-the-Box zombie, which now moves about 10 times faster than usual, eats 5 times faster, and also explodes about 5 times faster than usual. That's some perfectly fair balancing right there. But we're not in for trouble just yet, because the return of nighttime is also the return of Doomshroom, which is basically and also actually a nuke. Horde Ash 2 is a different story, however, because this is the return of the dancing zombie again. Now, I thought since Gatling Peas worked so well in Free 9, they should work great here too, but there's a huge difference here because of the Jack-in-the-Box zombies. They can reach your Torchwood and explode it within 2 seconds. And then of course, since our Torchwood is dead instantaneously as soon as the Jack-in-the-Box zombie appears, we can't kill the dancing zombie anymore, so it just spawns a bunch of backup dancers and kills RSM production. It got so bad later on with all the Jack-in-the-Box zombies exploding left and right and center, because it was essentially impossible to block them off when we didn't have any wall plants. I used the Gatling P Torchwood strategy twice more after this. I first tried it with Hypnoshroom as an additional instant kill to kill Jack-in-the-Boxes, but Hypnoshroom sucks. Surprising, I know. Then, I tried using Puffshroom again, but even they don't stand for very long because Dancing Zombie just came in and trampled all over them, so it made no difference to stopping Jack-in-the-Box zombies from blowing up all our Torchwoods. The strategy I found out works is to just dump Torchwoods and rely on Gatling P's diagonal shots to slow down zombies, so we can run Walnut to block off Dancing Zombies as well as Jack-in-the-Box zombies. Having Walnut slows down waves and lets our overpowered Mushroom to recharge more, which is critical since Ice Shroom quite literally stops Jack-in-the-Box zombies from exploding, and well, Doomshroom is Doomshroom. With this one simple change, we managed to beat the level. Level 4 free is supposed to introduce the Balloon Zombie, and hold on a second, what are you doing here in World 4? Well, they're here because this introductory level is the first level to have 1.5 flags, which is a level where the last flag zombie shows up in the middle of a level instead of the end, giving Zombonis more than just one wave to spawn in. Now, the main focus of this level, the balloon zombies, are actually pretty easy to deal with as long as you have a cactus in every lane to shoot it down. The cactus also turns blue after rising once, which lets it now shoot bursts of spikes occasionally. However, they're not as easy to deal with when multiple of them come at once. Their speed becomes a lot more obvious with each balloon zombie protecting each other, and you can see that they now also move comically fast like the Jack-in-the-Box zombies. Oh, and you might have missed it, but the red balloon zombie now crushes whatever plant it flies over, and the lane above and below like pole vaulters. But now, as I'm saying this, aren't all the balloons in this game red already? I'm just gonna call them Enraged Balloon Zombie instead. Well, on the plus side, the balloon zombies just instantaneously die after their balloon is popped, like in the original Brooder mode. On the negative side, we can't deal with Zombonis without instant kills, because choppers don't do enough damage to kill them on their own, so I just ended up not killing the last wave of Zombonis and let lawnmowers do the cleanup. I guess that's why this level isn't a full 2 flags. We finally unlocked the Blower on level 4-4, so we can finally blow away the fog to uncover what's underneath it. It also damages and slows down all zombies when planted, so we'll be using this outside of levels with balloon zombies for its board-wide slow effect. Since we have Blower to slow zombies down, we don't want Torchwoods to cancel out that slowing effect, so we won't be using them with our Gatling piece. Additionally, I found out that to counter Dolphin Rider zombies, you don't even really need Tangle Kelp, since just having a lot of sun means we can plant a bunch of sacrificial lily pads and force Dolphin Riders to jump earlier, and then let Gatling Piece clean them up. Plus, we have Doomshroom now it's nighttime, so we can easily kill off all the Dolphin Riders in one go whenever we desire, and we managed to beat level 4-4 on our first try as well. And it's finally time for not a conveyor belt minigame, Base Breaker. But this level is so easy, it's not even worthwhile for me to commentate on it because it's impossible to lose as long as you just plant squashes on each zombie for the first 2 stages, and then we can just let our lawnmowers go on the last stage. Digger zombies are introduced in 4.6, and of course, Michael Jackson makes a return again for whatever reason. However, the upcoming few levels are about to be easy to get through as we unlock the cattail after we gave Crazy Dave a tackle in 4-4, and this plant is insanely OP because it can target anywhere on the screen, and it's also gotten a double damage boost from the original game. Even the dancing zombies don't stand a chance against how strong cattails are. But now, we have to defend a new Digger zombie in this mod, which spawns bucketheads along the way when he's digging towards the house. How is that even fair to just drop in a random buckethead in the middle of your defense and then this dude pops up facing towards the house? Thank god I bought cattails, because they immediately retarget to the Digger zombie and killed it before it took one more step forward into our house directly. More Digger zombies also come in the final wave, and we don't want to deal with like 15 extra buckethead zombies, so just one Doomshroom will suffice and kill all the Diggers instantly. We can just go with the same strategy again for the next level, level 4-7, since the only difference between this and the last level is Jack-in-the-Box zombies instead of dancing zombies. We'll just stall out most waves so that we can use Ice Shroom or Doomshroom every wave against the Jack-in-the-Box zombies like we previously did in 4.2. And Digger zombies don't really matter as long as cattails take care of them before they start eating our back column. If the zombies in the front get too plentiful, then just Doomshroom will bail us out anyway, so that's this level done. Level 4-8 introduces Pogo zombies, and they are still pathetically weak, but they now have a green variant allowing them to switch between lanes rapidly. I decided to try out Talna in this easy level to see what it does against Pogo zombies and pole vaulters, and unfortunately, turns out the Pogo zombies in this mod crush our plants, adding to the list of reasons why Talna is useless. And now, we have reached the penultimate level of World 4, where all zombies introduced in World 4 are here, but there are also newspaper zombies. However, we now have an extremely powerful plant, which is the pumpkin, the wall plant that takes up no space at all. It now also transforms into a squash upon death, so we don't even have to worry if it dies that we can't defend a newspaper zombie, because well, the plant itself is our defense. We now also have Magna Shroom, which prevents Jack-in-the-Box zombies from exploding, but most importantly, they remove the Digger zombies' pickaxe to force it out of the ground and stop it from spawning more buckethead zombies. That's like 3 fewer buckethead spawn for every Digger zombie pulled out of the ground early. And that's just the entire level because it only had 2 flags. So now, let's move on to the last level of World 4. But this has got to be one of the worst levels in the entire game. Not because it's hard, or because it's long, but because of these damn screen flashes that give me a seizure every time I play, and make it impossible to commentate over. This level was also super easy thanks to Starfruit, which now shoots twice as fast compared to before, so we destroyed the level and it wasn't even close to how difficult the last level of World 3 was. What a lame way to end this world with such an easy level, but this is far from the end of our journey as we still have 6 more worlds to take on. And now, let's move on to World 5. Welcome to World 5. We're on the roof, but it's now nighttime, and the top lane is now somehow a water lane. This makes it a whole lot tougher as we are essentially playing nighttime unsodded on the roof if we don't pick both Lily Pad and Flower Pot. However, we can use mushrooms on our roof now, so Puffshrooms and Doomshrooms will be able to help us out throughout this world. But what doesn't help us are the Cabbage Pults, which now lop Snow Pea. That's actually a downgrade because all zombies are already permanently slowed down before the first flag, so it just does even less damage than before now. On the other hand, cattails will make up for the fact that Cabbage Pults suck. May I remind you that each spike now does double the damage compared to in the original game. However, the real plot twist is that we can't actually plant any plants on top of lily pads, so we can only plant aquatic plants or cattails in the water lane. This isn't a huge deal right now, since Doomshroom in another lane can resolve any threat in the water lane. The first level was obviously pretty easy because it only had 1 flag, but we just unlocked Flower Pot, and unfortunately, like the Lily Pad, this also costs us 50 sun instead of 25 sun now. Drat. After beating level 5-1, Crazy Dave lets us buy some more stuff from his shop, and of course, I buy out everything with my very legally obtained money that I totally didn't just hack in. And in level 5-2, there are pole vaulters. Yikes. Now, don't ask me why I didn't just use Chomper to beat this level because I forgot they exist, okay? I forgot about them after not using them for the entirety of Fog levels because of Gatling Pea. So, I went for Fume Shrooms and Gloom Shrooms. I mean, Fume Shrooms and Gloom Shrooms aren't that bad, considering one ignores the roof slope and the other does very good damage. That's until we see what happens on the first flag. If you want to know what playing this world feels like, that about sums it up. Let's just look at the next problem we have to deal with, which is the pole vaulters and the fact we can't kill them with fume shrooms. So, yup, welcome back to the Olympics, I guess. And do you know what's even more comical about this? The Bungie zombies in this mod, which you gotta be kidding me. They instantly destroy the tile to the left of them when they drop down, so we can't even prevent it from killing our plant. And guess what? That's not even the worst thing about the Bungie zombies, because they don't steal your plant anymore. They just crush the entire tile they are on when they go back up, killing all plants on the same tile simultaneously. No mercy even for the flower pots. One way to defend against pole vaulters without Chomper is to use Blover, which slows down all zombies on the screen when planted. Its recharge is fast enough that we can replant them right as the zombies aren't slow anymore, so we can keep planting them off cooldown to reapply the slowing effect. It's one of the best plants in this mod, as it won't take up any additional space on the lawn while it slows down all zombies. It's as overpowered on paper as in practice, since this slowdown will double our damage output as long as we don't defrost the zombies. And that's how we went from losing horrifically to pole vaulters to breezing past this level easily. Just one change is all it takes to go from completely losing to overwhelmingly winning. Now, level 5 free. This level only had ladder zombies in the original game, but this mod adds a bit more variety to every level, so it now has balloon zombies too. Cattails and Blovers are required to deal with balloon zombies, so I just copied a loadout I used last level and replaced Ice Shroom with a Magnet Shroom to counter ladder zombies. Well, why do you need Magnet Shrooms, you ask? Well, ladder zombies in this mod move 10 times faster. If we want to have a chance at killing them before they mow down all our plants, we're going to need Magnet Shroom to steal their ladders to slow them down. Well, that's assuming we have enough Magnet Shrooms to deal with all the ladder zombies, which we don't, because 8 times more zombies are spawning and we only have 4 Magnet Shrooms. The math ain't mathing here. It is game over once we hit a backlog of ladders, since ladder zombies make it across the entire lawn in under 2 seconds and munch through our plants, and we can't do anything to block them because, well, they're ladder zombies. So, I tried this level again, but this time with Gatling Piece for higher single damage against the ladder zombies. But did I mention that the Bungie ambushes that happen every flag also happen to be able to spawn in Gargantuars? Yep, that's pretty balanced in my opinion. Just get half our defense crushed with no way to prevent it because we don't have Umbrella Leaf yet. We also can't forget about the enraged balloon zombies that can instantly crush half our defense if we plant our Blover 1 second too late. Now, let's just stop experimenting, so to say, and go back to the old trustworthy Chomper, which can damage zombies through the roof, so it's a much better plant than Gatling Piece in this scenario. But then I was brought back to reality when I saw all my cattails getting dunked on by the flag zombies spawning graves right on top of each of them, so I had 0 balloon zombie defense, and that's the end of this attempt too. This is just level 5 free, and it's already looking like it's yet another impossible level. You see, I gave up after losing 3 times in a row on level 5 free, but then, on my next stream, I had a realization. Alright, so, I also discovered something else in this mod. I go to the shop, there's page 1, you know, we can buy the rake, we buy 10 slots, we buy pool cleaners, we buy roof cleaners, we buy 4 premium plants, this is fine, we bought Spike Rock, we bought Gold Magnet, you know. Turns out there's a page 3 in the shop that I did not notice. Well, turns out, I had 2 more upgrades I needed to get from the shop. The first one unlocks the giant walnut plant, which we won't be using for now, but the second one is the most important, the roof planting permit, which allows us to plant non-aquatic plants on lily pads on the roof. And yeah, this planting permit costs literally $1 million to unlock, and I didn't even have enough money to buy it, so I had to give myself even more money to unlock it. Shout out to the people on my Discord server who told me about the additional upgrades I could buy from the shop. Now we've gotten the planting permit, it means we have 25% extra space to plant our defense, and sure enough, it makes a significant difference. Our economy is booming, and we can also now use Cactus, which is a more reliable anti-balloon zombie plant compared to Cattail, which we will be needing here with how many of them come in one wave. But this wasn't quite enough, because turns out, the list of zombies that can randomly spawn also includes dancing zombies, which spawns a backup dancers that trample plants, in a 3x1 area. Looks like I had a great chance of beating this level with the very fair and balanced Bungie ambushes that just spawn right on top of my plants. This didn't just happen once, it happened twice. And it's not like we can do anything right now because we don't have Umbrella Leaves unlocked to prevent Bungie ambushes from killing us. At this point of the game, it's truly beginning to be a test of both luck and skill, because without both, we are not making it past these levels. And that isn't even the only 2 things that determine whether we can beat the level or not. Our choice of seeds is equally important. Turns out, Even using Cactus instead of Cattail to get 100% coverage against Balloon Zombies is not good enough. The fact that Balloon Zombies move so quickly and also require 2 spikes to pop is already enough for the enraged Balloon Zombies to crush plants up to the 6th column and also let normal balloons sneak by. It's just ridiculous that even using Cactus, we can't kill the Balloon Zombies fast enough, and Starfruits died just after a few waves. But at least, Cactus did better than Cattails, because this was our first time making it past the first 3 waves after the first flag. So I can finally showcase the very balanced enraged ladder zombie who can ladder over any plant and has infinite ladders! Isn't that perfectly fair? Since all the zombies also move so fast, my reaction speed has to be insanely quick to not lose against any of the fast zombies. I have to stay so alert and focused at every moment, I can't even afford to hold the wrong plant at times because the time it takes for me to switch to another plant is already long enough for half the defense to get completely destroyed. It is brutal, and I'm telling you, I tried to plant my things fast enough, like I tried to time my blower right as a new wave spawns in, but well, yup, here we go, enraged ladder zombie, and in less than 2 seconds, I'm already dead. What the heck is this? So, it's time to pull out a dirty tool so we aren't stuck here for the next 2 hours practicing our reaction speed. I'm slowing down the game speed to half. Yup, the internal speed at which the game is running can be modified. This gives me an advantage because I can make more precise plays, but it's still not enough for me to kill an enraged ladder zombie in time because they are still absurdly quick, even at the game running at half speed. However, the biggest thing that I can now do with the game running at half speed is react to ladder zombies and block their path with a sunflower and flower pot before they ladder over our starfruits. It also gives me more time to look at what each zombie does, and the enraged ladder zombie can actually be stopped if they ladder over a wall plant, which will be useful in the next level when we get to it. Now, of course, I'm not going to show the rest of the level at half speed, but just so you know, I needed it while playing this to beat the level because my mind cannot react fast enough to all the zombies while still making the correct strategic plays. Plus, I could have achieved the similar effect by pausing the game again and again, but that would be painful for me to edit, so slowing the game down was the best compromise. All of that effort to unlock a useless plant. And now, oh god, and we have 400 bonus starting suns, so you know what that means. I mean, surely, it can't be that bad if we manage to get this much defense in the early game, right? Well, first, I need to spend a Doom Shroom to not lose against this enraged ladder zombie, but then I don't have it for everything else.
And they are still pathetically weak.
Okay.
As you may see, we have a pretty big issue on our hands. Not that this Ghost Buckethead is going to take out a roof cleaner, but rather that it's impossible to keep our Gloom Shrooms alive thanks to the existence of Pogo Zombies that now instantly destroy any plant they touch. The even more ridiculous thing is that they can crush plants even when their head is already gone, making it even more infuriating to watch a plant die to an already dead zombie. But I guess all the zombies are already dead because they're zombies, but anyways, my point is that these guys are the bane to our existence because they essentially disallow us from using any close range plants, and we also can't utilize Gatling Peas on roof, so we're kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place for what to do against football zombies because we're sure as hell not killing them with 2 fume shrooms only. Isn't it wonderful that this level also has free flags? And as the old saying goes, use Magnesium when you have trouble with Pogo Zombies. But turns out, the evil modder also made it so that Pogo Sticks don't count as metallic objects anymore. Isn't it wonderful that there's no way to even stop the Pogo Zombies, now that Tallnets don't work against them either? Now, every time one of them comes, I just have to pray that they won't do a little bit of trolling and stomp all over the Gloom Shrooms. Well, it's just instantly game over if they do, because each Gloom Shroom takes 50 seconds to replant. Also, you cannot forget about the stupidity of the Bungie ambushes, because they'll be in every roof level. Just casually drop a backup dancer on my Gloom Shrooms and outright kill them? That seems fair. And here you go, a few more Bungie zombies next wave because why not? And right, they instantly destroy the plant to the left of them, so we can't even keep our sun producers alive for more than 1 wave. How fun is this level? You know, just to throw a little bit more salt into the wounds, here's this lane-switching Pogo Zombie which is now basically a mop that swipes up and down to kill every single plant on the lawn. 2 waves in, and the whole field is already completely wiped. Literally no amount of sun can save us from this combination of zombies. So we can't kill Pogo Zombies with Fume Shrooms, with Starfruits, with Gloom Shrooms, or Madness Shrooms. I suppose this just means we have to use Chompers, right? Well, if you take a closer look, Pogo Zombies never actually get hit by Chompers because they're also immune to Chompers attacks. It's like the modder went through the list of possible ways we could beat this level, and made sure to design the zombies in a way that makes the level impossible to beat. This is just stupidity. The first thing I'll need if I want to even survive is putting the game back at half speed. I'm going to need the extra reaction time not just against the ladder zombies again, but also the all-star zombies. With no other options available, I can only kill Pogo Zombies by using Blover or Ice Shroom to slow them down, and then plant extra defense immediately to kill them before they reach our Gloom Shrooms. It works well until the Blover ends up getting crushed by a Pogo Zombie, because they can also crush instant use plants. So we have to go for plan B, which is straight up dig our Gloomshroom up so that they can't take out our other Gloomshrooms at the same time. And I'll let you guess as to what other instant use plant can be instantly crushed even if it's already activating. Miraculously though, this strategy of using Fume Shrooms and then stalling out Pogo Zombies using Blover has been the most effective out of everything we've tried so far, as I was able to keep the Gloomshrooms alive against the Pogo Zombie. I made it past the second flag for the first time, but I still lost my Gloomshrooms to the Pogo Zombies when the Blover placement's timing desynchronized with the timing of the new waves, and I didn't manage to slow one wave of Pogo Zombies down, which ruined this run. I managed to survive to see the final wave, but I wasn't even close to beating the level if there's no defense left, since Doomshroom can't one-shot football zombies. But now, we just need to play a little bit more efficiently and survive for one more wave. How hard would it be? Now you'd think since sunflowers produce 50 instead of 25 sun, we can easily stock up a ton of sun in the early game to afford anything we want in the late game. But when it comes to it, we'd have to spend a Gravebuster every wave to have enough space for planting and also a Blover every wave to counter Pogos, which is already 200 sun. That's not including all the sun we need to spend planting flower pots to block all-star zombies, the Doomshrooms we need to stop ladder zombies, and we still need to replace all the plants that get stolen by Bungie zombies. We use 6,000 sun in just one flag of time, and the waves only get denser after this, so we're on track to dry out our sun reserves very quickly. This is simply not sustainable, and we have to spend way more than what we have because this damn Bungie zombies keep stealing all our sunflowers that we can't protect. And guess what? Even our roof cleaners are mostly useless this level because Pogo Zombies can jump over them. There's pretty much no margin for error at all here. Again, this is only a problem because we can't stop all the Bungie Zombies that keep stealing all our plants, but I wasn't done showing you how stupid they are. Because if you try to replant on the tile to the left of it, it steals that plant and still crushes the tile it's already targeting. Even if we do have a lot of sun stockpiled up from the earlier waves, we still have to make sure Pogo Zombies can't touch our Gloomshrooms. Just getting a little bit too greedy with our sun and not spending an extra Blover can be catastrophic. Without Gloomshrooms to protect our Fume Shrooms from Bungie Zombies, there's no coming back from this situation. Might as well restart to save time. And even if we stop Pogo Zombies from stomping our Gloomshrooms, they are still massive threats because they prevent us from planting on the tile they're in, like right here. I can't plant a flower pot to protect my Gloomshroom since it dies instantly to Pogo Zombies. And there goes the Gloomshroom down the drain. But if we want to talk about the worst zombies ever, the Flag Zombie takes the cake for the most annoying zombie in this mod because we are forced to use Doomshroom in every level thanks to it. What do I mean by that? Well, since it has 1500 health in this mod, which is more than a Buckethead zombie, we can't kill it with just one Fume Shroom. And if we don't kill it quick, it'll end up spawning a gravestone right on top of our Gloomshroom. We already know what happens when a Gloomshroom dies, so this is an instant restart. I then tried to use Twin Sunflower for even more sun, so I can spam more sacrificial flower pots and Gravebusters. But it quickly became obvious that the redundancy that Ice Shroom provides is much more important, so that we don't die to Pogo Zombies when Blover is on cooldown. Having more sun means nothing if all our Gloomshrooms are dead. So after all this time, it seems like we either have not enough sun, or just not enough Blovers to kill off the Pogo Zombies. This is why I came up with a new setup that solves both of our problems, one that uses fewer Gloomshrooms. This may look insane, but this is already the complete defense for what I'm going to be using for the next 3 flags, with only 6 attacking plants, but I thought this through. With this defense having only 2 Gloomshrooms, we only have to focus on defending 2 Gloomshrooms from Pogo Zombies instead of an entire column of them. We'll just let Pogo Zombies and other lanes walk by our Gloomshrooms and we can kill them for free, without even needing to spend a Blover. Now, how do you deal with a Pogo Zombie in the lane of the Gloomshroom? Well, that's why we now double up our Fume Shrooms into the Gloomshroom lanes. Then, we can move the Sunflowers into the non-Gloomshroom lanes which don't need any extra defense since we can rely on Gloomshrooms. Not only do we spend less sun on our defense, but we also kill the Pogo Zombies faster. And if we lose a Gloomshroom to some random Pogo Zombie, we only have to buy back 1 Gloomshroom and not 3 Gloomshrooms. But all good things must come with a compromise, and the compromise we have to take here is the lack of high damage, as football zombies in the Gloomshroom lanes will only be targeted by 1 Gloomshroom now, instead of the usual wall of Gloomshrooms we had. The tremendous health of the giant football zombies become particularly troublesome because not even Doomshroom can prevent these guys from eating up a pumpkin. This defense can get overwhelmed by the large number of giant football zombies later on, since we can't plant pumpkins fast enough to offset how many are getting eaten. And once we do get overwhelmed, our sun production goes down the drain and we lose the game. The fact we have more sun to spare and Gloomshrooms not dying to pogo zombies is not going to make a difference if we can't block off the giant football zombies that tear through our defense. Eventually, I just have to spam so many sacrificial flower pots and sunflowers to not lose my roof cleaners, and all that spare sun is down the drain once again. But we are inching closer and closer to the finish line now, as we just need a bit more efficient play to get past this. And beating this level just seemed like an impossible feat to pull off. It's either death against football zombies, or pogo zombies killing all the plants. Or, in this case, a combination of both. At the end of the day, the level is simply too difficult to beat without a little bit more external help. That's why I'm going to be using save scumming again. Pause the video if you need a quick refresher on how the save scumming process works. But anyway, I played the level multiple times to optimize for the best early game yet, and in this particular attempt, I got over 10,000 sun before the first flag was even here. I made a checkpoint save here, but our job here is far from done because we still need to get past all the other crap we've been dealing with. And I wish I could make this up, but on the first attempt of playing with this checkpoint, I made it past the entirety of the first to second flag, only losing 2 Gloomshrooms, and I was sitting there with 7,800 sun saved up for the last section of the level. There was no way I wasn't going to take this opportunity to make another checkpoint because this run was miraculously lucky. Certainly, there's no way we can lose now, right? Well, to make it to the final wave and stand a chance, we need to not make the same mistakes as we previously did. The first of which is not killing the flag zombie on the second flag. Instant restart number 1. The second of which is we need to not get screwed over by RNGesus when the bungee ambushes spawn. But that's why we have to save scum. One all-star zombie that spawns in the water is all it takes to finish us off in the water lane. And it's extremely important to utilize save scumming because there's no way in hell I'm playing this level 50 more times just to have my Gloomshroom instantly squished. We need to save scum not only because the initial bungee ambushes are extremely luck-based, but also because the waves are becoming increasingly dense, leading to extremely stupid situations. All-star zombies are particularly troublesome as they can double up in lanes due to the game spawning a copious amount of them each wave. There's practically no better strategy than to just roll the dice again and pray for a better result next time where there's less all-star spawning. And now we've solved our sun problem with such a large reserve of it, it has now become obvious that the most valuable resource is our flower pots. Without them, we cannot stop the all-star zombies from mauling down everything. All the prep we do beforehand to set ourselves up for a win becomes meaningless. It got so bad that the bungee zombies started targeting literal air because we have so few plants that the game just sends bungee zombies to random positions instead. That's a pretty good signal that this is pretty much done for. This level was so insane, I had to do a dedicated 4-hour stream to try and beat it. And finally, I will show you how I managed to beat this level, and it is nothing short of brilliance with the precision of play. First and foremost, to counter the flag zombie, I made sure to precisely time my Doomshroom so that it only hits the flag zombie and other fast zombies. This makes sure that we have maximum time before the next wave spawns and lets our pumpkin recharge more. Then, against ladder zombies, I do this trick where I dig up a plant inside of a laddered pumpkin to remove the ladder the moment it is made, which stops their infiltration. And against enraged ladders, I precisely time my Ice Shroom to freeze them right next to our Gloomshrooms to kill them off instead of letting them climb over everything. Moreover, I now use Gravebuster as a sacrificial plant against all-star zombies. This saves our flower pots for other purposes as previously mentioned. They're the most important plant we need to keep having more of. But all of these are just little tricks that can only do so much. The real difference in this run is placing a Gloomshroom on the 4th column, diagonal to the previous 2 Gloomshrooms. This will help add damage to lanes 2 and 4, which will significantly reduce the amount of pumpkins we will need to breed by later on. We'll only need to sacrifice 1 sunflower for this, which makes it worth it to get. On top of that, we still have to be really careful about the bungee zombies and replant stolen plants as soon as the bungee zombies are gone to avoid having our entire defense fall apart. And of course, with every Gloomshroom still alive, I opt to plant a 4th Gloomshroom in the bottom lane to give it a little bit of help too. And after all of that, we caught past all the extremely tough football zombies, the infuriating pogo zombies, and the hyperspeed ladder zombies. Finally, we reached the end of the level, and this required such a high level of precision and luck to beat, it will go down into the history books for one of the most difficult levels in Plants vs Zombies history. and we finally beaten level 5-4. All of that to unlock the Zen Garden. Now, nobody wants to see the Zen Garden, so let's jump right into level 5-5. In case you forgot, it's that level with the Bungie zombies dropping zombies from the sky with the chompers. But obviously, there's a water lane now, and it's also nighttime. So we now conveniently get Doomshroom as one of the plants from the conveyor belt. And as you may expect, Doomshroom makes the level pretty trivial because it kills the entire wave instantly. Doesn't matter what the game spawns, we can just one-shot it. So you may be curious, how will this level even be mildly challenging if you can just get infinite Doomshrooms from the conveyor belt to kill everything? Well, actually, we still have to react to the enraged ladder zombies quick enough to not lose the game. It's pretty much the only way we can lose because I can't imagine losing to any of the brown coat zombies when they're getting completely shredded. And well, let's see if I was right about it being the only way we can lose this level. That right there is what is known as skill issue. Simply an issue of us not timing the Doomshroom correctly, but oh boy.
Bye, have a great time.
Yup, it happened twice. I don't even know how, but it did. All I can say is I did manage to beat the level on my third try though, without any skill issues this time. Time for level 5-6, which is a collection of water lane threats and catapult zombie. Remember, we unlock Umbrella Leaf after beating this level. We're close to escaping hell. Before we can use Umbrella Leaf, we have to suffer for just one more level against Bungie ambushes, and this time, also catapult zombies. Thankfully, they don't have some insane stat buff, and they just shoot two basketballs now, one to the back and one to the front. Though they have no stat buffs, catapult zombies have a small chance to lob their basketballs to a random plant in this lane instead. They also start attacking faster over time to punish us for leaving it alone in the back. But now, I suppose, it's a good time to talk about the Giant Walnut, which is almost identical to the Tall Nut from the original game, as this is a plant that blocks Dolphin Riders. However, when I say catapult zombies didn't receive a stat buff, I didn't tell you about their other special ability in this mod. Basketballs are now strong against flower pots only, one-shotting them and also spawning a conehead zombie instantly. This can snowball out of hand extremely quickly, as you can see here, and this is what makes catapult zombies deadly. This is especially bad because catapult zombies target the backmost plant. If they kill the backmost plant, the next shot will hit a flower pot and spawn a conehead on the first column, which is an essential instant game over. And yeah, don't even think about stopping the catapult zombies once your offensive plants fall apart, because they will one-shot your flower pot before you can plant a new plant to stop them. This prompted me to try using Starfruit instead of Chompers, as they are known to do very well against zombies that spawn in the middle of the lawn thanks to their stars that fire up and down. Unfortunately, I forgot that Starfruits were straight attackers, so their stars hit the brown coat zombies first, which gave the catapult zombies in the back the pass to completely maul our back column of plants. And I think the events that followed are pretty self-explanatory, because we didn't pick any defensive plants to stop catapults from killing our entire backline. Seeing from my lack of defensive plants last run, I decided to bring in walnuts to tank for catapult zombies basketballs. Only one slight problem is the next special ability of the catapult zombie. It also spawns conehead zombies if its basketball damages the plant with the highest amount of health in that lane. Safe to say that this defense also got completely decimated by the catapult zombies. This is not to mention that we also haven't been able to fend off the water lane thanks to the Dolphin Riders, which are almost as threatening as the catapult zombies in this level. It wasn't a pretty sight at the end of the level when our defense got completely overwhelmed in quite literally every single lane. The obvious solution to this problem is to bring back the Gloomshrooms and place them in the front. They do very high group damage and will kill catapult zombies before they even have a chance at lobbing any basketballs. We breezed past all the catapult zombies as they all literally died without even lobbing a basketball, so I couldn't care less they would spawn coneheads because they don't even shoot once before dying. And for the water lane, just fume shrooms and lily pads are sufficient to deal with Dolphin Riders, as they are essentially just the same zombie from vanilla after using their dolphin, and they don't have much health. We basically speedran the level by putting Gloomshrooms in the front, since they kill zombies as soon as they walk onto the field. One last Doomshroom, and we're finally out of hell as we unlock the Umbrella Leaf, which thankfully didn't get nerfed like the Spikeweed did. Level 5-7, and this level marks the calm after the storm as we finally unlock the Umbrella Leaf to provide some much needed protection against Bungie and catapult zombies, both from this level. Just a few Umbrella Leaps can eliminate all the Bungies from the sky, making our life so much easier because we won't constantly lose plants throughout the level anymore. Since catapult zombies won't be able to do anything now either, further protecting our Gloomshrooms with pumpkins will defend them from ladder zombies as well. We finally have a level where we have a proper counter plant to every zombie, creating a Gloomshroom wall that is practically indestructible once we let ladder zombies place ladders on the pumpkins. The added Dolphin Riders here don't pose much of a threat either because of their low hit points. Just using a Lily Pad to trigger their jump early every wave is enough for us to kill them with the Fume Shrooms and Gloom Shrooms. However, one unlucky event is all it takes to ruin things since Umbrella Leaps are not in the frontmost columns. One backup dancer that was spawned on the 8th column by a bungee ambush is all it takes to destroy our Gloom Shrooms. I didn't expect this to happen, so I panicked and forgot to plant my Lily Pad on the water lane, accidentally letting some Dolphin Riders infiltrate through this defense. Turns out it isn't so impenetrable, is it? I thought this was lost after having half our defense wiped, but we managed to stay alive by killing the rest of the zombies extremely quickly with what Gloom Shrooms we had left. Killing the zombies off faster activated the rest of the waves quicker, allowing our pool cleaner to take care of 4 waves of Dolphin Riders at once. This was just enough for us to recover from our losses here. And that's how I managed to beat level 5-7 on our first try. And we unlocked the Marigold, which costs us negative 50 sun. And yes, you're seeing this right. Marigold now costs us less than nothing, because it gives you back 50 sun when you plant it. I mean, it makes sense since Puff Shrooms cost 0 and it does damage, so something more useless than that would be worth negative sun. Unfortunately, it's not actually that useful because of its slow recharge. But this level is the first introduction to the Gargantuar, a slow-moving zombie with a lot of health, and can now throw 5 imps in a row instead of only 1 upon reaching half their health. And obviously, we don't want them barraging our backline, so spending an instant kill is the best way to stop it. Though Gargantuars may seem intimidating with their extreme amount of hit points, the dancing zombies at this level are way more problematic because of their fast speed and ability to crush like half our defense. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, that was pretty devastating, and it didn't take long for a newspaper zombie to show up and take us out after our roof cleaner is gone. But turns out, there's more to the Gargantuar instead of just the extra imps and outthrows. Each imp now also does infinite damage. That is instantaneous death for any plant that an imp lands on, which is exactly why I moved my chompers towards the back and put some flowers in the front. This time around, we didn't have the same issue against dancing zombies after bringing Pumpkin, which was a good idea to halt them in place for our chompers to munch on. But obviously, the most important upside of using pumpkins is that they group zombies up together for a more efficient Doom Shroom. Turns out this level is pretty easy once we get the correct loadout of plants that can deal enough damage to Gargantuars while still being able to defend against dancers. Especially with the help of cattails, Gargantuars are a piece of cake to whip through because they don't even have more health than football zombies. Moving on to level 5-9. Now we move on to the penultimate level of World 5, and I must say, there are a lot of different zombies this level. Before showcasing the new zombies, I want to show you guys the last plant we will be getting for a pretty long time. The Melon Bolt in this mod, which lops a melon every 2 seconds instead of 3 seconds. That is an insane 50% increase to its DPS, which makes it even stronger than in vanilla, and for a good reason, because the zombies in this mod are all way stronger than their vanilla counterparts. And unfortunately, even with an insane 50% increase in damage, Melon Bolts are still trash at dealing with Gargantuars. Infamous for having very poor single target damage for their cost, these Melon Bolts struggle to defend even just one Gargantuar, and it started demolishing our defense. On top of that, their relatively slow attack speed also means that they can't kill imps fast enough before getting insta-killed by them. This is all amplified by how Gargantuars now smash in a 3x1 area similar to all other zombies that crush plants. The amount of damage they do in just one smash is devastating if we're not paying attention by dinging up the plant that is about to be smashed to prevent it from taking out the plants adjacent. The Gargantuars took so long to kill, it was already the second flag, and our defense had been battered so badly that we died pretty promptly against Digger zombies that reached our back columns because they spawned bucketheads on the literal backmost column. That is a good example of why you always need Magnishroom against Digger zombies. It is quite sad that Melon Bolts, even with a 50% buff, is still too weak against Gargantuars, so I have to resort to using Gloom Shrooms instead. Now, that may seem extremely stupid since we're trying to beat Gargantuars, and you'd probably think that Gargantuars will just smash the Gloom Shrooms before we can kill them. That would be applicable if we were playing the original game, but here, because of their buff to now throw 5 imps instead of just 1, they now stand still for 5 times longer than usual to throw its imps, making it a sitting duck. Kind of counterintuitive, but using Gloom Shroom is now viable against Gargantuars if we pair it with slowing plants. So much for a quote-unquote buff to the Gargantuar. Though this can counter Gargantuars perfectly, Gloom Shrooms are extremely vulnerable against Gatling Pea zombies as they deal massive damage to our pumpkins and can render our Gloom Shrooms defenseless against taunted zombies. And as you can see, just a few Gatling Pea zombies can take out our pumpkins quite easily and delete all our Gloom Shrooms. I get pretty overwhelmed with everything that I have to do to not lose the rest of my defense. I don't even notice that I was about to lose in the water lane. Not my best performance. And here's me thinking after unlocking Umbrella Leaves, I wouldn't have to worry about bungee ambushes anymore, but turns out zombies in the sky are still able to attack before they are deflected. Way to go to instantaneously lose the game to something we have no control over. Even more annoyingly, zombies spawn in the water by bungee ambushes start moving even while in the sky, so we can't even deflect them before they reach the end of the lawn if they're fast. Hence why in my next run I decided to simply save scum my way out of having to deal with problematic bungee ambushes. That way, I can simply reroll the wave of bungee ambushes if I am ever unlucky instead of having to restart the level all over again for something I have absolutely no control over. And with the luck factor in our favor now, I simply had to defend my Gloom Shrooms from the zombies trying to take it down to beat the level. I also placed an additional Gloom Shroom on the second row to deal with the taunted zombies in the water. The main way to protect Gloom Shrooms is to constantly spam flower pots and sunflowers in the front to tank as much damage as possible and reduce the heat that pumpkins are taking, as well as using Doom Shroom on waves of a lot of Gatling Pea zombies. Surprisingly, just this change in how I utilize my flower pots and sunflowers past the second flag is enough for us to get past this level without having our Gloom Shrooms destroyed. Turns out this level is actually pretty easy once RNGesus is on our side and it's time to move on to level 5-10. As you may know, level 5-10 is the last level in the original Plants vs Zombies, which is the Dr. Zomboss boss fight. Now, the funny thing is that he is permanently slowed down for the entire fight due to the game rule of slowing down all zombies before the first flag, which makes this entire fight a relative cakewalk compared to anything else in this mod, because there are half the zombies and all the zombies are also slowed down. The only other slightly cursed thing about this fight is that we get some pretty questionable plants. Don't ask me how come we're getting sunflowers in a conveyor belt level, leave your questions for the mod creator instead. Apart from that, there's not much different about Zomboss. I guess the only other difference is that he doesn't spawn anything in the water lane. The rest of the fight is pretty boring because he usually just spawns like one zombie and then goes right back to launching fireballs or ice balls at our defense, making the majority of the fight just doing damage to Zomboss himself. Even when he throws a bunch of Gargantuars at us, they're not really that big of a threat since they're also slowed down anyways. And coming to close this level off, we're done with the 5th world of Total Death Edition. And we've gotten our Silver Sunflower Trophy that we oh so deserved after beating by far the toughest world yet. Or have we really gotten the Silver Sunflower Trophy? Welcome to World 6 out of 10. Well, it's the Zen Garden world as you may see, with start of 50 sun, mushrooms are disabled and flower pots are enabled. In the Zen Garden, we cannot plant without first planting a flower pot. However, we are given no starting flower pots at all, so we have to plant all our own flower pots to prop up our economy. This essentially makes every plant 50 sun more expensive, which is a huge problem for our early game, which now costs us a relative fortune to plant. And yes, incoming is the first new variant of the Conehead Zombie in World 6 and onwards, the Hypno Conehead Zombie. It doesn't seem to do much right now, but just wait for it. The ability of the Hypno Conehead Zombie is that it instantly destroys all plants in the tile immediately in front of itself. Why does this sound familiar? Now, just being able to instantly destroy plants isn't a particularly useful ability if there are no plants for it to destroy. Hence why variant mixing allows there to be an Ender Hypno Conehead Zombie, which as you may expect, destroys all plants in its path while it teleports. I think you can now see why I had to update the game to a version where the Ender Conehead was nerfed. That's not all. World 6 and onwards is considered the elite part of the campaign, and hence almost all levels contain free flags. Actually, I think all levels contain free flags, but we don't know that yet. Moreover, flag zombies on World 6 and onwards gain the new ability to now summon a bungee ambush every 10 seconds. Perfectly balanced as usual. And it took just 2 waves after the first flag for our entire defense to collapse thanks to the Gatling Pea Coneheads and Jack-in-the-Box zombies. And if you're curious what we can do against Hypno Coneheads that reach too far in our defense, we simply can't. Flower pots get instantly destroyed as if they never even existed if planted on the Hypno Coneheads, meaning we can't even use a squash to defend ourselves. That's just the first taste of the difficulty spike introduced in World 6 after the already quite tough World 5. To begin with, the first plant we're bringing back is the Doom Shroom instead of Pumpkin, which will be used to kill the flag zombie the moment it enters the field to prevent any bungee ambushes. Do note that the Zen Garden takes place in the daytime, so we have to use the extra expensive 125 sun coffee bean to wake up our Doom Shroom. Now obviously, this means we have fewer wall plants to protect ourselves from the Gatling Pea zombies, which are getting pretty close to breaking through our defense throughout these waves, but our walnuts are just barely holding on for dear life here, and we're basically on life support at this point against the Jack-in-the-Box zombies as well. But by the second flag, there are just way too many Jack-in-the-Box zombies that all come at once. Needless to say, just 5 magnet shrooms are not enough to hold off the onslaught. This resulted in a prompt and utter destruction of our defense by the Gatling Pea zombies, which, if you ask me, this level represents Botany 1 better than the actual minigame itself at this point. With both failed attempts so far being Gatling Pea loadouts, I decided to ditch it in favor of trying Fume Shroom instead. And let me tell you, that was a terrible idea because the lower single target DPS of Fume Shroom creates more problems for us than it solves. The Ender Hypno Conettes essentially wipe out our walls instantly if we decide to use Fume Shroom because of their low damage leading to us not killing them in time. It's also clear that high single target damage is more beneficial against Jack-in-the-Box zombies as we can prevent them from exploding by simply killing them quicker. I then tried to use Gloom Shroom to deal with the Jack-in-the-Box zombies. After all, I haven't tried just using Gloom Shrooms without Magnet Shrooms to counter them, and I think I realized pretty quickly that Gloom Shrooms don't deal enough damage fast enough before getting blown to pieces. Not only that, but the Gatling Pea zombies make our life a living hell since Pumpkin's slow recharge paired with the vast amount of Jack-in-the-Box zombies mean our pumpkins take way too much damage. The cherry on top is the Ender Hypno Conettes that can zip past their Gloom Shroom and instantly destroy half our lane. And on top of that, multiple Jack-in-the-Box zombies come every single wave. Often, just one explosion is all it takes to make us lose to Gatling Pea zombies as we start getting blasted out in free lanes instantly. Seems like not using Magnet Shroom is not a good idea, and we have to go back to the drawing board. So, after those fails, I decided to try back Magnet Shroom, this time with Melon Pult to see if they would do any better, and I also brought in the Giant Walnuts to test if they're better at stalling than Walnuts. But the problems begin to arise after a while. The biggest problem in particular is that Giant Walnuts have a much slower recharge compared to the regular Walnuts, so though having more health, they actually block less damage over time effectively because of how long it takes to replant them. We have to find a good balance between our attacking plants as well as the wall plants we choose to effectively deal with both Jack-in-the-Box and Gatling Pea zombies. Since we need more wall plants, I took out Twin Sunflower to now include Walnut in their lineup instead, setting up 2 columns of walls before the first flag. And it turns out, doing that was a good idea, because we managed to defend the entirety of the first flag to the second flag without losing any Melon Pults or Magnet Shrooms. Having 2 wall plants is just way better than only 1, because we get that extra layer of protection against Jack-in-the-Box zombies. If one blows up, our defense doesn't get decimated instantly and we can quickly make repairs to keep ourselves alive. The real question is, how well does this do after the second flag? Well, the amount of Jack-in-the-Box zombies is absolutely marvelous because of Orange Jesus and our Magnet Shrooms get overwhelmed instantaneously with how many of them came at once. It's just impossible to survive because there's not enough space to plant enough Magnet Shrooms to deal with 10 Jack-in-the-Box zombies at once. This becomes a domino chain effect as previous Jack-in-the-Box explosions make future Jacks much likelier to explode deep into our defense and cause much more damage. It took only 1 minute for the zombies to completely decimate what was a completely protected defense and turn it into thin air. I even tried using Gatling Pea Torchwoods with even more wall plants to hopefully find some success without having to rely on Magnet Shroom, but it just did not work even with Torchwoods providing a significant damage boost to our pea shooters. And of course, I had to give Choppers a try as well, but they pretty much equally sucked as much as Gatling Peas did with Magnet Shrooms. After many failed attempts, I decided to move on for Magnet Shrooms. You can't just prevent every Jack-in-the-Box explosion if there's no space to plant the Magnet Shrooms. So I decided to try some plants I've not used before, Free Peters and Star Fruits, inspired by our loadout used in Unsotted and Brute EX+. And this combo is actually much better compared to other loadouts we've tried so far. You see, with the way that Star Fruits shoot, these diagonal shots clump up closer to the front and hence the zombies in the front take more damage. With Free Peters to slow down Jack-in-the-Box zombies, this finally makes it enough so that we can take out the Jack-in-the-Box zombies in time, ultimately removing the need for Magnet Shrooms. Unfortunately, the disadvantage of Star Fruits is pretty obvious. They don't deal group damage and also can't target zombies on the backmost columns, and hence this struggles mostly with us having to wait for Gatling Pea zombies to walk up to the front before we can kill them. Most walnuts are dead even just by the first flag, and we need to constantly plant flower pots and sunflowers to protect ourselves from the Zombotany peas. However, this problem with us having to protect our defense with walnuts is not actually that big of a deal. That's because the second benefit this setup has is it only occupies 3 instead of 5 lanes, as we only need the most efficient lanes for Starfruits and Free Peters to do enough damage to survive. Hence, we can just leave the bottom lane completely dead and it's whatever for us because we're not using that lane for damage anyways. However, doing so has some unforeseen consequences, because if too many Jack-in-the-Box zombies just happen to spawn on an empty lane, we're in for a bad time. And after that, is there really a difference between this setup and any other setup we've tried so far, if it still just dies to one Jack-in-the-Box zombies explosion? But wait, we're getting closer to the end now, and with this strategy, is there a way to possibly survive this level without having any plants alive? That's what I sought to find out in my next attempt, using almost the same loadout, but this time utilizing Ice Shroom, which will be very important later when you see what different we're doing this time around. I farmed much more efficiently in the early game, and we're going to need the spare sun. First, what I did right after the second flag was once again sacrifice my top and bottom lane, as we desperately need to protect our Free Peters and Starfruits as much as possible. And that's all we really needed to do to stall for a couple more waves than in my last run, including using Ice Shroom and Doom Shroom. Then, by using Blowverse to constantly slow everyone down and do some damage, this keeps our damage at a reasonable level to kill off the Jack-in-the-Box zombies. But the inevitable will come when the many Gatling Pea zombies build up and there's just no way to stop all of them at once. But that's fine, because now we have a way to survive with literally 0 attacking plants left on the board. Who said we needed defense to beat these zombies? Just spam Blover. Yup, that's right, we just needed to survive until the penultimate wave of the level. With no more Jack-in-the-Box zombies present, all we need to do is to Blover stall the whole board, then wait until the final wave to Doom Shroom the last of the Jack-in-the-Box zombies. Now the solution is obvious since we're on the final wave, as we have all our lawnmowers intact from defending off the horde before this, and we just need to stall long enough to kill off the last few stray zombies that remain. And holy moly, how do we just beat that level? This was just the first level of World 6, and things are already looking pretty insane, with more insanity to ensue. I certainly hope that the next level is not as hard as this. There are no more plants to unlock after Melonpolt, so our options will be the same for the rest of the Adventure Mode, hence we should expect worse to come, and here we go again. Conehead Pea Shooter zombies make their debut in World 6, and they can spawn on the first wave of the level, immediately attacking our sun producers. There's no way to defend all 5 lanes with so little sun, so we'll have to switch up our sunflower planting strategy from planting column to lane by lane. The early game was pretty easy to get through using this strategy, as we have previously done this to beat level 3-8, which also had Conehead Pea Shooter zombies. However, the problem this time is that football zombies are in the level as well, and they throw a wrench into our plan for using Gatling Peas. Their fast speed allows them to rush into the front of the horde and protect the other zombies with massive hit points, as I shall remind you, each has the health of a Gargantuar or even more than that if it's a giant football zombie. These caused some serious issues for us early on, but we were still able to stabilize with some instant use plants. However, Gatling Peas fall short past the second flag, where now every wave at this point has 3 or more football zombies, and if we can't kill them fast enough, the Hypno Coneheads from behind will creep up and instantly destroy our walnuts, rendering our defense completely vulnerable to the Pea Shooter zombies from behind. It all crumbles very quickly because there's no more sun to plant more walnuts to protect our Gatling Peas from all the incoming Zombotany Peas now. So instead of using Gatling Peas, I decided to bring back the same plants we used in the last level. You see, Gatling Peas and Repeaters are straight shooters, so we can't kill any zombies that are behind another zombie, but using Starfruit, they attack diagonally. So, they can hit Hypno Coneheads even if they're behind a football zombie, which essentially solves the problem of football zombies that rush to the front and protecting the more dangerous Hypno Coneheads in the back. The best part of this setup is that it outputs more damage than conventional Gatling Pea strategies, while simultaneously using less space and also being cheaper to set up. It's a no-brainer to pick this strategy over using Gatling Pea spam, or even Chopper spam. We even have the space to stock up on spare Ice Shrooms, while still having more sunflowers than before. And similar to the previous level, we can once again sacrifice the sunflower lanes on the top and bottom to spend more walnuts in the free middle lanes once the second flag comes. This is equally beneficial in this level for us to plant more walnuts to block off Pea Shooter zombies and protect our actual defense to ensure that we can survive up until the last few waves. But unlike the first level though, we won't need to sacrifice our whole board because football zombies apply less pressure than Jack-in-the-Box zombies on our walnuts. This meant that the powerful defense was simply enough to defend off everything throughout the level. In comparison, this level was much easier, so that concludes it, and we're swiftly moving on to the next one. And for the third level in a row, I went in with the same loadout again with only one adjustment this time, using Pumpkin instead of Walnut. Compared to the last two, this level is much simpler as there are no pea-shooting zombies. Since the fast cooldown of the walnut is not a consideration anymore with no zombotany piece to block, Pumpkin's extra space is much more beneficial here to give us a bit more wiggle room in our defense. And of course, we can't forget that they transform into a squash upon death, which makes it great into clumps of high health zombies. Plus, they give us a freeze effect occasionally, which is better than the fast recharge of the walnut because of the high amount of health the walnut zombies have, which have no other abilities other than being a load of health. Since Starfruits did well against Jack-in-the-Box zombies, it is no surprise that they can also kill off Pogo zombies very quickly before they can trample any of our plants with their high damage. On top of that, we are already using Blowover to slow zombies down, so the balloon zombies in this level get killed for free as well. Now after all of this, the only problem we have left is dealing with the massive dense waves from between the second and third flag, which we can easily get past by using up our stocked up ice shrooms from the earlier waves and freezing all the zombies in place for Starfruits to rip through. Just like that, we managed to beat the level pretty easily with the same strategy again. Now, if you're worried that the next few levels are just going to be Starfruits and Free Peters again, fear not, because this level is about to shake everything up. Welcome to level 6-4, or as I would call it, the most painful level in the history of Plants vs Zombies. Not because it's badly designed, but it will mentally hurt your brain while playing this level. So, what's stopping Starfruits with Free Peters from working again? Well, they're Zombonis, and our firepower is nowhere near enough to kill these guys before they start squishing all our plants. All our usual stalling tools like pumpkins, blowovers, and ice shroom do nothing against them because it's a damn vehicle. And the next thing you know is the jalapeno zombies start incinerating rows of plants at once, and guess what's even worse? The squash zombies in this mod give you seizures when it squashes. That's quite literally the squash zombies' ability, which is to shake your game window. And if you were to take guesses on why I call this level the most painful level, you see, the amount of squash zombies in this level is horrendous. They all have bucket heads now, making it practically impossible to kill every single one of them with attacking plants, if we even have any left. I hope you enjoy watching this because every squash zombie is one more seizure and this will go on for the rest of the level. And I guess if it wasn't obvious enough, the blue squash zombies are simply faster moving versions of the normal squash zombies, still causes seizures. But the problem is still, if we want to kill Zombonis, just one instant kill is not going to cut it because they have as much health as Gargantors do in this mod. Alternatively, in certain scenarios, our instant kills don't even work. I'll be first to tell you that trying to use attacking plants in this level is an extremely stupid idea. The jalapeno zombies in this mod have an extremely short fuse just like the Jack-in-the-Box zombies, and this short fuse gives us close to no chance to defend against them. Watch as this jalapeno zombie that hasn't even walked past one tile incinerating our entire row of plants. Perfectly fair and balanced and meant to be counterable, shall I say. Even after an instant kill, Zombonis can still make it all the way to the 4th column before finally dying to our chompers. But in the next wave, 2 more Zombonis come again, and without instant kills, this is now completely lost and the jalapeno zombies in the other lane start incinerating even more plants if they haven't already done so. This level is so stupid, I don't even know what to say at this point. If none of our defense can live against the jalapeno zombies, the best solution is to ditch all attacking plants and bring only instant use plants. Some of you may remember this from Brutimo EX Plus as the dumb strategy, and I call it that just because it's dumb that this is even a legitimate way to play a tower defense game. Despite it being called a dumb strategy, it isn't simple to pull off as it's not just planting instant kills off cooldown. We have to efficiently stall out each wave by leaving the zombies alive as long as possible to maximize our sun income and let our instant kill plants come back from cooldown more. This is why I had to maximize stalling the early game to plant all 4 ice shrooms in the back. By chaining these ice shrooms one by one after the first flag, we are delaying the jalapeno zombies as much as possible and grouping up more zombies together, and we'll use instant kills to kill them only when necessary or optimal. But where are all the Zombonis? Well, this strategy simply relies on the fact that Zombonis spawn 3 times less often in this mod, and hence we can just use 2 instant kills to take care of them if they spawn. I mean, just looking at the first run here, you can see why I think that this strategy could work because there was only 1 Zomboni for the entire duration between the first and second flag. Despite this level being theoretically easy to beat with perfect play, any single mistake is prone to cost us the entire level almost instantaneously. Just because I did not spend my Doomshroom to eliminate the flag zombie on the second flag to greet a little bit more value out of my Doomshroom, I gave the flag zombie the time to spawn a bungee ambush which had a giant football zombie that we had no way of blocking, and it costed us the game immediately afterwards. Since we lost that last attempt after not having a plan to block off units, This time I brought in Planturn, which yes, it does cost a lot, but it has received the full rework. With significantly increased health, Planturn now pulsates a strong shockwave around itself every 8 seconds, capable of insta-killing basic zombies and can kill coneheads in just 2. Now, as you may expect, this plant is pretty similar to the Gloomshroom because of its attack radius, but it's significantly more pricey at 500 Sun. However, the benefit is that it costs only 1 slot to use as opposed to the Gloomshrooms 2. But the main reason why I actually wanted to use the Planturn is not for its attack, but because upon being eaten to death, Planturn explodes and instantly kills everything around itself as well, so we can use it like an Explodo Nut, a very expensive one at that. It's really not that useful though, especially considering Hypno Coneheads can instantly destroy them and thereby preventing it from exploding in the first place. So Doomshroom is still the only reliable we'll have to use to kill off the masses of zombies at once in later waves. Or so I thought until the Jalapeno Zombie incinerated it because it can do that as well. This level is just really not fun when you have to constantly fight against RNG with whether your plant is about to get incinerated or not. And even with us using the most low-risk plants against Jalapeno Zombies, which are instant kills, we're still getting screwed over. Oh, but that's not the only zombie that can screw our instant kills over.
Bye, have a great time.
Well, having fun trying to not have our Doomshrooms get incinerated, while also trying to not have radioactive Zombonis dodging our other instant kills. This level is honestly just something else. And by the way, this only gets more stupid the later the waves go, where more Jalapeno Zombies show up. Every lane has a Jalapeno Zombie or 2, which basically makes it impossible to plant anything safely. You want to use an Ice Room? Yeah, goodbye. And here you go, here's a few more Jalapeno Zombies the next wave just to make your life a bit more difficult. Just to remind you, we're using only instant kills and our plants are still getting killed. Like, this is just actually, I don't even know anymore, man. Though Planturn took out a lot of the brown coat zombies in the early game, it didn't really accomplish any other goals later on when there were tons of Hypno Coneheads. So, I decided to try out Potato Mine instead as another instant use plant. Unfortunately, as you may remember, they were heavily nerfed in this mod, meaning they can no longer kill Jalapeno Zombies in one go. More importantly, even after using a Potato Mine on a Zomboni and another instant kill, the Zomboni would still be alive anyway and require another instant kill. So it's utterly pointless to use Potato Mine altogether because it kills nothing but Conehead zombies. That is pretty much worth no value to us since it's already free to kill Conehead zombies whenever we spend Doomshroom or just spam Blover. But even with the much worse Potato Mines, we make it further than our previous few attempts as I was getting better at efficiently using my instant kills on Zombonis. Practicing this level repeatedly gave us a way better chance of beating it as we were getting the timings down to a T and learning how to efficiently use our lawnmowers on Zombonis instead of random stray zombies. Just playing slightly more efficiently actually could have made this a win, but my Jalapeno was just on cooldown 1 second before the Zomboni got to the last column and now it's there. I can't plant my Jalapeno anymore as flower pots get instantly crushed. That was quite the unfortunate way to go out because we definitely could have survived the next 2 Zombonis with a Doomshroom and Cherry Bomb as well, which would have brought us to the final wave. With no reason to continue trying Potato Mine out, I switched back to the Planturn for its on-death explosion. Though it doesn't work if there are any Hypno Coneheads, it's still more useful than just killing Coneheads and basic zombies on a singular tile. Surprisingly, it gets quite a lot of value if we keep looking out for the small windows of opportunity where there are no Hypno Coneheads. It was really tricky to use because I had to keep tabs on all the zombies and constantly check that our Planturn wouldn't go to waste to a Jalapeno Zombie. And certainly, not every Planturn is going to be planted in ideal circumstances, as we want to maximize our value from them against Zombonis in particular, which are the main threat. The time frame where we can damage the Zomboni can be changed by it changing lanes, or a Jalapeno Zombie could just instantly incinerate the Planturn. A high-risk, high-reward play that avoids precision, and mostly reliant on RNG if I'm being honest. Speaking of RNG though, that's what makes me hate this level. We only need a 3-second time frame to activate a Doomshroom and it's still possible that it gets incinerated suddenly by just chance. This level was poorly designed in the sense that I could play perfectly and still lose just because of the random chance that a Jalapeno Zombie explodes. Now, it's just completely lost because there's no way I can clear out these brown coat zombies in time while still defending the next onslaught. But you could say that luck elements test our adaptability in tough situations. Just like in this run, I set up a whole plan to defend everything with my Doomshroom and other instant kills, but a Zomboni can just dodge my Jalapeno and screw my original plan over. Without knowing what to do now, I panicked and wasted a flower pot, which then quickly led to us not being able to kill the flag zombie and it spawned a pole vaulting zombie in lane 5. Just this sequence alone brought us to the defeat screen, and now in retrospect, I could have paused the game to think about what to do next. but I didn't. But I just want to beat the level without having luck stand in my way, because my instant use plans are getting constantly screwed over by jalapeno zombies igniting at the wrong time or Zamboni switching lanes. So I decided to use save scumming again, which will save me some time so I don't need to play the early game all over again if I lose. To make it a bit easier on myself as well, I decided to slow down the game speed about half again, which will let me make more precise plays, and it certainly did something to help because I made it all the way to the second flag while losing only one lawnmower on my first try. Now, all is going well so far, but then... Okay. Do not kill it. Please don't explode now. What the heck? Oh, game crashed. Somehow. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, the game decided to do a massive troll and crash the game when we used the squash on the Zamboni. The funny part was when I rebooted the save up from the second flag again, as I had made a checkpoint there, every time I used the squash on the Zamboni, the game would just instantly destroy itself and exit. I don't know how this managed to happen, but I tried for another time and it still crashed, so I had no choice but to go back to the first flag. And since I'm back here now, I decided to optimize the waves before the second flag. So I restarted quite a few times to make sure my instant kills weren't going to waste, for example, against a Zamboni that switched lanes, and not wasting my lawnmowers before the second flag to keep all 5 of them alive. It was pretty cumbersome to get a run where I wouldn't lose a single lawnmower before the second flag. I had to make optimal placements for all our instant kills to land on only Zambonis and nothing else, while not dying to the rest of the zombies. But I managed to make it to the second flag with all mowers alive in just 20 minutes. I'd say it was worth it. Then, for the second flag, it also took quite a few rerolls to make sure that the 3 Zambonis in this wave would clump up together so that we could spend just 1 cherry bomb and 1 doomshroom to take them all out. But then after that wave, I didn't really bother playing that optimally, and I just started letting my lawnmowers go against the Zambonis. This is because using lawnmowers completely negates the issue of jalapeno zombies, as they can't take out our lawnmowers. And yeah, without the luck factor of jalapeno zombies involved, surprise surprise, we managed to beat this section on our first try. Now I just need to spam blowover to kill everything off to reach the final wave, and by that time, all my instant kills were back from recharge, making this a victory for us. Not too bad, was it? In level 6-5, we take a short detour from the Zen Garden and return to nighttime. Instead of a conveyor belt level, this is a level with a special gimmick. Our stun gets reset to 0 every 10 seconds or so. Now this just means we should spend our stun as soon as we get it, because it could otherwise go to waste, but I didn't do that in the early game because I didn't even notice my stun getting taken away until later on. That would be a problem for us if this level was actually hard. The whole level has just screen door zombies and bungee zombies. As you may expect, that is not a very threatening lineup, and it does not take much to defend. But if you were paying attention, you'd have noticed that Giga Gargantuars are in the level, which would be a problem for us again if the first wave they can show up wasn't the final wave of the level. So the entire level is just a build up to the final wave. Well, technically the same could be said for every other level, but you know what I mean. Now you see, I didn't even think the final wave would be a problem since I was just going to use lawnmowers to beat the Giga Gargantuars. Yes, they do have much faster movement speed now and also cannot be slowed down by blowovers, and also smash our plants in a 3x1 area just like the normal Gargantuars, but thankfully, lawnmowers can still take them out, and they're not immune to ice shrooms, so we can still stall them out for a while even if we can't use blowover. I mean, this is no big deal. We'll just let our lawnmowers go against the rest of the zombies now, and that's gotta be an easy win for us.
Bye, have a great time.
Okay, so instead of bringing Flower Pot as a flex that I can beat the level using only 9 slots, this time I'm using Puff Shrooms for obvious reasons. Now, once we hit the final wave, yes, our defense will still get completely ravished by the Giga Gargantuars, but this time we have Puff Shrooms to defend off whatever is left after we sacrifice all the lawnmowers, which is precisely just 1 Hypno Conehead zombie, and yeah, we can defend that. So yeah, with that mishap out of the way, it's time to move on to level 6-6, which as you can see, we're taking another detour back to our backyard, and
oh no!
With the return of jalapeno zombies, I have no idea why I even decided to try using a loadout with attacking plants after what happened in level 6-4, but you know, I did, because yeah, I'm not that smart, contrary to what you may think. But this was actually kinda useful because I made an accidental discovery, which is that starfish shoot slower when they're placed on the water. If you look very carefully, you can see that the starfruit on the ground is shooting twice as often as the starfruit in the water, even if the animation doesn't reflect that. That's a pretty strange interaction. Now, as for how long this setup even gets to survive against the jalapeno zombies, let's play a quick game before I show you guys what happens. Make your guess for how long you think we will survive before we lose. Is it A, 1 minute, B, 25 seconds, C, 40 seconds, or D, 2 minutes. Made your guess? Alright, let's play the video. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Please kill it. Okay, nice. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god, we couldn't kill this in time. Oh my god, no, 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 no. Oh my god. Nope, it's already happening. Yup, okay. Did we lose already? I think we lost already to the pole vaulter. Yep. Yep, we absolutely did. Alright. And for some reason, I decided to use Starfruits and Free Peters in my next run again. Instead of losing to a Bungie ambush in 25 seconds, this time our defense gets obliterated by the Jalapeno Zombies. This is a certified total death moment. Now, I'm going to be honest here, the levels from here on out only get more difficult. I may or may not have looked up the solution to these levels in advance to avoid getting stuck for the next few hours, and apparently this is the only loadout that had beaten this level before, Cattails with instant kills and Magnet Shroom. The early game is self-explanatory with the strategy when we have Cattails, because them alone just take out all the weak zombies. But when the first flag comes is where this gets a whole lot more complicated. Tons of Dolphin Riders mean we'll have to Tangle Kelp each and every one of them to maximize our Cattails uptime on dealing with the fast zombies on the ground. But even if we perfectly defend off all the Dolphin Riders with Tangle Kelps, there's only a small chance that they live. Thanks to Jalapeno Zombies, half our Cattails get wiped instantly before it even went into the water. How nice! Almost half our setup is dead after just one wave, and things only get worse, so I quickly replace my Sunflowers and Madness Shrooms to ensure we have enough of them to stop incoming ladder zombies. We then have to keep spending Blover whenever it's off cooldown, as we need to slow down all the pole vaulters and pogo zombies enough for our Cattails to take them out, because without the slowing effect, we are dead toast. Now, it seems like this is yet another failed attempt, but with enough Blover stalling and time, we can eventually plant Doomshroom to wipe out any of the remaining zombies and empty out the field. Then, we just need to repeat this process a few more times to beat the level. Sounds pretty easy on paper, but since I'm a human, I can't make perfect plays in every situation, which is exactly why I didn't even notice the pole vaulters jumping into our house until it was too late already. And if we manage to somehow survive all the way to the second flag, then it doesn't take long for Jalapeno Zombies to show up again at the second flag and start obliterating all our plants. There's nothing I can really do to prevent their explosions, because insta-killing them will just get the next wave sent quicker, and honestly, our best way to deal with them is just stalling out the level as much as possible. Eventually, I ran out of Magnet Shrooms, so I just died to the ladder zombies, and it was pretty much inevitable at this point. To beat this level, we're going to need to substantially improve our strategy. For starters, just a few Magnet Shrooms like this will not be enough against enraged ladder zombies, so I'm getting more of them placed down ASAP. But more importantly, we have to protect what we already have, since planting protection is almost always cheaper than rebuying defense. This time, I actually protect my Cattails by taking out Jalapeno Zombies early instead of letting them get incinerated. Plus, I didn't utilize Cherry Bomb properly in the last run. Instead, I now recognize a threatening cluster of zombies in free lanes as soon as they show up and instantly detonate them before they even cause any trouble. And we can neutralize some of the waves much more efficiently than waiting for Doomshroom to come back. With all my plays being more efficient and me giving more focus to this attempt, I managed to make it past the first to second flag without suffering any major losses. But come the second flag is where it all goes to hell, because I literally spent my Doomshroom right before this wave. And now we have literally nothing to defend ourselves against the flag zombie, and it starts spawning Bungie ambushes. I somehow managed to not instantly die from them with my luck, and then somehow after the Jalapeno Zombies incinerated half the defense, I managed to stay alive against a ladder zombie by reacting quick enough to defend against it. By a freaking miracle, we were able to make it all the way to our next Doomshroom to clear out this monstrous horde of zombies. But things only start getting worse from here on out, because more and more Jalapeno Zombies start getting sent every wave, which sometimes up to 3 of them can come in one wave and destroy half of what we have, but we persist. We can only barely keep surviving for so much longer until we lose the last of our lawnmowers to help clear out some of the zombies. Now, it's looking really bad for us because we have almost nothing remaining on the ground and we're playing such a dangerous game, but with a miracle again. The next wave only had one ladder zombie and we stopped it with the only Magnet Shroom we had left. And somehow, someway, I managed to survive all of that, and now we're on the penultimate wave of the level. This is truly a miracle. I said it twice already, but yes, it is a miracle, because our defense was basically never enough to survive any of the incoming threats, but with a lot of determination. The Blovers are just about enough to take out the rest of the zombies, and we approach the final wave. Now, this is when I somehow messed this up by misplacing my coffee bean on top of a Tango Cup instead of my Doomshroom. But it's not all over yet. One Bungee ambush spawns, and it doesn't make anything threatening. Another Bungee ambush spawns, and this time it's an enraged ladder zombie that we managed to stop with our Magma Shroom before it can take us out. And a third Bungee ambush spawns. This time, it's a pole vaulter in the water. It leaps over a lily pad. I try to slow it down using a blower, but it's no use to stopping it. But with a glimmer of hope left, which is that our cattails will be able to take it out before it enters the house, and we somehow managed to kill it. And then we also stop this fourth Bungee ambush somehow using a blower, and finally kill the flag zombie. But not before it spawns a fifth Bungee ambush, which now makes a Gargantuar in the top lane, but we can stop everything else, and with the little sun we have, I start planting sunflowers again. I plant my blower to slow those zombies down, and somehow everything else is still fine. And we managed to survive through probably what is the craziest sequence of events I've had in all my years playing this game. And there's only one Gargantuar left, and that concludes level 6-6. Absolute insanity. I have no words for the insanity that is the final wave, and our win is most certainly undeserved here after I misplanted my coffee bean. What a run that was. After that roller coaster, it's time for level 6-7, and this level is the most difficult level I've ever shown. So I mean, surely, this can't be as difficult as what we've just went through, which is what I thought initially, even though I was quite literally warned against playing this mod, knowing fully well other players have already played this level and said it was impossible to beat. Yes, it's literally impossible. As a quick showcase for how bad this level is, let me show you how well the Free Peter Starfruit combo fares in this level, which is Jack-in-the-Box, Ladder, Digger, and Gatling Pea zombies. So you see, it's basically impossible to counter Digger zombies without Magma Shrooms because they keep spawning bucketheads periodically. But you know, enraged ladder zombies can create a whole line of ladders for us to take down. Those ladders distract our Magma Shrooms so much so it becomes impossible to target the Digger zombies, and they will quickly run us over as the buckethead zombies get spawned right on top of our plants and eat through our defenses, and we quickly lose 2 of our lawnmowers just like that. And this problem only worsens, as some of our Magma Shrooms get taken out by the previous Digger zombies, destabilizing our entire defense and letting the next wave of ladder zombies eat away at our Magma Shrooms. This leads to a rapid downfall, as our Magma Shrooms simply cannot handle this much pressure from this many metallic zombies at once. And without Magma Shrooms, it is game over since we can't do anything about the Jack-in-the-Box zombies or the Digger zombies, and the Gatling Pea zombies will promptly kill out the remaining plants to ensure our defeat. Now, in case you thought losing there was just because of a skill issue, I decided to play this level about 20 more times to show you guys how precisely impossible this level was to beat. First up on the chopping block is the Repeater Torchwood strategy that for some reason, people really like suggesting me to use. I'm gonna be honest, I was never a fan of Torchwood even in the original game. This setup doesn't even do enough damage to kill off the Jack-in-the-Box zombies in time, so we don't even survive a few waves past the first flag because our walls get blown up and it's game over from there. Next up, we have Free Peters and Starfruits but with Ice Shroom instead of Doom Shroom. Spoilers, Ice Shroom doesn't solve any of our problems because it's just a worse version of Doom Shroom that doesn't take out Digger zombies, so it makes us lose even faster, but this makes it further than the garbage ass Repeaters. But we can't forget about Chompers if we are thinking about a good, high single target DPS plant. They actually fared much better than the Repeaters thanks to their space efficiency and also higher damage, so now this makes enough space for 2 columns of Magma Shrooms, which is enough to deal with all the metallic zombies. However, having enough space doesn't matter if we can't protect our Magma Shrooms. Even with both walnuts and pumpkins, this is insufficient defense against the Gatling Pea zombies. Simply too many of them come at once and it's too much pressure for us to withstand. Once we can't keep our entire 2 columns of Magma Shrooms alive, there's no hope of surviving even just the immediate wave due to the punishing nature of the Digger zombies. We lose 2 lawnmowers just like that. And just look at this next wave here. 2 ladder zombies, 4 Jack-in-the-Box zombies, and 4 Digger zombies. We needed 10 Magma Shrooms to defend that, but Gatling Pea zombies make that impossible to maintain because they are constantly shooting down all our plants. Just remember that we were only able to survive in previous levels against Gatling Pea zombies because we were able to sacrifice 2 lanes of space to protect only 3 lanes of our defense. But here, we don't have that choice because we need the space to plant Magma Shrooms and Chompers, and like, what am I supposed to do here? Plant Doom Shrooms and Bloversall? That would never work against the fast zombies in this level like the ladder zombies or ghost bucketheads. Now I'm sure you're not convinced yet, but I decided to test basically every combination of wall plants to see if there was a possibility that we could even survive the Gatling Pea zombies. I even tried Garlic as a cheap and fast cooldown wall plant, but yeah, no surprises here. They suck because they don't even have a whole lot of health to tank against the Gatling Pea zombies in the first place. I even tried using Twin Sunflower to make more sun, so I could spam cheap plants like sunflowers as chump blockers, which kind of solved our issue with running out of defensive plants against Gatling Bee zombies, but did not solve our problem against Enraged Ladder zombies that create an infinite number of distractions. Digger zombies still sneak through this defense, and that's game. I tried my best to replant as many mana shrooms as I could, and I still lost to the Enraged Ladder zombies. And since I was still not convinced that this level would be impossible to beat normally, I tried Starfruits in place of Chompers to see how they stack up. The only real advantage of Starfruits is that they can kill Digger zombies that make it past our mana shrooms, but realistically speaking, if all our mana shrooms are inactive, it usually means that we are on the verge of losing already anyways. We clearly cannot survive for much longer against the Gatling Bee zombies without walnuts, and there is no real benefit that Starfruits give compared to Chompers. And in case you were wondering, I also tried every loadout multiple times before going ahead and giving up on them. The conclusion is, there does not exist a loadout that is sufficient to defend off Gatling Bee zombies and Digger zombies simultaneously. We either have not enough damage or we don't have enough mana shrooms. Unfortunately, as previous people who have attempted this level warned, it is impossible to beat this level legitimately. But just because it has never been beaten legitimately before doesn't mean it hasn't been beaten using TAS before, which is just a fancier way of saying safe scumming and RNG manipulation. The loadout is pretty specific as there has only been one recorded video in the history of mankind of someone even beating this level, which is this right here, and it seems like an odd combination of plants with giant walnut, squash, and gloomshroom. But every plant in this loadout is actually extremely important, and without every single plant, this level is unbeatable. So the main idea is that Gloomshroom can beat this level because it has high damage, infinite pierce, and hence infinite damage output against an infinitely large group of zombies. However, it's obviously not that simple, because the main reason why I didn't even bother using Gloomshroom in the first place are these guys, the Ender Hypno Coneheads. I mean, it's basically impossible not to lose your Gloomshroom to them because we only start attacking it at a close range. Now this run was just in particular extremely unlucky because it proceeded to kill the rest of my entire lane, so I had to restart. Now the whole gist of this loadout is that we can plant our Gloomshroom on the 8th column and therefore eliminate the Gatling Bee zombies so quickly that we won't have to repair our wall plants before the level ends. We're still using mana shrooms to counter Digger zombies for obvious reasons, but the strangest plant is the Giant Walnut, which we're using here just because ladder zombies cannot climb over them. Here's the problem. We still don't have a way to beat Ender Hypno Coneheads. Just one of them is enough to decimate an entire lane of defense. So tough luck, right? Just restart and try again until we don't die to them? Is that really going to be our plan? Well, we have to do some RNG manipulation to beat this level. By some, I mean every single wave. You've never seen this, but we're literally safe scumming even the first wave of the level because it's that important. We can't afford to make a single mistake or lose a single Gloomshroom. So this is what it has come to. And with Ender Coneheads out of the picture by us simply safe scumming out of the situation, that means we finally have all the connecting pieces to solve this level. Now, most of the gameplay is actually just me popping in and out of the game. So instead of commentating, I saw an Ender Hypno Conehead, so I backed out to reload my save over this gameplay, allow me to illustrate how ridiculous this run is if it were real. What are even the chances that you could get this lucky in a real game where 0 Ender Hypno Coneheads spawn for the whole level? Well, it takes a lot of maths to figure that out, so buckle up. First of which, we need to talk about how often an Ender Hypno Conehead spawns. The chance of a Conehead zombie becoming an Ender Conehead is 25%, and the chance of a Conehead zombie becoming a Hypno Conehead is also 25%. These events are both independent of each other, meaning that one happening does not influence the other. Hence, the probability of them both happening at the same time is 25% multiplied by 25%, which is 6.25% or 1 in 16. That's how likely it is for any Conehead zombie to spawn in as an Ender Hypno Conehead. Now, the difficult part comes in figuring out how many Coneheads spawn throughout a single level, because this number changes every single time we restart the level. Every single level has a different wave generation, so I can only take an average of how many Conehead zombies spawn on average. Now, how do I even know that? Well, it's time to go really technical and talk about how often each different zombie spawns. Each zombie in Plants vs Zombies has a basic equivalent. I've covered this in the past. Basics have 1 basic equivalent, Coneheads have 2 basic equivalent, but for the purposes of this maps problem, we only care about the fact that Coneheads are 2 basic equivalent. Now we need to talk about how waves have a dedicated amount of wave points. Each wave can only consist of a combination of zombies that has a total basic equivalent equal to the wave points it has. So a wave with 2 wave points can only either spawn 2 basic zombies or 1 Conehead zombie. However, this isn't important just yet because we also need to know how often a Conehead zombie will spawn in proportion to all the other zombies in this level. This is quite straightforward before the first flag, as only basic zombies and Conehead zombies can even spawn during this time. They each have a same spawning density value, meaning every wave before the first flag will have approximately the same basic equivalent dedicated towards spawning basic zombies and Conehead zombies evenly split. Now in the base game, the amount of basic equivalents every wave has is pretty straightforward. Every 3 waves, the total basic equivalent spawn in a wave is increased by 1, and if it's a flag, then it will have 2.5x more basic equivalents. In the TD mod, since the spawn rate is increased 8-fold, we can then deduce that there is a total of 144 basic equivalent worth of zombies before the first flag. Since on average, these wave points are evenly split amongst basics and Coneheads before the first flag, we'll say 72 basic equivalent is dedicated to spawning Conehead zombies, and hence an average of 36 Conehead zombies will spawn before the first flag comes. However, things change when it's past the first flag, as 4 more different zombies can spawn, and so the spawn rate of Conehead zombies changes. Here are their spawning density values on the screen for this level in particular. If we put 3,800 over all these spawning density values added together, we can find out that approximately 32.5% of wave points every wave after the first flag will be dedicated to spawning Conehead zombies on average. Now, we simply need to find the total number of wave points there are in every wave between the first flag and final wave inclusive. Subtract 3 wave points because there are 3 guaranteed flag zombies, then multiply that number by 32.5% to find how many basic equivalents are dedicated to spawning Coneheads for these waves, then divide by 2 again because each Conehead zombie takes up 2 wave points to spawn. Add that number to the total number of Conehead zombies on average before the first flag. We finally have our total average of 266.9 Conehead zombies spawning in level 6-7. We'll round to a full number to estimate that an average of 267 Conehead zombies spawn in an average attempt of 6-7. Then, by using the binomial distribution formula, where we run 267 trials of events with a 6.25% success rate, we can find that the chances of 0 successes are approximately 0.000003285%, or rather, 1 in 30,455,306.84. Just to put this into perspective, you have a 200,000% better chance of getting struck by lightning in your lifetime than getting this lucky in your run. So kids, don't try this level at home, because you will never end up beating it in your lifetime. And with a whole lot of saves coming, and a lot of pain, we finally have beaten level 6-7. Took us quite a lot of luck, but still not as extreme as Dream's luck, as he was still 2 quadrillion times more lucky than this totally legit run. Swiftly moving on. Now it's time for level 6-8, where we take yet another detour back to our backyard. And oh god, this is not good. So the first strategy I tried here was Melon Pulse Spam, simply because it's a good counter against Snorkel zombies which are in this level. But to be fair, the real MVPs were the Cattails because they help defend off football zombies really well with their high single target DPS. And I said first strategy, so you already know we're not going to beat the level first try. The main issue with Melon Pulse is they can't deal with football zombies and pogo zombies simultaneously. Football zombies have extremely high hit points, meaning it takes quite a while to whittle them down. This lets any pogo zombies just bounce to the front while the football zombie is tanking all the hits and force us to dig up our plants. This only gets worse wave after wave because we can't even kill the football zombies from the previous wave before more of them come, making it increasingly difficult to defend off. And we lost basically half our sunflowers just like that. Heck, I wasn't even able to defend off the football zombies in the first lane here because Melon Pulse are so bad in single target DPS. Now mixing newspaper zombies as well, we've got ourselves a disaster class. Because of the newspaper zombies' insane speed, all the melon projectiles literally whiff. It causes us the game on the spot just like that. And after that disaster of Melon Pulse, I decided to switch it up with Free Peters and Chompers. Chompers obviously are better than Melon Pulse at dealing with football zombies because of their high single target damage. They also take out newspaper zombies very quickly and can't miss their shots like Melon Pulse, so this was an obvious upgrade from our previous setup. However, the problems begin again when Gargantuar show up. If you remember, Imps now deal infinite damage every bite, so they instantly kill our Chompers if they happen to land on top of them. Chompers are also very expensive plants, so it's pretty difficult to replace them, and we quickly ran out of sun. It's practically impossible for me to make enough sun again to rebuild my defense at this point, so I just let myself get run over by the pogo zombies. So, what would be the problem if we use Gloomshroom this time? It's not like we have to deal with Gatling Bee zombies, so we can just plant them towards the back of the lawn and let it take care of business. So, first of which, we already know that the Gloomshroom strategy when paired with Blowover Stalling is amazing at dealing with pogo zombies and football zombies. So, they are certainly not a problem for us. But the main issue is once again the damn newspaper zombies. These guys do so much damage so quickly that our plants literally die before the Gloomshrooms even have the time to react and start firing their shots. This is absolutely detrimental and forces us to constantly replace our Gloomshrooms throughout the level. As you may expect, this does not go very well for us. There's no way to plant Gloomshrooms quick enough to repair our defense, and we are in absolute shambles by the time Gargantuars come. Not only so, but we also have the same insta-killing imps that get thrown to the back of our defense that one-shot all our fume troops, which handily clears the way for newspaper zombies to enter our house unscathed. Absolutely amazing level design right here if you ask me. I didn't want to do it for you guys, because I thought there would be something different that would make this level possible, but unfortunately, between pogos, footballs, newspapers, and gargantuars, there's only one common solution to deal with all of them, which is to use the same setup we had just used in level 6-6. Now, obviously this is slightly different because we don't need coffee bean for our mushrooms, so I picked Planturn instead for their on-death explosion. Now, I thought Planturn would work against Norco zombies, but apparently not, because Planturns don't even get the chance to explode before being vaporized. They're kinda useless in the grand scheme of things because we can't use it against Gargantuars either. Even with Planturn doing virtually nothing to help us, this setup still performed better than any other strategy with a main attacking plant. By the time it was the second flag, our defense was still perfectly intact. But problems arose close to the end of the level. With many newspaper zombies and no wall plants to stop them aside from Planturn, it was clear that this strategy was very prone to them and an instant kill would almost be mandatory for each and every one of them. Without an instant kill off cooldown, it is certainly game over if we don't have a lawnmower as a failsafe either. We're going to have to modify this loadout slightly to counter newspaper zombies better. Hence the obvious switch from Planturn to Walnut, thanks to Walnut's buff in this mod to have a fast cooldown. That will certainly help against newspaper zombies, but I want to show you this atrocious streak of luck I had right here that I have literally never seen before. Gotta keep all our instant kills off cooldown, I think. Are you kidding me? Bro, how? Welcome to RNG the game, I guess. How wonderful was it to have 3 cattails killed just like that? What a zombie. Having 3 fewer cattails was absolutely detrimental to our defense. We didn't even manage to survive the pogo zombies in this run just waves after the first flag. Nonetheless, I'm still impressed I made it to the second flag before dying to a newspaper zombie, but it was pretty obvious I wasn't going to make it very far when the Enterhypnocone had just vaporized 3 cattails. Obviously, I had to try this loadout again, but with a healthy amount of cattails this time around, we didn't struggle much until the zombie spam that is the second flag and onwards. With walnuts, they helped a ton with newspaper zombies as they were now able to stop them in place and let our cattails take them out in time. And of course, its fast cooldown also really helped us out. That's not to say that the level wasn't tough, because there were still a few mishaps here and there, especially against Norco zombies. When I'm a bit careless, I would accidentally let a cattail get killed. But ultimately, this level wasn't nearly as bad as the previous level thanks to the power of cattails and their high single target damage. The thumb strategy lives on in the TD mod in the form of cattail spam as a supporting plant and Magnashroom as its newest addition to our arsenal. Cattails and Magnashrooms may just be the best plants in this mod as they have been useful in almost every single level. Next level is 6-9.
Nice.
And unfortunately, this level has jalapeno zombies again. I'm sure that most of you by now would be aware of how atrocious jalapeno zombies are to deal with because of their extremely short fuse in this mod, which allows them to incinerate our defenses in just mere seconds. But this level is even worse than the previous levels of jalapeno zombies because this level also has gargantuars. With their tremendous amount of hit points and multiple infros, dealing with them demands a lot more resources. That's not the only other problem we have, because the usual flower pot spam strategies to stall out zombies are ineffective against catapult zombies, who convert flower pots to conet zombies. I've only mentioned half the zombies in this level so far, and it's already looking pretty bad for us. Our attacking plants had no chance of survival against the jalapeno zombies as usual, so we had to resort to using only instant kills as our defense. Using instant kills is much more efficient than planting starfruits, as jalapeno zombies can quickly destroy any plants on the board. Now, usually, instant kills are pretty effective because, you know, they instantly kill zombies, but this level features gargantuars and tallnut zombies, which both require more than one explosion to take down. This in particular directly impacts our ability to deal with the last special zombies in this level, the bigger zombie. If we don't deal with these guys as soon as they spawn in, they'll start summoning a bunch of buckethead zombies. There's no way we can defend these buckethead zombies with all our instant kills on cooldown, so yeah, we are completely cooked. A similar story can be told for the next run. We simply have to kill Digger zombies with instant kills, so we don't have an efficient way to deal with Taunt zombies. It's not like I even had a chance to stall them out with flower pots, as the catapult zombies from behind one-shot our flower pots. I mean, what can we do to stall out the zombies if we can't spam flower pots? Now, I'm not gonna lie, and I'm gonna tell you guys that I originally looked up the solution to this level. However, the loadout used to beat this level previously is actually outdated and no longer works in the newest version. So I had to come up with a brand new strategy and be the first person ever to beat level 6-9 on this version of the game, because I could not find one other person who could beat this level on this version, even with RNG manipulation. So I had to devise quite an innovative loadout, which has Gold Magnet? Yes, so obviously it's been changed from the original game, and it now actually spawns a hypnotized Ducky Tube zombie when placed, which has about the health of a Gargantuar. If you were wondering why I didn't just use Hypnoshroom instead, just a quick reminder that they don't hypnotize zombies anymore and instead vaporize them. So Gold Magnet is the only way we can get hypnotized zombies. Hypnotized zombies block off incoming zombies and can't be damaged by jalapeno zombies or catapult zombies, making them the ideal counter to Taunt zombies in this one level in particular. On top of that, we get to use Magnet Shroom in this loadout, meaning we can pull diggers out of the ground and stop them from spawning more buckethead zombies. But this does not allow us to stall out the catapult zombies efficiently. With instant kills on cooldown, we have to get pretty creative by digging up our flower pot right before its catapult shots land on it to prevent a coconut zombie from being spawned. This gets insanely tricky when you're trying to deal with multiple catapult zombies at once, and it also costs a crap ton of sun because we're essentially spending 50 sun just to stall a catapult zombies for like 2 seconds. It also doesn't help that catapult zombies do more damage in this mod, so you can't even block them by planting another plant on top of the flower pot. With the precision required to beat this level so high, there's practically no way I would pull off beating the level in one go. To save a lot of time from needlessly replaying the early game of this level multiple times, I made a checkpoint save to save my progress before the first flag. Note that this requires save file manipulation that is usually not accessible in-game. And when I mention save scumming, you know that there's going to be a lot of fails incoming. I couldn't even count how many times I had to reset in this level. If you thought that level 6-7 was extreme with the 1 in 30 billion chances, this level somehow 1-ups that. Unlike level 6-7, there is no cheese solution where just removing one zombie from the equation of the level solves everything. I have to actually beat everything the game throws at us. If you just look at what's going on right now, how the hell are we even going to get enough instant kills in the first place that we can stop all these zombies? The variety of zombies the game is asking us to counter is basically playing Survival Endless without cop cannons. An absurd amount of digger zombies every wave, alongside a ridiculous amount of catapult zombies that do insane damage if you don't have umbrella leaves, and half your defense gets incinerated every wave. Just to make it extra stupid, this level takes place in a world where you can only plant on a flower pot, so there's no way to even combo instant kills before your flower pots get obliterated. Without umbrella leaves at our disposal, as we are forced to bring instant kills for damage, don't get me started on catapult zombies. If you forget to dig up your flower pot 1 microsecond too late, you instantly lose a lawnmower. And since we were now closing in onto the 4th hour mark of being stuck on this one level alone, I pledged that this will be my last attempt this stream before calling it quits, so I came up with an alternative plan. Now, you see, I've been using Potato Mine the entire time for one simple reason. It kills digger zombies and Squash doesn't. But what if I told you that killing digger zombies outright is actually a bad idea? So first of all, we have to analyze what we've been constantly losing to. Well, the common reason between different attempts is we either run out of sun or we lose to catapult zombies spawning coconut zombies in the back. Why do we run out of sun? Well, perhaps it's because we have to keep replanting flower pots to counter catapult zombies. So now, it's time for us to redirect our attention from the digger zombies to the catapult zombies. Instantly detonating them with Potato Mine saves us a tremendous amount of both effort and sun. We also want to spend our outer instant kills as soon as we see them entering the field, just to optimize the recharge time on our instant kills a little bit. And only if we don't have instant kills available to kill off the catapult zombies, then we dig up our sunflowers and flower pots. See how in this attempt we are still sitting at 12,000 sun, which is the limit in this mod, and Gargantuars already coming in. So safe to say that not using our instant kills on digger zombies seems to be fine for now, as long as they don't spawn a ghost buckethead, which is entirely dependent on RNGs. for which we can easily save scum to avoid that. We still lost quite a few lawnmowers, but by doing so, we made it to the second flag with about 9,600 sun remaining, which is by far the most we've had at this point. So I quickly made a checkpoint save here, and I will return tomorrow to try and beat the remainder third of this level. I will return the next day to my checkpoint and attempt to beat this level. Little did I know, just because the first 2/3 of the level took 4 hours, doesn't mean that the last third of this level would take the same amount of time proportionally, as I would end up getting stuck here for the next 3.5 hours, dealing with what is a survival endless threat using only instant kills. Most of our magnet shrooms are dead in some way or another, and there are so many Talonut zombies that it's not possible to deal with them all at once. With multiple catapult zombies spawning every single wave, there's no way we can deal with them individually using instant kills anymore. At this point, the only way to go about this is to just stall the waves out as long as possible and make sure Doomshroom gets the most value. And thank God we had gold magnets, because otherwise, we cannot slow down and kill off some of the Talonut zombies to cycle back to our Doomshrooms. The level seems really easy, as we can simply spend Doomshrooms and Cherry Bombs to essentially eliminate 95% of the threats. But alas, such efforts are in vain, because without Doomshroom, there's no way we can survive the final wave, which is incoming, making this dead lost. Even though I made the level look easy by getting to the final wave on my first attempt from that checkpoint, it's ultimately a game of luck when it comes to the zombie spawns. I'm obviously not showing every single attempt, because that would take hours to do, but do know that a good portion of runs were dead just because of a single ghost bucket at spawning and us not having an instant kill. And let me tell you, this level is actually just evil. I will be spending the next 2 hours rebooting the exact same checkpoint save over and over again, losing to practically everything that I could lose to in this level. Losing to an imp that is just barely out of potato mine range? Check. Losing to an overwhelming amount of Talonut zombies that we can't stop? Check. Losing to more ghost bucketheads? Check. Doomshroom getting destroyed by pew shooter zombies? Also check. Losing to random conehead zombies? Check. And worst of them all, the lack of self-confidence to beat this level without restarting to extreme save scum. The extreme save scum method is one reserved for levels that require such a high level of precision. We make a checkpoint on every wave so we can reload every wave and manipulate the spawns that way. This is beyond difficult, as this is ridiculous. I suggest skipping this level as well as level 6-7 if you're playing this mod. Not that I suggest playing this mod. I'm not going to go into the weeds of how every wave is spawned in a way that is optimal for our instant kills, because the explanation could be its own video. But you can always check out the live tab for all my live streams where you can watch the raw gameplay in full. And with that being said, I'm gonna skip 1 hour ahead where we finally made it to the final wave without having to spend Doomshroom on the wave before it. 1 hour is how long it took for us to optimize the waves to save one singular Doomshroom. But for the first time, this level's end is finally in reach. We only have one last obstacle before we win: the remaining zombies that survived the Doomshroom explosion. With more than 1,000 sun to work with, this should be easy. I mean, the game can't send anything more at us, but after spending a series of instant kills, tragically, our last Doomshroom actually bankrupts us. And after all of that, we still did not make enough optimizations to beat the final wave. So I had to bite the bullet and went back a few waves to manipulate the zombie spawns even more. The key to getting a working solution was to get all the Gargantuars in the wave before the final wave, to go into the same lane, and then have only basic zombie spawn in the bottom to farm up some much needed sun. This is then, finally, enough to beat the final wave of the level. I mean, at this point, this is straight up not even strategy. It's down to who has the patience to manipulate RNG the best they can to beat some ridiculously designed Plants vs Zombies levels. And there we have it, level 6-9, nicely beaten. And here we are, the final level of World 6. And no, it's not a conveyor belt level, and I suppose you could guess what's coming next. In the 3 previous Brutal Mode installations, we had to fight Dr. Zomboss in a choose your seats format. Well, in the TD mod, you get 999,990 sun to work with to beat the level. The gimmick is that a random zombie is spawned in a random lane every 5 seconds, and a football zombie comes in a 4th lane straight away, which actually has 100,000 HP because that's the boss this level, equivalent to 2.5 Zombots. Now, that's not even that absurd when you compare it to the length of the level itself, which is 6 flags. On top of that, the game makes sure that we can't cheese the football zombie boss by removing all the roof cleaners for this level. We're in for a wild ride here. To kill the boss, I took inspiration from others who beat this level by using a gold magnet to spawn hypnotized zombies as our damage against the boss. This will be necessary to both block off the boss and deal enough damage to kill it. But the random zombies that spawn are the main reason this level is difficult. I mean, it can literally spawn Giga Gargantuars in the water lane. This level can also create some cursed situations, like a Zomboni in the water lane and it making ice over the water despite its ice maker being underwater. That's some video game logic right there. But even Giga Gargantuars and Zombonis aren't as bad as Pogo Zombies. Chompers defending Pogo Zombies is a surefire path to disaster, as Chompers cannot target them. Literally, one of them is all it takes to kill us if we don't have an instant kill. There's literally nothing I can do about it other than not use Chomper and use a plant that can hit Pogos. So, I decided to use Melonpotes instead in my next attempt since at least they can target them. But they kind of miss their shots pretty often. Like, almost all of them often. At least we're doing some damage compared to Chompers, which quite literally are hard-coded to not hit Pogo Zombies, but it's not much better. And if you thought throwing every single zombie in the game at us in one level wasn't unfair enough, the boss activates its special ability every once in a while and disables us from planting anything. But coincidentally, or maybe not so, this level has dancing zombies, which if the ability activates at just the right time, we won't be able to block off dancing zombies with a flower pot, and it will literally simply moonwalk to the back and destroy our defense. Now isn't that just completely fair and balanced? And by looking at what we have to deal with in this level, I feel like it just might be fair to say that this level isn't reasonably possible to beat due to the sheer amount of bullshit that the game throws at us all at once. Having every single zombie in one level is pretty close to taking first place in terms of unfairness out of all the different levels I've seen in Plants vs. Zombies mods. Now technically speaking, we can make a save state every 5 seconds to manipulate what the random zombie spawn will be. But if that's the only way so that we could beat this level, that's taking things a bit too far even for my standards. To my research, I'm fairly certain that's how other people actually managed to get past this level of pure stupidity. Now, considering I made like 30 different save states in level 6-7 and that was like a 1 in 30 billion run, it's safe to say that this level, which requires a save state every 5 seconds, would need luck on par with Dream levels. In conclusion, I'd say this level is just bad game design because literally nobody is going to beat this level legitimately in perpetuity. But this level is beatable. How? Well, it's actually a secret in this mod. You'll need 10 slots for this to work, and what you have to do is simply pick the first 10 plants in the order we unlock them. Magically, this will automatically win you the level 5 seconds after you started. It's really that simple because of, yeah, this not cheat code. Okay, totally not cheating here. Alright, and it's time for the 7th world. And immediately, a warning message pops up. Warning, the zombies in the 7th world are furious and have become especially strong. Well, isn't that nice to show up right after a literally impossible level? Even Crazy Dave comes out again. I've got to warn you. Here, it's getting weird. After the first flag, some weird stuff is gonna happen. Good luck. Alright, what is this ominous foreshadowing by Crazy Dave? Well, welcome to World 7, where things are getting weird now. At first glance, this level seems to be pretty easy, since it's just dancing zombies and football zombies. Remember that Giga Gargantuars only spawn on the final wave, so we just have to beat everything before that without spending lawnmowers. But the special thing about World 7 is that in each level, one of 3 different unique gimmicks can happen, and one of them is randomly chosen at the start of the level. And the special gimmick in my first attempt was that after the first flag, our sun gets rapidly drained and all C cooldowns are increased. I'm fairly certain it is the hardest out of the 3 possible gimmicks, and even with a crap load of sunflowers, we can't get sun faster than it is getting drained, so it became impossible to build any new chompers past the first flag. The worst part of this is that I can't even save up sun by not collecting it, since sun is auto-collected in the TD mod. So yeah, even with Ice Shroom off cooldown, there's nothing I can do about any of the zombies entering the house. Completely disastrous first attempt. In my next run, I went with Gatling Peas to test the waters just because. And this time, after the first flag, the game screen starts flashing like in level 4-10. Technically speaking, this is the easiest of the 3 possible gimmicks, because it doesn't affect our ability to defend and only our vision. But it's also the gimmick I definitely will not be playing through, since the screen flashes makes the level kind of impossible to commentate over. But let's see what the last gimmick is to see which version of the level we want to play. The third and last special gimmick that's in this level is after the first flag, the game speed doubles and zombies can now only be slowed down for at most 1.5 seconds. This is pretty detrimental for us, as we heavily rely on slowing plants to increase our damage output with the Starfruit Repeater strategy, especially Blover. Blover usually slows down all zombies for 10 seconds, so you see, this gimmick heavily nerfs it to oblivion, making it much harder for us to kill off all the football zombies. But now, we can choose from which version of the level we want to play to beat it. We could have our sun get drained constantly, have the screen flashing block our vision of the game, or the game speed doubled with a heavily nerfed slowing. As I said already, I wouldn't play the screen flashes, and the sun draining is pretty obviously more difficult than the increased game speed, so this is the version of the level I will show beating in this video. Now, I just need to find a way to get around the less effective slowing in this level. Firstly, slowing down the game speed using Cheat Engine is always possible, which overrides the game speed change in this level. But I'm just going to use the magic of editing to revert the game speed to normal for you guys to watch, so you won't even notice anything different for the rest of the video. So now, the only additional consideration we have to make is with slowing status effects lasting only 1.5 seconds instead of the usual 10 seconds. With Blovers becoming ineffective, I tried replacing them with Snow Peas, and well, that didn't go quite so well because the slow effect it offers is too weak, only slowing down one zombie at a time. And you may be thinking that the level where slow effects are much worse must be the level that Torchwood is useful, but regretfully so, I can tell you that it still sucks because it just doesn't do enough damage, and we lose even faster because we couldn't even kill the flag zombie, so two things going wrong certainly doesn't help our case here. So instead of Gatling Peas, I went back with the better plan for this level, which are the Chompers. This allows us to bring a lot more instant kills than before, and also Puff Shrooms as a way to stop all-star zombies. All in all, this actually went pretty well initially, as the amount of instant kills really allowed us to easily eliminate lots of football zombies at once, and reducing the amount of stress Chompers were taking. However, later on in the level, the problem I had was with trying to deal with the hordes of backup dancers which overwhelm us with their sheer amount of Sambatni Ps. Instant kills certainly weren't gonna solve my problem with backup dancers as you could guess, so I restarted to improve my lineup. So instead of Puff Shroom, I went with the Giant Walnut this time as extra defense. So you might wonder why Puff Shroom and not any of the instant kills, but that's because Giant Walnuts also have enough health to withstand a charge hit from the All-Star, so it also partially fills the role Puff Shroom had. Initially, this strategy was pretty effective, and the Giant Walnuts definitely protected some of our Chompers from the backup dancers' pea shooter shots, so we finally made it to the second flag without suffering too many losses. But this quickly fell apart afterwards because 3 columns of Chompers is just not enough to beat 3 flags of zombies if we don't have Blover support. The sheer amount of hit points the zombies have is simply way too much to break down, and once that happens, we can't survive against the dancing zombies no matter what. So instead, I pivoted from Giant Walnuts and decided to go with Pumpkin instead, which still protects our plants from pea shooter shots by backup dancers. And in addition to that, Pumpkins are better, as their on-death squash ability helps deal with the large number of football zombies later on in this level. However, bringing Pumpkin meant not having Puff Shroom, and this would prove to be challenging against All-Stars, as we will need to start sacrificing multiple walnuts in a single wave to protect our Chompers. Even later on in the level, we will need to lose multiple sunflowers to protect our Chompers. This was quite detrimental to our sun economy, and it caused us to run dry out of sun close to the end, making it impossible to defend for much longer. By now, it seems abundantly clear that no combination of wall plans was going to bring us to victory with Chompers. I decided to go with Gloom Shroom, as it was obviously the second best choice if Chomper didn't work. Deals high damage to football zombies and also counters dancing zombies pretty effectively, as long as the squares around the Gloom Shroom are empty so backup dancers can't trample our plants. And since dancing zombies cannot spawn on the top or bottom lanes, Gloom Shrooms in this formation can easily clear out the backup dancers in any lane as long as we put a chump blocking plant here to stop any dancing zombies in the middle lane. But later on in the level, I figured that I didn't have enough damage against football zombies in the top and bottom lanes, so I also added Gloom Shrooms in the second column to deal with that issue. Otherwise, everything was extremely smooth sailing for us between the first flag and the second flag. It's really easy to counter large clumps of zombies in the middle with cherry bombs, and any football zombies on the side lanes can be eliminated using squash. And now, I want to introduce to you what might be the biggest throw of my career of playing Plants vs Zombies. I'll even play it in slow motion so that you can see it more clearly. So obviously the first thing we do when a flag zombie comes in is to plant a Doom Shroom. I don't know why I didn't just put it into the second lane instead of the middle lane, so it just dies for free. Then I plant a Cherry Bomb right into a Hypno Cone Head, so that also dies for free. You know what's actually worse than all of this? What if I also messed up my last instant kill? I think embarrassing would be the wrong word to describe what that even was. But looking past that mistake though, I'm now armed with newfound knowledge of the optimal setup to beat this level, and instantly started building the optimal defense we found from our last attempt. We completely shredded the dancing zombies between the first and second flag, and I also further optimized this strategy by building extra sunflowers in the squares around the gloom shrooms to take advantage of waves that don't have dancing zombies. The entire segment was beaten fairly easily without any major damage to the structure of our defense. I lost a couple of gloom shrooms along the way, but I've almost fully repaired by the time the second flag was coming. To save myself from that embarrassment again, I made sure to make a save state here just to play it safe. And this time, I made sure to quickly plant my cherry bomb instead of sacrificing a doom shroom to a football zombie, which neutralized the entirety of the second flag's major threats. However, this quickly proved to be difficult due to the number of football zombies completely ripping through our defensive pumpkins and costing a load of sun, forced to stall them out only using chump blockers. I was basically forced to spend a pumpkin in the bottom lane to protect my lawnmower, and in turn, it cost them my gloom shroom in the fourth lane. That was a pretty stupid decision now looking back at this, because that play cost us the entire run right there and then. Also in my next run again, we just didn't have enough wall plants to stop the invasion of football zombies. It also doesn't help that we'd have to waste a bunch of chump blockers to stop all-star charge hits. But ultimately, the only solution I could find to this was to employ the extreme safe scum method once again, RNG manipulating every single wave to limit the number of all-star variants and giant variants. That was the only way I could reduce the stress on our pumpkins enough to survive. It's not as bad as you think though, since there are only a few football zombies every wave that we have to make sure don't spawn as variants. The entire safe scumming process took about 40 minutes, so I don't suggest anyone play this level either. Not that I suggest anyone play this mod, again. But protecting our final Doom Shroom with a Puff Shroom against all-star charge attacks and timing it accurately should allow us to hit all football zombies and dancing zombies in one go, to eliminate any potential threats posed by them. This leaves us with only Giga Gargantuars and other brown coat zombies left to deal with. And since we had kept all our lawnmowers alive until the final wave, that meant we didn't have to worry about killing Giga Gargantuars and can simply let them die to our lawnmowers. There we have it, and that's the first level of World 7 done. So we finally beat the first level of World 7. 9 more to go. Level 7-2, and we start with 200 instead of 50 sun, and when the starting amount of sun is changed, you know that the modder playtested the level and found it to be too difficult. But this level is actually one of the easiest levels in the entire mod. At least it's the easiest level out of all the elite levels so far. The unique gimmick is that all zombies upon reaching low health will become enraged and start speeding forwards like newspaper zombies. It sounds pretty scary at first, but the gimmick is barely a threat because the threshold for the zombie to start speeding forward is so low, you barely even notice it from changing anything. Just like the newspaper zombie from vanilla, this gimmick is changing virtually nothing. The funny thing is that beating the level is also extremely straightforward. All you need to do is to plant 2 columns of pumpkins and 2 columns of walnuts before the first flag comes, which is enough wall plants to block off the zombies for the rest of the level. Just like in level 7-1, after the first flag, the game speed doubles and slowing status effects only last 1.5 seconds instead of the usual 10 seconds. However, instead of extremely speedy all-star zombies that require precise micromanagement to prevent damage, we're just dealing with tall nut zombies and buckethead zombies who have a bunch of health and nothing else to offer. Unsurprisingly, this unthreatening lineup of zombies is really easy for us to counter with just a bunch of instant kills and supporting chompers as extra damage to clean up anything that doesn't die to our explosives. I was blitzing through the level at the double the game speed, by the way. Not much changes after the second flag. We basically just keep efficiently using our instant kills and plant more pumpkins and walnuts to keep the ball rolling. I even messed up a couple of instant kills here and there that lost me like a mower or two, but it didn't even matter much because the margin for error in this level is pretty generous. On my first attempt of this level, we reached the final wave and I think you should be able to see how I'm able to beat the level from this point onwards. And that's level 7-2 done. Now that was basically night and day between the first and second level of this world, and now for the third level. Welcome to level 7-3, where half the lawn is blocked by craters. With only half the space to plant our defense, we will have to bring space-efficient defenders. The most obvious choice is Gloom Shroom, as their high damage and infinite pierce will help us tear through buckethead screen door zombies fairly quickly. I guess if it wasn't obvious enough, Pumpkin is pretty damn good in this level since it doesn't take up any space. But I forgot to check the World 7 gimmick for this level, and I got the gimmick that quickly drains our sun. You will see how detrimental this was for us, especially because we have much fewer sunflowers than usual due to space limitations. Along with us losing a bunch of sun constantly, we also have to deal with Ender Hypno Coneheads that can obliterate our Gloom Shrooms if we just happen to get unlucky, which is a pretty big deal considering one unlucky moment can take out half our defense. Replanting a Gloomshroom isn't even a great solution since they cost a fortune to plant, especially in daytime. We still have a third of the level to go and we're going to be broke after replanting this Gloomshroom, so yeah, I think we've definitely lost here. If we don't have enough sun, we can always bring Twin Sunflower to produce more. But so now, it's clear that our priority isn't to replace our destroyed Gloomshrooms, but rather to protect them from the incoming threats, which is almost always more effective. This is why I went with Potato Mines in my next run as a counter against Ender Hypno-Cone Heads. However, I had to ditch Puffshroom for it, now making it much harder to plant enough sacrificial plants against Squash Zombies, especially because the Caesar Shakes make it nearly impossible to plant reactively against multiple Squash Zombies at the same time if you don't have superhuman micromanagement speed. It gets progressively worse as more Squash Zombies come. The more Squash Zombies mean the longer we won't be able to see where our plants are, and the shorter time frame we have to plant another sacrificial plant in another lane. We can only lose our Gloomshrooms that many times before we just straight up die to the zombies, but we are getting further than previously using this strategy, so it's not all bad. So instead of trying to just guess where I'm planting my plants while the Squash Zombie causes a seizure and eventually getting lucky enough, I decided to acquire superhuman abilities myself using Cheat Engine, allowing us to play the game at a much slower pace than usual. I mean, the alternative here was to pause the game every 0.2 seconds, which would be a nightmare to edit, so cut me some slack here. But even slowing the game down so I have more time to make several plays quickly isn't a foolproof way to beat the level, because we don't have infinite sacrificial plants. This mod is so ridiculous, it can spawn literally 10 Squash Zombies in one wave, which is impossible to deal with for obvious reasons, so I had to take an L here and lose my Gloomshrooms. But thank God, we do have a contingency plan for situations like these. While we can't place 2 new Gloomshrooms immediately, Cherry Bomb is a surefire way to buy some time until we can get our next Gloomshroom. Now, after killing the Flag Zombie on the final wave, there's no real threat anymore as no more Squash Zombies will respawn, so we can let our lawnmowers clean up any remaining stragglers. A pretty ridiculously difficult level requiring insane micromanagement, but nothing too out of the ordinary here strategically speaking. Moving on. Next up, we're in the Zombiquarium, and Crazy Dave yaps a bit about the levels gimmick but doesn't really explain it, so I'm just gonna fast forward to the plant selection screen. 700 starting sun with mushrooms and aquatic plants enabled, so this is a nighttime level with water. Since there are Snorkel Zombies, I brought in Tangle Kelp to counter them, but the funny part about that is, the other twist in this level is that all non-aquatic plants take passive damage every 20 seconds due to contaminated water. I think it should come as no surprise what plant we will be using since aquatic plants bypass this level's gimmick, but that's why we need so much more starting sun since all our sun producers are constantly withering away. However, this meant that offensive plants became mostly irrelevant due to their limited lifespan. With that in mind, it's best to just bring in a bunch of instant kills instead because they don't rely on long-term survival. They allow us to beat down stronger zombies like the Walnut Zombies quickly, while Cattails can clean up the weaklings with its global range. The real challenge comes with Gargantuars. You might expect their high hit points to be the main issue, but rather the difficulty is with the Imp throw. Since Cattails don't retarget fast enough, wherever an Imp lands on, it's lights out for the plant on that tile. And slowly, through the course of the level, the Imp systematically eliminated our Cattails since I legitimately just didn't have a counter against them, and we ended up not having enough damage output to deal with the rest of the zombies. The only thing we can now do is to fall back on our instant kills to hopefully stay alive. And yeah, I'll let you see whether we survived or not. Now obviously I had to replay this level again, but it also meant that I could pick something else other than Tangle Kelp that cost 46,000 sun. Now since I couldn't go with Potato Mine as the whole board is water, I chose Gold Magnet as the hypnotized zombie it spawns isn't affected by the contaminated water gimmick, which is pretty convenient. But the best part of Gold Magnet is perhaps its extremely high damage output and immunity against Gargantuars. Just watch this hypnotized Ducky Tube zombie completely rip through this Gargantuar in 5 seconds. Pretty cool, right? Well, it gets better since the zombie stays on the board for multiple waves, making it more long-lasting, and that makes it more effective than Jalapeno. Plus, its cooldown is only 25 seconds, so with all the sun in the world we could need, Gold Magnet is superior in most ways to any other instant kill other than Doomshroom. I also made sure to place all my Cattails in the back instead of the front this time. We still don't have a real counter against Imps, but since they now don't land directly on top of our Cattails will retarget fast enough to prevent them from causing too much destruction, so it worked out fine. With just those small changes to our strategy, getting through this level went from being a difficult task to a walk in the park. One final Doomshroom to clean up the zombies with our pool cleaners, and that's going to seal the deal, and we're moving right along to level 7-5. We returned to our back door for the first time in a long time, And I'm going to be honest with you, this level looks pretty damn easy. 500 starting sun against just Dolphin Riders and Catapult Zombies. Something doesn't add up. Keep in mind that every level in this world has a unique, quirky gimmick, in addition to one of the 3 random World 7 gimmicks that can appear. Though, this level's uniqueness comes into play later, so why not stock up on a bunch of Ice Shrooms and Doom Shrooms while we're waiting for action? So, what's the deal here? Well, a warning message pops up, unlike any level previously, telling us that a huge wave of Dolphin Riders are incoming. What is a huge wave of Dolphin Riders, you ask? You know, I'm not sure if I prepared enough for whatever that was. Listen, this is balanced, I repeat, balanced. Not only is the Dolphin Rider spawning in every single lane, every single wave, they also jump twice further than usual. Again, it's balanced, okay? If you can't win, it's not that hard, just don't lose, man. Was this level even play tested to ensure that it's humanly possible? Well, I think you might know the answer to that one, and I am certainly impressed by how stupidly designed this level was. And a wise man once said, if you don't play a game, you can't lose in it. It's a factually true statement, you know, so I'm gonna apply that philosophy to this level and pretend that this level doesn't exist. So, level 7-6 is different, as you can see. An iZombie level with a lot of illegal plant positions, including Gloomshrooms on the 6th lane, a Starfruit on the 10th column, Cactus on the 0th column, and not a whole lot of sun to work with, especially because there are no sunflowers near the front. Now, this level looks like a massive yikes at first, but just wait for it. iZombie. Wait. Wait, the sunflowers generate us sun? Wait, it's a glitch! So, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you view this, sunflowers generate sun passively in this level. I mean, that's unintended, but not much we can do about it, so I suppose this level is a free win since we just need to wait for a sun to be generated to place down any zombies we need to beat the level. Next level. Level 7-7. Now, this level is truly one of the levels of all time. 30,000 sun to start with, so I'll let you guess what this signifies. But if you don't understand why we need this much sun to work with, that's because this is a 4 flag level. We're going to need the most robust defense ever if we want to survive for that long. There are also a lot more graves than usual for some reason. I guess that's part of this level. However, the real twist in this level comes after a while. Limited to once every interval between flags to happen at a random time, a wave of Zombonis and Catapult Zombie spawns in every single lane. As I was unaware of this gimmick initially, this attempt went south incredibly quickly without much preparation against these vehicles, with Zombonis crushing 3 lanes of plants at once. Letting just 2 of them through our defense was a death sentence. Now, if you see where I'm going with this, I think Spike Rock is a great idea for this level. It kills all the Zombonis and Catapult Zombies instantly, and I suppose we can finally see what it does in this mod because we have the sun to plant it. But if you were expecting a lot from it, this has to be the biggest upset in this entire mod, since it's the exact same as in vanilla. It just costs us a crap ton of sun to make sure we can't cheese out Zomboni levels. That's not even the most frustrating part of this run. What bothered me the most was not being able to see which of the 3 random World 7 gimmicks we will get in this level, so I was underprepared for my sun to get green. Turns out spending about 26,000 sun on Spike Rocks meant we can still run off sun pretty quickly. The final nail in the coffin was how the flag zombie on the 2nd flag somehow survived the cherry bomb. For some reason in this level, flag zombies in later waves have more health, and I was also underprepared for that, so I lost a Spike Rock and I pretty much gave up after that happened. However, if you were paying very close attention, you'd have seen that Bungie Zombies can target our Spike Rocks. And if you are paying even more attention, Bungie Zombies now have variants of World 7. As you can see, this is an enraged Bungie Zombie since it's tinted in red. So before I decided to do another run, I decided to conduct some research on what this new Bungie Zombie does. So yeah, it does that. I'm pretty certain we do not want to bring in any plants that could be at risk against Bungie Zombie because of, well, that. So I'm going to fit in as much damage as possible under our Umbrella Leaves and ditch Sunflowers in favor of a fully fleshed out Gatling Pea Torchwood defense, which is the most space efficient in this mod. And turns out if you don't spend 26,000 sun on Spike Weeds and Spike Rocks, you won't run out of sun. But even by using Gatling Pea Torchwoods without leaving any extra space for Sunflowers, and also using a Doomshroom on Zombonis, our army still could not take down most of the Zombonis before some of them crushed our Torchwoods. That's a testament to how tanky the Zombonis are in the TD mod. Thankfully though, they didn't reach far enough to crush our repeaters, and Torchwoods are pretty easy to replace as they have fast cooldown and we have a lot of sun, so I easily repaired our defense. But from that point onwards, it was pretty smooth sailing. It's just waiting for Gatling Peas to come back off cooldown to keep increasing our damage output. Not that you can see that happening because we're in a thunderstorm, but trust me, we're killing everything extremely quickly. And after a few more flags of just wrecking everything with Gatling Peas, time for final wave. And here comes a few more twists. First is that the flag zombie on the final wave has a tremendous amount of health, withstanding more than 3 instant kills. But honestly, not that big of a deal since we still have all our lawnmowers. That's until suddenly, a newspaper zombie spawns in every single lane. Well, obviously we destroyed the newspaper zombies with ease because we have like a whole damn army firing down at them, and that's level 7-7 complete, I guess. Now for what may be the worst level yet, we're back on the roof again. And a strange phenomenon is sweeping through the neighborhood this level with both our sun count and the zombies. In this level, the amount of sun we have at any point is hidden from us, which doesn't sound that bad in comparison to the fact that the zombies are shown in misleading positions in this level, due to the hallucination. Yep, that's the twist this level. This doesn't matter much for most of the zombies in this level, except for one, the Hypno Conehead zombies. Not knowing their location makes them devastating against close-range plants like Gloomshroom, since not precisely killing them can be game-losing. Oh, but that isn't even the only problem we have this level. That's because the 3 possible gimmicks in World 7 obviously still apply to this level. So we have the Dark Stormy Night scenario, in the level where you already can't see your plants half the time, and can't even see the true location of most of the zombies. Plus, this level has Dolphin Riders, which you can't even seem to block using lily pads, since you can't see where they are. Well, isn't this a fun experience for everyone? And if you thought you were still safe because you see a horde of zombies like 4 tiles away from your roof cleaners, that's actually a little bit of a hallucination because the zombies are already on the final column and rip through the last of our defenses. The cherry on top are the Conehead zombies that the Catapult zombies spawn, which aren't even possible to stop because we didn't bring Umbrella Leaf. So you know, I think it's just slightly difficult to defend off the zombies this level. As starters, we would never want to play this level while there's a thunderstorm, so I'm only going to be playing the weaker Slowing Plants version of this level. Now that allows me to see how we're losing, but literally half the plants are invisible, and you literally don't even see the zombies in the 3 bottom lanes, and the position of the zombies you can see aren't even where they are, so we have Dolphin Riders jumping over seemingly nothing, while just moments later the entire water lane is actually gone. Then we have to deal with the Jack-in-the-Box zombies, which there are so many of them you can't even counter them using Magneshrooms. And to seal the deal, a couple of Dolphin Riders, and of course they're not actually shown in the positions they are in, and we lose the game because they're actually at the final column already. Now, this is truly the most visually engaging level ever. But if we were to be realistic and try to beat this level using Starfruits, which are the only plants that can actually counter Jack-in-the-Box zombies as previously seen in World 6, we have to deal with Ender Hypno Conehead zombies that literally kill our plants before we even have a chance to respawn, because they were invisible beforehand. I'm going to be for real with you guys, this level is utter suffering for my eyes and my brain, and my sanity. I'm not going to attempt this level any further because it's nearly impossible to see what's going on, not just for me, but for literally everybody. Hence, moving right along to level 7-9. In which, we finally see the return of newspaper zombies. Surely this level can't be that troublesome if it's mostly just zombies with a bunch of health and no special abilities, right? Zombies with a bunch of health are not that big of a threat. That's because high health zombies can be easily countered by using, you guessed it, just instant kill spam. In fact, I'm using the exact same loadout as in level 7-2. But what makes this level unique is that after the first flag, all zombies receive a great increase in movement speed. Except Hypno Conehead zombies, who don't receive the same speed buff. If they were, I probably would have quit right here. Fortunately, the speed of the sped up zombies reverts to normal after attacking a plant. That's a pretty original game mechanic that I imagine has never been implemented in any Plants vs Zombies game before, right? But the main problem this level poses is that there's practically no time for us to repair our defenses. The zombies are practically on top of our plants at all times because the next wave is spawned when only half of the current wave is dead, so the waves stack on top of each other until it causes an unstoppable crush of sheer force that rips apart our defense. Without enough sunflowers to repair our defenses with, my first run in this level was a complete disaster to say the least. However, there is one plant that is perfect for this level. Garlics only receive 1 bite's worth of damage and divert zombies away from themselves, reverting them to regular speed in the process. Not only that, but because it diverts zombies into 2 lanes, we can fully utilize Gloomshroom's extremely high splash damage and kill the Tonal zombies that way. Obviously, Garlics will still have the downside of dying instantly to Hypno Cone heads, so we'll have to spend instant kills to protect our Garlics from harm's way. Ironically, that's not even their biggest weakness, as the sheer amount of zombies in the TD mod can disintegrate our Garlics in just a few waves, leading to some not so pleasant situations. This is why I also had to use Walnut since Garlic won't recharge fast enough and we won't always have more instant kills. But even that is not enough to cover our asses here. Since we're actually killing the zombies so quickly, it takes just a few seconds for each wave to get set. It's not necessarily better to kill everything as quickly as possible, since any remaining high health zombies can easily overwhelm our defense. We also end up having fewer instant kills per wave, and it becomes much harder to protect our lawnmowers, which you'll see why that's important later on, as I lose this lawnmower to an Ender Conehead, but I had no answer to it. There are even more problems come to second flag, as I had to push my defense back a column because of my bad mid game. Newspaper zombies actually move so fast that when they switch lanes, they can charge right into the backmost column and skip over all our walnuts. That wouldn't have happened if our Garlic was on the 8th column, so we gotta be really careful now. Things are looking really bad with all the Tonal zombies in every single lane pressuring our defense, but somehow we're holding on. Eventually, the zombies overwhelmed all our Garlics and it was impossible to stop them now. Well, that would be the case if lawnmowers didn't exist. Somehow this little machine can kill any zombie it touches, no matter how many they are. So we can clean up any of the stragglers our Gloomshrooms couldn't kill and proceed to the final wave. And thanks to lawnmowers disabling any new zombies from spawning into the top or bottom lanes, it meant I could beat everything in the final wave using just a cherry bomb. Saved once again by video game logic. An unexpectedly tough level has been beaten on our second try using some perfectly balanced exploits. And it's time for the last level of World 7. We return to where it all began, our front yard. A singular motionless Giga Gargantuar awaits us on the plant selection screen, and this is our final obstacle. The final level of World 7. Everything we've been through and all the bullshit we've gone up against, this is the finale. To beat this level, as the game says, is to simply kill the boss, the Giga Gargantuar that is sitting at the backmost column which keeps changing the lane it's in. Initially, it looks pretty harmless, but it has plenty of abilities up its sleeve. In fact, it's already using its first ability, spawning triple stacked gravestones all over the lawn to block us from planting. That makes Gravebuster one of the must-run plants here. Now I guess I should mention how much health it has since we have to kill it to win. According to the Almanac, this thing has 150,000 HP, which is almost as much as 4 Zombots combined. Well, the alternative is to beat the entire level without killing the boss, which is probably not happening. Since the boss is actually just a Giga Gargantuar with a bunch of special abilities and a load of health, that means it still smashes anything in front of it, so planting on the 8th column is a pretty bad idea. But that is barely even a concern compared to the other abilities it has. Its second ability summons a large group of Fungi zombies, which is basically impossible to counter unless we run Umbrella Leaf. So that narrows down the options we have for this level even more. The gravestone spawning also gets more extreme as time goes on. Even as far as spawning graves on the first column, the boss can essentially remove anything we've put on the lawn at will, making it difficult to effectively utilize upgrade plants with long cooldowns since we can't easily replace them. However, what if I told you that the abilities only got worse from here on out? The gravestone spawning is peanuts compared to the PvZ2 Zomboss charge, casually destroying 2 lanes of plants at once, but we can't use plant food and we also don't have a conveyor belt. Now, that's pretty fair and balanced, don't you think so? But of course, it doesn't just have abilities to destroy our plants or summon zombies. It can also send a message to us and tell us to use an explosive plant to prevent the boss from healing up. Well, it would be nice to know that was a thing before wasting my cherry bomb earlier, because now the boss has healed up by 6,000 HP. That's healing up an entire Giga Gargantuar worth of hit points at once. With the boss destroying half our plants with graves and half of our plants again with the PvZ2 Zombot charge ability, I don't think I even stood a chance on my first run. I'm dead to just Tonal zombies because I'm so lacking in firepower after most of my defense died. and I certainly didn't even come close to doing 150,000 damage to the boss. After learning my lesson from using Gatling Piece, I opted for more spammable plants like Free Peters and Chompers in my next attempt. The best plants are those you can plant a lot of to maximize damage across the lawn, and Free Peter fits that role perfectly as it has the fastest cooldown of any attacking plant. I might have also been a bit stupid last game, since I didn't use my instant kills on a boss as soon as they were off cooldown. We need as much damage as we can get onto the boss, since there's almost no way our attacking plants can deal 150,000 damage on their own. Now that we've partially addressed the damage output problem, we also need to ensure our plants stay on the board. Just watch as the sheer amount of Zombie piece completely obliterate the bottom lane. There's no way to block them because Pumpkin has such a slow cooldown. And it's not just the bottom lane. Every lane faces the same issue. I think you can see the problem here. In addition to that, the boss can also summon 2 Jack-in-the-Box zombies that, from what I observed, have infinite health. I didn't even know this was a thing because I never used this ability in my first run, so I lost 2 lanes just like that. And remember that all it takes to kill us is 1 enraged Bungee zombie which can kill everything on the lawn at once. Oh, and the boss can also change the lawn to the Zen Garden, so I can't even plant anything because I don't have flower pots with me. To make sure we lose even faster, it sends in 2 more Jack-in-the-Box zombies. Now that, folks, is what's called the most fair boss of all time. Instead of Pumpkin, Walnut is more suitable for this level so our defenses don't just completely die to pea shooter zombies. While it recharges faster than Pumpkins, we also waste a lot of space on just wall plants. That's why I'm only bringing Chomper, as there's not enough space to plant Free Peters to effectively utilize them. But if I'm going to be frankly honest with you, I think this run sent me a pretty clear message about the possibility of beating this level. It doesn't really matter what strategies you are even using, because one charge ability can wipe out our entire board anyways. There is simply no way for us to protect our plants from the boss. You can bring all the wall plants in the game, and it would be completely useless to prevent the boss from charging at our plants and killing everything. You can try using any other offensive plant, including Fume Shrooms or whatever else you would like to try. The boss just kills your plants. The ability is truly absurd, and I don't even know why I bother playing a tower defense game if the boss can literally just instantly disintegrate all your towers with no way of stopping it from doing so. If you even try to consider instant kill cycling and stalling to kill the boss, some calculations will indicate how practically impossible this is to achieve. Each explosive only deals 1800 damage, which is only 1.2% of the boss's health. Even with all 4 instant kills and Potato Mine, it would still take 19 cycles of spending all our instant kills on it to win. That is assuming all our instant kills land on the boss and it doesn't heal at all. That is why we unfortunately have to skip this level as well. We do have to move on to see what else the mod offers eventually. And now for the 8th world of Total Death Edition. Buddy, those zombies are still relentlessly attacking. They have further strengthened their attack. After this level, zombies will begin attacking on the Blood Moon roof. And alright, that was all you had to say. Let's see what this level is. Hey yo, what the? Welcome to World 8, or rather, Level 1-1. Technically, I lied. There is no World 8. The last 3 worlds in this mod typically refer to the first 30 levels of the second adventure, which have all been changed. The first thing to note is that every basic zombie from this point onwards has 345 health, which is about 50% more than what they had in vanilla. But the true reason why the modder didn't just add 3 more worlds and instead change the first 30 levels of Adventure 2 is to allow us to finally unlock Wintermelon, Cob Cannon, and Imitator from the shop. The next 30 levels were designed with these plants in mind, so they will be even more challenging than whatever the hell we've already been going through. Now back to level 1-1. I'll just call it level 8-1 for clarity's sake, since this level is not the same as the original level 1-1, despite there being only basic zombies. World 8, unlike World 7, does not have a world common gimmick. Each level is unique in a sense. For the first level, the game spawns a squash zombie and a balloon zombie in the middle lane every 0.5 seconds. Well, welcome to the level where you can't even see half the time. Now, considering the only thing that actually happens in this level besides the squash zombies and balloon zombies or basic zombies spawning, we can actually defend all the other lanes by just spamming blowovers. And the only thing we have to do is to place our sacrificial plants into the middle lane to kill off all the squash zombies and protect our cacti. Yeah, it's a pretty boring level for the first level of World 8. The final wave is, as you may expect, also just a bunch of basic zombies. So Blover was able to take them down easy. Now, just you wait and see what the rest of this world has to offer. You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it. Is it finally here? Buddy, listen. It is now the blood moon. When the blood moon rises, zombies will become very excited. During the blood moon rising, Doomshroom will take a lot of damage. You're on your own. Welcome to World 8, the Blood Moon. Though its name would imply that this world will be set in nighttime, it's actually daytime since you can see Coffee Bean is available on the plant selection screen. Seeing as we have finally unlocked Cop Cannon, Wintermelon, and Imitator, you may think that levels will get easier from this point onwards, but the mod takes this as an opportunity to make the game even harder, like how basic zombies now have 38% more health, and there will be new zombies. Meet Sunflower Zombie, which spawns 3 graves stacked on top of each other every 4 seconds. We're pretty much never getting rid of all the graves at this rate. It also has as much health as a Buckethead, so it will take a beating to kill, but we now have Cop Cannon, which can instantly kill it. However, watch closely what the Cop Shot hits when it lands. I was as confused as you were when I first saw the Cop Cannon, since it now only hits 2 lanes instead of the usual 3 lanes. That's not to mention Kernel Pole is also more expensive. These guys got hella nerfed. The explosion radius nerf meant that we can no longer kill all the backup dancers from a dancing zombie in one Cop Shot, so I knew I was majorly screwed after a dancing zombie came and I had just used the Doomshroom in the wave previous. The first adjustment to our loadout is to use Ice Shroom instead of Walnut, which freezes the dancing zombies in place so we can hit them with our Cop Cannon. Or we could just kill it with Doomshroom. Or we could just waste our Doomshroom thanks to the Sunflower Zombies. Great. Not only can the gravestones kill our plants just like that, but they prevent us from planting on the frontmost tiles, greatly reducing the effectiveness of Doomshroom. By the way, there's like a few hundred gravestones here, so I don't think we're ever getting rid of them. But that's like barely a concern when we compare that to the grave ambushes on flags. So prepare your eyes for what is a truly glorious sight of about several hundred zombies spawning all at once, which surprisingly actually has other consequences other than just being extremely difficult on the gameplay scale. Yup. And the game just crashed. Well, that's nice. So, the game crashes. Yeah, turns out if there are about 200 gravestones and 200 zombies on the screen at once, the computer can't handle it and the game kills itself. That's certainly one way we can lose. Well, if Cop Cannon could not handle that, it's time to bring out Wintermelon to see what it can do to mitigate this madness, which as you can see, costs us 300 instead of 200 sun. This is because they now briefly freeze the zombies it hits, an insane buff. But as a trade-off, Wintermelons also only fire once every 4 seconds. Just to illustrate how slow this is, Flower Pot's cooldown is faster than the fire rate of the Wintermelon. Because of that, it's not always better to upgrade to Wintermelon since it reduces the overall damage output. But it's pretty good against Sunflower Zombies because they can't spawn graves while they are frozen. But despite being splash damage plants, Melon Pults on their own are actually terrible this level. Since the Grave Ambush on the first flag spawns so many basic zombies, it cop blocks our melons from hitting the Sunflower Zombies in the back. We can survive against the Grave Ambush Horde, but I'll let you guess what happens if you leave a bunch of Sunflower Zombies unchecked and spawn a bunch of Graves. Yeah, the game crashes again. Only something as absurd as preventing the game from crashing can be a level objective in the TD mod. This makes something typically useless in the base game like Imitator Gravebuster suddenly a legitimate pick to protect against the game from crashing. Does it work though? Well, as you may expect, spending 2 slots on plants that provide no strategic value at all doesn't really help much. We can't beat the level if we just let Melon Pulse die, so clearly this is not the answer. But restarting was probably the best play we could have made there because of something someone pointed out in chat. Yeah, as if this mod couldn't get weirder. Apparently you can imitate upgrade plants now, allowing us to do stuff that was never possible before, like having 2 Wintermelons in one loadout. What's even more confusing is that each different imitated plant has a different cooldown. For example, imitated Wintermelon has a cooldown 10 seconds shorter than the regular Wintermelon, adding a whole new layer of complexity of what plants to choose, because sometimes you want to imitate a plant even if you're not trying to duplicate a seed packet. But using imitated Wintermelons may have actually backfired, as I ended up spending most of my sun on them instead of Gravebusters. So the game crashed before the first flag even appeared. Oops. But there is another upgrade plant that is much better when imitated. Cop Cannons. Since they are instant kill generators, the earlier we plant them, the more value we can get from them. And the more instant kills we have available at any time, the faster we can kill off the Sunflower Zombies, meaning the fewer graves that will end up spawning. More importantly, using Imitator allows us to get 8 cop cannons before the first flag, so we can instantly detonate all the zombies from the grave ambushes while still having enough explosives in the bank to defend the upcoming waves. However, remember that once Dolphin Riders enter the water and ride on their dolphin, they become invulnerable. So if we don't kill them before that, we are royally screwed against the Golden Dolphin Riders, which will destroy our entire water lane. And against dancing zombies, we have to preemptively launch our cop shot before we even see them if we want to not waste additional shots at the backup dancers. This level is going to need some insane precision if we want to beat it. Now, if you did everything correctly and killed all the dancing zombies properly, like I did in my next run, which required quite a bit of focus, then comes the actual part of the level. Halfway between the first and second flag, a message will tell us that the blood moon is now rising. During the blood moon, dancing zombies have a 50% chance to revive themselves, and dolphin riders can use their dolphin jump twice, while all plants in the water lane take passive damage from the depths of hell. That's not even all. The blood moon also gives every zombie a double speed boost. Holy shit, was I underprepared for this absolute slaughter of our defense, and we didn't even stand a chance against that. Is there even a way to counter the blood moon rising? Well, you could just bring in more instant kills to get extra coverage, but it's still down to RNGs whether you get to live or lose the game most of the time. Even if I hadn't been screwed by RNGs there, we still wouldn't have lived because the game crashed the wave right after, since there were too many graves again. How the hell are you supposed to counter the dancing zombies just randomly reviving itself sometimes? Game mechanics like these are not even a matter of difficulty scaling anymore, and are only meant to artificially increase the difficulty rating. And if I somehow find a way to resolve the Blood Moon dancing zombies, I still haven't considered how to not crash against Sunflower zombies spawning too many gravestones. This level is just absolutely horrific. So is there a loadout that allows us to beat both the Sunflower and dancing zombies? Well, one way to do that is to throw away our Gravebuster and instead bring Imitated Ice Shroom. The way this works is we're basically saying Ice Shroom can prevent more graves from being spawned in the first place compared to how many graves Gravebuster can remove. Now I know this sounds stupid because no Imitator Cop Cannon means we can only have 4 by the first flag instead of the usual 8, so we would probably just get overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies. But if we had enough Ice Shrooms prepared, then we should be able to theoretically stall for long enough before it becomes a problem. But we only have so many Ice Shrooms that we can use before we simply run out because of their slow recharge speed. And it ain't pretty because we now have to overspend on defense since we don't have enough Cop Cannon shots to kill every zombie. And then, oh wait, turns out you don't have infinite sun. And you can kiss your ass goodbye now because there's no way one Twin Sunflower will generate enough sun for you to keep planting more Ice Shrooms and Cherry Bombs or whatnot. Now pair that with the Blood Moon Rising, you have a peculiar situation that I would like to call you are completely screwed and you are done for. Because you can quite literally do nothing now except for watch yourself lose. I love that. And that's really besides the point. Because, well, I guess the gameplay can speak for itself. I'm gonna skip the rest of the runs that crashed, because it happens so often it's basically impossible to show all of them. Let's just talk about the different variations of the Imitator Ice Shroom loadout. I'm just gonna spare you the details and tell you that none of these variations in the loadout worked, but one of them was more notable, which was the Doomshroom variation. I discovered that Doomshroom actually gets instantly deleted during the Blood Moon, so I guess RIP Doomshroom for the rest of this world. The level is basically impossible to beat normally. I'm not kidding when I say that I spent more than 6 hours trying to beat this legitimately, but all I got was crash after crash. Even regular save scumming wasn't good enough, because there were so many gravestones, even trying to exit a game to make a save file would crash the game. That's how bad this level was. But the level is possible with 100% optimal play paired with the absolute godlike luck. By restarting the game over and over again, I eventually got a run where the first 4 waves didn't have any Sunflower zombies. This is stage 1 of our plan complete. Now I make a save state that I can come back to later if needed. Now we're on stage 2, where we aim to kill every Sunflower zombie as quickly as possible with our Cop Cannons to minimize the number of gravestones spawned. But notice here that if I just kill all the sunflower zombies as soon as we have another cop cannon shot at the ready, this actually still leaves a substantial amount of gravestones on the board since we're waiting for our cop cannons to reload before killing the sunflower zombies. This is a huge problem since with grave ambush zombies, we will need to spend 4 cop cannon shots immediately to deal with them on the first flag. This absolutely hinders our ability to defend the later waves as we would have no cop shots remaining to deal with the rest of the zombies. So actually, we have to further optimize this and reduce the amount of gravestone spawns even more. How? Well, look at what we originally did to eliminate the first sunflower zombie of the level. We kill it with a cherry bomb, but then the next wave comes immediately, and that's because we killed more than half of the zombies in the wave. The optimal way to do it is to make sure that our cop cannon shot only hits the sunflower zombie. This ensures that we keep more than half of the zombies in the wave alive, so that the next wave isn't sent immediately, which gives us about 10 extra seconds of buffer time. But this has to be repeated for literally every single wave for maximum optimization. Our shots have to be so precise, it only clips the sunflower zombie and hits nothing else in the wave to make sure that the 50% rule is not met. I'm not kidding when I tell you that I spent a whole hour on just repeatedly getting pixel perfect shots of our cop cannons on these sunflower zombies. And I eventually managed to do a decent enough job to end up with only gravestones on the 9th column by the first flag. Now stage 2 is optimized, we move on to stage 3 of optimization, which is everything after the first flag. Because of what we did in stage 2, we did all of that work to save using 2 cop shots on grave ambushes. Those saved cop shots actually give us enough leeway to start planting more than 8 cop cannons, which is necessary to beat this level. Also, you actually have to be a genius to beat this level legitimately because to kill dancing zombies before they reach your cop cannons, you have to shoot your shots before they even appear on the screen. Obviously, this is only possible because I save scummed every single wave, and I just cut out all the failed attempts for you guys. Then comes the Blood Moon part of the level. Again, we have to shoot our cop shots before we even see the zombies, and we also have to make sure none of the dancing zombies revive or else we straight up lose, which is mitigated by the fact we have save scumming on our side, so I can just replay the level with a previous save state if the dancing zombie revives itself. And finally, we have to also exploit a glitch with the cop cannon, which allows it to hit 3 lanes instead of 2 lanes whenever we shoot the cop shot when zombies from the wave are spawning. Yeah, don't ask me how that glitch works, I have no idea too. And all of that, what is happening on the screen for you guys, seems like it only took 30 seconds to do, but in actuality took 30 minutes of painstakingly re-rolling for the perfect RNG to end up with what is a perfect run. And after spending like 2 hours of playing in one singular game of Plants vs Zombies, we finally reached the final wave of this level without crashing because we somehow managed to make sure there weren't too many graves on the screen. So I just launched all our cop cannon shots to finally win a bag of money. Why the did I just waste 10 hours of my life beating this level with like 5 different game exploits and 10 different loopholes? I honestly can't answer that question. Well, thank God the next level doesn't include the sunflower zombies again, but there are newspapers, so take that as you should. So you might be wondering how can this loadout somehow beat Hypno Coneheads, but the trick is, we don't. They only show up in World 6 and 7, so we won't be worrying about them anymore. But there's also some bad news. All previously ground exclusive zombies can now spawn in the water, including newspaper zombies, so we'll have to defend the water as much as we do on the ground as well. Catapult zombies from this world and onwards now also shoot much faster, as if they're on steroids. It looks really goofy, but it's actually completely harmless as long as we have some umbrella leaves. I wouldn't let my guard down just yet since we haven't seen the Blood Moon abilities of newspapers and catapults, but turns out they don't have one. So what originally looked really difficult is actually just a nothing burger. The final wave was pretty uneventful as well, and so I managed to beat the level on our first attempt. But I don't know whether I would say the same about the next level, which brings back both Jack-in-the-Box and Ladder Zombies. Last time these two came together, it required a 1 in 30 million chance to beat. Against Jack-in-the-Box and Ladder Zombies, I went with the obvious Gloomshroom Magnishroom combo. Magnishroom removes all the metallic objects, and Gloomshroom's high group damage vaporizes the rest of the zombies pretty easily. But balloon zombies are a different story since we have to kill them using Blover, and if there is even just one wave that spawns too many of them, the next wave can be sent immediately since one Blover use could kill half the zombies on its own, which can be completely devastating as you can see here. Without 2 columns of Magnishrooms, we won't be able to reliably counter Jack-in-the-Box zombies, which is especially impactful since they now summon Jalapeno zombies in 3 lanes upon self-detonation during the Blood Moon. Remember guys, this is fair and balanced. And if that sounds bad enough of a change, I'm here to tell you, it gets worse. Gargantuars during the Blood Moon now throw random zombies instead of imps. Any zombie in the game. And I'm sitting here, wondering how you're supposed to stop a full health football zombie thrown into the last column of your defense with no instant kills in your loadout. I guess you don't. So the first order of business here is shifting our defense 2 columns backwards, allowing us to stall out the waves and get more blowovers to defend against balloon zombies. This actually worked, and we managed to keep our defense intact until Gargantuars came. Now, I originally thought Gloom Shrooms could kill Gargantuars if we just spam Flower Pots to halt them in place in front of our Gloom Shrooms, since that had worked previously, but during the Blood Moon, Gargantuars have a faster swing speed, making it much harder to stall out. They can easily smash their way through our defense, destroying our Magna Shrooms, causing us to lose against the Jack-in-the-Box zombies again. Well, I didn't directly lose by dying there, but it was impossible to win since I had no stun to defend the final wave as a result of those Jack-in-the-Box explosions. Now, it could be really easy to just say, run Doom Shroom, which would have one-shot the final wave by itself in the last game. However, since Doom Shroom is unusable during the Blood Moon, bringing it instead of Cherry Bomb seems to be not that good of an idea, especially if the latter would have actually saved us here. So I switched back to Cherry Bomb afterwards to see if I could have played better and lost fewer plans to beat the level. All was going well until RNGesus punished us by teleporting this Ender Conet directly into our house, because I spent a blowover. Welcome to Plants vs Zombies Dumb Luck Edition. And certainly, I'll admit luck can be a major deciding factor in whether we win or lose games. This was evident as in my next run, I was almost certainly cooked against this train of Gargantuars at the bottom lane, but thanks to RNGesus once again, an Ender Conet teleported past everything straight into the Roof Cleaner, which activated it early and saved the entire bottom lane. Coincidentally, the Blood Moon ended at the same time, slowing down everything back to normal speed. Somehow, the 2 Gargantuars in the next wave also ended up in the non-Gloom Shroom lanes. That's some super lucky stuff there. This basically allowed us to make it to the final wave unscathed. And somehow, I lucked out again because there were only 3 Gargantuars in the final wave and 2 of them were in the lane with a Roof Cleaner, so I just spent 2 Cherry Bombs on a Gargantuar in lane 2 to kill it, and I beat the level. Strategic icon right here, displaying the most skill-based gameplay ever. Now, if you thought the Gargantuars were bad enough last level, yeah, I think you can see where this could be going. The first thing I immediately thought of when seeing Zombonis and Giga Gargantuars are Cop Cannons, as their insanely high healths mean that we can only counter them using sheer destructive force. However, the strategy of imitated Cop Cannon from level 8-2 has absolutely no way of defending itself from the Gatling P zombies. With no wall plants in our loadout, Flower Pots can only provide limited protection before the Cop Cannons get systematically eliminated. Just too many zombies and with no defense left, this level is definitely going to be a tougher one to crack, it seems. The first change we make in our second run is to include Walnut, as we definitely need some protection so Gatling P zombies can't just wreck us. It did a pretty decent job at doing just that early on. But in practice, Walnut was not that good since it reduced our total number of Cop Cannons as we had to make space to plant a line of defensive plants. Without enough explosive power, we could not kill off all the zombies, so we just didn't have enough defense and ended up losing again. Now, my first thought after failing to protect our Cop Cannons was to ditch Cop Cannon. I mean, Gatling P zombies can inflict damage to us if we just don't have anything for them to hit. This was a terrible idea, by the way. I don't even know why I considered this, but I would have to say, it did create a really funny moment. Okay, here.
Bye, have a great
No,
time.
are you kidding me, man? Bro! Watch this switch lanes again, and then I'll be hilarious. You have got to be kidding me! What? Come on, man. Bro. Nah, mate. Mate. Nah, it's gonna switch lanes again or something. No. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Bro. You have got to be trolling me. What is that? Are you? Come on, man. Well, I would say that this is a pretty unwinnable situation for us. Would you agree with me? Now that's a pretty good sign I should reconsider my options again, so I went with Chompers as my main DPS in my next run to see what they could do here. But I failed to consider that bringing in Chompers would then also require me to bring both Walnut and Magna Shroom to counter Gatling P zombies and Digger zombies respectively. We then also have to factor in the fact that gravestones are blocking quite a lot of planting space, meaning there's practically no space left for sunflowers. In fact, we soon ran out of sun to plant more walnuts, so this definitely can't be the way to go. Though seeing as strategies involving Chompers or conventional instant kill spam both failed, the only reasonable strategy we should try are variations of Cop Cannon strategies. However, as soon as Digger zombies start showing up, we just don't have enough explosives to kill them off because everything recharges so slowly. This allowed the Diggers to spawn buckets on top of our Cob Cannons and destroy them, so this was definitely not an improvement. But what are we really missing out on these runs? It's just a reliable counter against Digger zombies. The best solution to that problem is Potato Mine, which can eliminate them before bucketheads are even spawned. This is a massive deal since Potato Mines allow us to kill Digger zombies without causing any collateral damage on other zombies in the wave. This means we can defend our Cob Cannons while stalling out every single wave, giving us extra time for Cob Cannons to regenerate more shots. Those extra seconds we get every wave are what really counts. Squeezing out that one extra Cob Cannon shot is what makes the difference to keep our defense intact for one more wave. But this only lets it make it 1 or 2 waves further. In the face of the incoming army of Gatling Pea zombies, it seems like they will overwhelm our defense. And if our Cob Cannons are going down, it looks like we will have no chance of beating the level. Right now, we're on track to lose because the final wave of Giga Gargantuars is unstoppable since we won't have nearly enough explosive damage to defend them. But remember the most valuable asset of all, the roof cleaners. Since we managed to stall the 2 extra waves of Potato Mines before our defense got vaporized, now in the next 2 waves, there won't be any zombies spawning in those lanes. And since this is the wave before the final wave, it means that the final wave now won't spawn anything in those lanes with our roof cleaners. This is how in short levels, we can simply exploit lawnmower game mechanics to cheese out waves that would otherwise be incredibly difficult. And I imagine you can see how we just win now. So I'll just speed up the gameplay now and let's move on to level 8-6. Level 8-6. It's now time for, jalapeno zombies. Every time they show up, our entire defense gets completely obliterated because of how volatile they are since they explode 5 times quicker in this mod. But this level is the first time we have winter melons unlocked against jalapeno zombies, so I'm hoping they will help us out because nothing else other than instant kill spam has been viable against them. And winter melons certainly did not disappoint us in the early game. They did very well against football zombies with their freezing effects, and we didn't even need any wall plants. But does the winter melon freezing effect stop the jalapeno zombies from exploding? No, they don't. The jalapeno zombie literally exploded before it even went into the water. That's how ineffective winter melons are against them. And I guess you could expect what was left of our defense by the end of this level. Literally nothing. Well, I was the first one to call that out from a mile away. But if you just need to doubt me even more on how ridiculous the jalapeno zombies are, even chompers are ineffective at stopping them. Their high health and extremely short fuse are simply impossible to deal with using any attacking plant. So I decided to try out a new strategy in my next run, in hopes of finally finding a solution to jalapeno zombies once and for all. This is a wacky strategy using Gold Magnet and Imitator Gold Magnet, which is a pretty neat idea in theory since hypnotized zombies are unaffected by jalapeno zombie explosions. I also found out that they hard counter all-star zombies because it negates their charge ability, so that is an even more of a reason to use Gold Magnet. And if there's a giant football zombie, Cattail's high single target damage can single them out no matter where they are, making this a pretty potent strategy. However, there was a major flaw. We didn't have a counter against pole vaulting zombies, since they don't get blocked by hypnotized zombies, which is a major issue. Soon, I find myself with no umbrella leaves protecting our cattails, and our defense is thoroughly demolished within just a few waves yet again. This time, there weren't even jalapeno zombies that showed up, so it just goes to show that this strategy is also not viable for this level. So once again, we had to return to our old trusted friend Cob Cannon, which can clear out the early game very easily just like the previous levels where we have used it. However, giant football zombies pose serious problems for Cob Cannons since they take 3 explosions to be killed, which is a significant amount of Cob shots we will have to spend dealing with just one zombie. With only about 8 Cob Cannons, we could not replenish our supply of explosives quickly enough to also deal with the jalapeno zombies, so we just lost our entire defense even faster than all the other strategies we've tried so far. So there is no way Cob Cannons will be the answer here, right? Well, let's not jump to conclusions since there are plenty of ways to supplement Cob Cannons. Magnetshroom is one of them since we can remove football helmets to make football zombies die in one hit instead. But Magnetshroom did not provide enough value to be worthwhile. Giant football zombies without a helmet still require 2 more Cob shots to be killed, and with only 8 Cob Cannons, we're still a bit off from having enough Cob shots to defend off both the football and jalapeno zombies. Another approach we can take is to make our cop shots more efficient. We can do that by bringing in Tall Nut to block off the all-star zombies, grouping them up with the slower zombies in the wave, so we can hit more zombies with the same cop shot. Though Tall Nut survives an all-star charge, it comes with its own problems, the biggest one being that it moves towards the right after being planted. So against giant football zombies, it doesn't stall for long enough and we still end up losing our cop cannons. But one plant outclasses both Magnashroom and Tall Nut, which is Pumpkin, since it stalls the football zombies and also transforms into a squash upon death. However, one often overlooked part of Squash and Pumpkin is that they have a 25% chance of freezing all zombies upon squashing, which is an unreliable but powerful effect. While that may be unreliable, the freezing effect is very important to us here because we need that extra time to reload our cop shots and also have some additional instant kills that can deal some damage. And even if we don't get a freeze, just the squash attack itself is very useful to pick off the lone football zombies. But with a slow cooldown, it recharges too infrequently to reliably deal with the football zombies on its own, and it takes time to activate. So in a situation like this, it cannot be a substitute for squash. Though I will say, I was pleasantly surprised that this strategy actually worked out much better than I expected. The freeze is unreliable, but very good since it buys out time for us before jalapeno zombies explode, unlike the Wintermelon's brief freeze. However, this will only work if we can somehow defend our cop cannons from this onslaught, and I don't really see a way of doing this. Or can we? Instead of going for Imitator Cop Cannon, we can actually go for Imitator Squash instead, which sounds dumb, because why wouldn't you want 8 Cop Cannons by the first flag? Well, turns out, we don't need that many Cop Cannons since Cherry Bomb is goated. We can then further optimize the amount of cop shots we need to spend by simply getting lucky with our Squash and freezing the zombies. But this run really didn't fully showcase the power of the squash because we were extremely unlucky with them. You'd expect at least one of the squashes here to freeze this next wave, but we went 0 for 4. Then, Bungie zombies came and destroyed 2 more of our quote-unquote squashes, and the next squash we placed also didn't freeze. That's just plain unlucky that we got no freezes from 7 squashes in a row. In fact, we will not get another freeze for 2 more waves, but I think you can see that we have a bigger problem by then. So, how do we beat this level? Well, a famous person once said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. So I guess I'm an insane person then, but for a good reason. You see, since Squash's abilities to freeze is luck-based, if we just played this level enough times, there will eventually be a run where we get enough lucky freezes to beat the level. If that sounds completely stupid, that's because it is. If the pumpkin I just showed you froze the zombies, this pole vaulter would have been caught in the explosion of the cop shot, but now we lose the cop cannon. In fact, we actually lost because there was a second pole vaulter in the same wave who leapt past our roof cleaner and straight into our chimney. Well, isn't that a great way to end it? Even after multiple attempts to try and improve on our cop cannon usage, I still seem to struggle against the pole vaulters no matter what I did. But time is on our side, and we can play the level again. After an hour long of grueling attempts, I finally had a glimmer of hope when I made it to the Blood Moon with 4 of our cop cannons still alive. But there are so many football zombies across the whole board, how was I going to counter the rest of the zombies after killing the biggest threats with no more shots at the ready? This is where we needed RNGesus to save us, and thankfully, this Imitator Squash gave us a freeze, giving us just that little bit of extra time we needed to stall, and I lost that roof cleaner in the bottom lane intentionally, which is all part of my master plan. Since that roof cleaner just activated, now every zombie is clumped into 4 lanes, meaning 1 cop shot is all we need to meet the 50% roof threshold and send in the next wave. So I could do this again with another cop shot, and now you can see where this is going. I'm just rushing every single wave as quickly as possible in a sprint to try and get as much roof cleaner value as possible, while using Squash and Tangle Kelps to clean up as many of the stray zombies as I can. And now, when we do get overwhelmed, we can have roof cleaners to wipe out multiple waves of zombies at once. And by simply protecting the top lane's pole cleaner, we can use it to clear out the rest of the zombies in the final wave. With the Blood Moon being over, we can easily stall everything out, and now just squashes or pumpkins are enough to clean up the stragglers. On the final wave, just 2 cop cannon shots are required and we clear out everything on the ground, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we beat level 8-6.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the?
We have finally made it far enough where we now need 5,000 additional starting sun for whatever this zombie is. Prepare your eyeballs for the upcoming stupidity that is about to ensue. With this much sun, We can choose any strategy in the game, so I just went with the most expensive plant, which seems like a reasonable choice considering this is the first free flag level in World 8. But we get this much sun for a reason. That's because the Twin Sunflower Zombie is the strongest non-boss enemy yet. It also spawns free graves every 4 seconds just like the Sunflower Zombie, but it has double the health, so it takes twice as long to kill. Welcome to Fair and Balanced. Though Wintermelons are handling the ground lanes for now, I forgot to account for Dolphin Riders. Since they are invincible while traveling on their dolphins, it's straight up impossible to kill them with Wintermelons. Just one Golden Dolphin Rider is all it takes to demolish their defense in the water, and the rest is history. One solution is to bring in Tangle Kelps, since their super fast cooldown means that we can easily defend off the Dolphin Riders every wave. But that doesn't actually prevent our Wintermelons from dying. I forgot about the Blood Moon burn, which will end up killing all the Wintermelons in the water after a while. And now we don't even have the funds to repair our defense because we spent several thousand sun on Tangle Kelps. Well, too bad I guess. I mean, if I can't make Wintermelons work here, then we move on to the next most expensive plan. What about Cop Cannon instead? The major advantage Cop Cannons have is that they can take out the Dolphin Riders in the water easily, but now we have problems with Twin Sunflower Zombies since they don't die in one explosion, so they stay on the board long enough to block us from planting more Cop Cannons, which makes it even harder for us to kill them. Don't forget that with Cop Cannons, you have to perfectly time your shots to land on the Dolphin Riders, or else they become invincible and they will do a double leap during the Blood Moon to take out all our defenses. Look, I understand, simply not skilled enough at Plant vs Zombies. And there we go, the first crash thanks to the graves on the board. Since the Wintermelons didn't prevent us from crashing, I'm just gonna cut it so I can bring Imitator Cop Cannons instead to maximize our damage output. I managed to get up 11 Cop Cannons by the first flag with all this extra starting sun, so hopefully that'll be enough. But it seems like this level will take a lot more than just a different loadout to beat. Even with more Cop Cannons, Twin Sunflower Zombies still stayed on the board for long enough, so much so that the natural grave spawns started forcibly removing our Cop Cannons. Then, add that with the Blood Moon making everything move twice as fast and Pole Vaulters leaping into our defenses to destroy all of our remaining Cop Cannons, we've got ourselves a disastrous run once again. Seeing that we had a ton of leftover sun at the end of the last run, I switched out Marigold for Jalapeno. But Jalapeno might be useless because I can't even find a space to plant it when the whole board is just gravestones, so I had to think about Cop Cannon to place one down, which I'm not sure if that's a good play or not. And while Jalapeno is sometimes good to clear out the water lane in one go, it isn't going to pay too many dividends here since we still don't have enough damage against Twin Sunflower Zombies. We need some way to keep more Cop Cannons on the board so we can use more than just 2 Cop shots a wave. So maybe Squash will do something, because it can freeze all the zombies if we're lucky. Well, that's if we can use the Squash. Right, I forgot about the problem the zombie we're trying to counter presents. And if not being able to use the Squash doesn't kill us, then the game will do it for us by crashing. How the hell are we supposed to kill these Twin Sunflower Zombies faster? Well, I can't exactly call a level impossible if I haven't exhausted all possible options, which includes absurd choices such as using Gatling Peas on a roof level. Well, it does as well as you'd expect the Gatling Pea strategy to do on a roof level. I literally couldn't even defend the first wave of Dolphin Riders, so there's no way we're getting much further than that. They don't even do enough damage to kill off the Twin Sunflower Zombies before they outright destroy our defense by replacing it with gravestones. We probably won't need to test any of the other straight shooting plants this level, but, I mean, what can we really do to beat this absolute madness? Alas, we have to resort to our only way to beat this level. We're pulling out the Extreme Save Scum method once again. Pause if you need to recap on what Save Scum is, but Extreme Save Scum takes this process to another level, by applying it to every wave of the level instead of just making occasional checkpoints. We'll have to make a save state for every wave in the early game so we can min-max every wave, and trust me, this is necessary to beat this level. Doing all this dirty work allows us to squeeze out a whole extra Cop Cannon before the Twin Sunflower Zombies come, which believe you me, that's a big deal. And now for the most annoying part of trying to beat this level, perfecting the mid-game. Did the Snorkel Zombie teleport and kill the Twin Sunflower? Reset. Did we hit the Dolphin Rider 0.1 seconds too late? Reset. Did the Cop Cannon shot get glitched and didn't hit the bottom lane? Reset. Did the Pole Vaulter jump too quickly before a Cobb shot landed? Reset. It's basically impossible to blackboard the level considering how precise every wave has to be beaten. But it can be done with enough luck, a lot of skill, and also planning in advance. Now the first order of business is to continue planting Cop Cannons while we're killing off these Twin Sunflower Zombies every wave. Because to beat every single wave this level, you actually need more than 15 Cop Cannons. Now, that might not make any sense, because there's no way we can fit in more Cop Cannons without getting instantly destroyed by the gravestones, but no one said we couldn't dig up our existing Cop Cannons and replace them with a new one to get another Cop shot sooner. which is exactly what we have to do here so we can get enough cop shots in preparation for the second flag. Also, if you are wondering, the cop cannons in the water didn't die with the Blood Moon burn because we were anti-stalling the waves, which means the waves go by quicker, meaning fewer burns happen. And when the second flag comes, you can see how I precisely use my Grave Busters such that all the gravestone spawns actually get countered by our instant kills instantaneously, minimizing the chance of us crashing. Meanwhile, I have to replace the cop cannons in the water lane because they're about to die after the first Blood Moon. And on top of keeping track of that, I have to remember to start digging up our flower pots to make space for new gravestones to spawn so that new ones don't spawn on top of our cop cannons and kill them. Meanwhile, we're micromanaging all our cop cannon shots to completely obliterate every wave, and I guess you can see why I said I needed more than 15 cop cannons this level, because at this point, we're using every cop cannon shot off cooldown to keep up with every wave and hold off the zombies. Somehow, with all this precise calculation and when all the stars align, we can actually beat this absolutely horrific level without crashing. I think it goes to show that if you've got enough dedication, put enough thought into the problem, execute your plan perfectly, and make sure to account for everything that could be an obstacle or problem, you'll be able to succeed eventually. This was so close, we only had 100 cents to spare to beat this level. Surely there's no way there's a level even more difficult than this after what we've just witnessed. Right? Thankfully, the next level won't be nearly as stupid because there are no sunflower zombies here. This still looks pretty bad though if I'm gonna be honest. Conad pea shooter zombies in particular will be insanely annoying because all our flower pots will be under fire immediately on the first wave. Nothing we can do here other than just tank the hits while we're building up our walnuts, so that'll slow down our early game. So instead of the usual 3 columns of chompers by the first flag, we only have 2.5 columns, which causes us some problems against flag zombies as we can't kill it quick enough before it craps over all our plants with gravestones. And about Gravebuster, yeah, I had to exclude it in this level because we needed a counter against diggers, catapults, and also balloon zombies. Not having Gravebuster would bite us in the back later when we didn't have enough magnet shrooms to counter the digger zombies because we didn't have enough space. And you know when these guys get to the back of your defense, you can kiss it goodbye because of the buckets they spawn in the middle of it. Or, as the kids nowadays would say, in the thick of it. Okay, but seriously, we need Gravebuster to make space for more magnet shrooms. Or we could just ditch magnet shroom and run potato mine to hard counter digger zombies. I mean, surely the smartest Plants vs Zombies player cannot make any oversights, right? Oh, well, we don't have anything for this in the water, though. Oh my god. Wait, are we just toasted here again? Well, to answer that question for you, past RCCH, yes, we are. I just forgot that the digger zombies now also spawn in the water lane, which I'm not even sure how that's supposed to work, but they do. I hate to do it, but we have no choice but to go back to Cop Cannon, because otherwise, we cannot deal with everything in this level at the same time. I mean, nothing beats a plant that can literally kill any zombie anywhere on the board. It's just more versatile, more flexible. Okay, maybe we can't kill all the zombies in this level with just Cop Cannons because of how fast the balloon zombies move, but we still have Flover, so I think we're still fine. Well, if there's one lesson to learn from that, that's to reserve a spot in your defense to plant Blover because your instant use plants can get crushed in this mod. Now back to talking about Cop Cannons, we can't obliterate every wave as soon as they spawn because we only have 10 cops this time around since we have to make more space for walnuts. We have to be much more careful about how we use our Cop Cannons, or else we'll get caught with our pants down against a catapult zombie and get demolished. And we can't recover after losing our Cop Cannons since we can't afford to rebuild them. So unlike the previous level where we wanted to destroy everything as quickly as possible, this time, we need to stall as much as possible after eliminating all the digger zombies and catapult zombies in each wave so that all our Cop Cannons have time to reload. And in the process of targeting the diggers and catapults every wave, we'll just end up killing the zombies from the previous wave with Cop Cannon Splash. We can pretty easily defend off everything as long as we don't waste our cop shots on the brown coat zombies, which are basically harmless to us as long as we just have some walnuts to tank the Zombotany peas. Well, this is definitely a much simpler way to beat this level compared to using Chomper and running 3 different silver bullets. And with Cop Cannons, the final wave is the easiest wave of the level since we can instantly take out everything. I mean, the only thing I can really say is that the difficulty difference in these levels is quite drastic. It's time for the penultimate level of World 8, and oh dear lord, Michael Jackson is back again to haunt us. To make matters worse, this level has 2.5 flags instead of the standard 2. As for what plants I chose for this level, I didn't want to spend 2 hours save scumming with Cop Cannon against dancing zombies again, and since both Chompers and Wintermelons can hit Pogo zombies, we're left with only one option, which is Gloomshroom. Countering dancing zombies with Gloomshrooms is pretty simple. Just place them in a checkerboard pattern so that the backup dancers spawn on empty tiles, and then our Gloomshrooms will go to town and shred the backup dancers to pieces. Now you might be wondering why I placed a few Fume Shrooms, but they're necessary to prevent Pogos from trampling our Glooms. We'll be using Blover off cooldown to slow down the Pogos so that our Fume Shrooms have enough time to take them out. We won't need Fumes on every lane since Pogos on the odd number lanes get taken out by the Gloomshrooms next door. And even if Snorkel Zombie can one-shot any plant, just placing a lily pad on top of them gives Gloomshrooms enough time to kill them, so we can counter Snorkel Zombies too. Well, this level has been suspiciously easy so far, but we all know that TDMod designs every level to near impossible difficulty, so you know it's never that simple. Defending Pogo Zombies that are moving at regular speed? Yeah, that's pretty simple, just slow them down with Blover. But during the Blood Moon, all zombies move faster, so well, there goes that Gloomshroom I guess. Ghost Buckets also move faster, so now we don't have enough damage to kill it with Gloomshrooms. Welp, and looks like we're dead. That's one way to lose the game. We have to get extra damage from somewhere for the Blood Moon, so I'll just swap out Lilipad for Imitated Blover, which steals that extra bit of damage we need every wave. Wait, but why a Lilipad instead of say Squash from our loadout? Well, Lilipads are probably pointless since just Blovers do enough damage to kill off the Snorkel Zombies. Now I guess one important thing is to address how we deal with Gargantuars with this setup. Good question. The answer is we don't. We just let the Gargantuar throw its imp and use the Roof Cleaner. I mean, that is about as reliable as it gets. Well, that was the only Gargantuar that spawned before the second flag, so clearly just better at Plants vs Zombies. But I forgot one crucial part of this level. You know, I think live RCCH might be better for this part of the video. Oh no, I didn't kill the flag zombie, I'm so dumb. Oh my god, okay, we might have just lost the game. I'm so stupid. Yeah, I definitely messed up. Hold on. Wait a second. Can we still win? Final wave. Fine here. What? Bro! Nah, man! Nah! The Ender Cone that spawned on the first column and killed us. Before the... Nah! Bro! Now what if I told you we still wouldn't beat this level on our next attempt? No way, right? Another skill issue? Nah, just watch this absolute clown show. Yup, slow down. Okay, now we do this. Wait, what? How did that kill a fake? What? What are you talking about? How is that even possible? Bro, we just fucking lost the game off garbage. Well, shout out to Spaghetti Code for that loss. So I had to play the level from the beginning again, and finally made it back to the second flag. This time with all our Gloomshrooms still alive. This time, I remember to kill the flag zombie before it converted the entire lane into gravestones, and I'm telling you, I ain't got the patience to play this level again, so I'm being extra safe. And once we make it to the final wave, there's nothing else to do other than place a few more Blovers and wait for our Gloomshrooms to clean up the rest of the mess. With that, we're one step closer to completing World 8. We got a letter, by the way. Let's see what's up with the zombies this time. Alright, and seems like it's just a standard letter. Not much information I can get from here. Let's see what the zombies are coming at us with.
Oh my god!
Well, at least it's not another boss fight because I'm pretty sure you guys are also sick of them. We're going old school back to a conveyor belt level. The plans for this conveyor belt level are, well, I ain't reading out the list, you can see for yourself. This level presents several challenges for us to overcome. One of them is that Chomper is our only attacking plant, but they're also the least common plant from the conveyor belt, so it makes our early game really awkward since we don't want to be spending all our instant kills as we need to stall the waves for a better chance to get more Chompers. It also kinda screwed over my giant walnut placements since I didn't expect the game to give us close to no Chompers to work with, but we have to make do with what we have. After all, it's a conveyor belt level. Without even 2 columns of Chompers by the first flag, we're basically just relying on Doomshroom to defend off everything. And if we don't have a Doomshroom to kill Dolphin Riders before they jump into the water, Golden Dolphin Riders can easily destroy our giant walnuts. Thankfully, the Blood Moon hadn't started yet, so we could still counter them with a Cherry Bomb on the ground lane. And well, the Blood Moon is where the actual challenge of this level is, since by this point, we've already had to spend most of our instant kills earlier, and now we have to deal with faster and stronger zombies. To make matters worse, we also have to deal with Gargantors now, and we're not dealing with them if we don't spend multiple instant kills, considering we still only have 2 columns of Chompers. Then from that point onwards, it's just downhill. The game just didn't give us enough Chompers early on, and now we don't even have enough instant kills to deal with everything they're throwing at us. And well, what happens next? I'll let Live RCCH take over this one because this was insane. What the heck? How's the movement still going? I can't do nothing, man. Get this. Bro, and the development just ended. Are you kidding me? I can't even do anything anymore. Hold on. This. We're f***ed right here, I think. We need to get flower pots for this. Oh no, okay. Yep, nice, we're good. Oh no, we're so screwed. Please? Wait, there's still another wave? Bruh! What are we supposed to do? This? Okay. No, the water lane! Dude. Oh, come on. Yes! Save. Holy shit, what was that? What was that lily pad? I thought we lost. Okay. Roof cleaner. Doom shroom! Doom shroom. Doom shroom. Flower pot! Flower pot, man! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, hell yeah! I think we got it, folks! No, no, no. Okay, here. Oh my god. No, no. Please? Oh, no. No. Okay, we're fine. Here. No! Okay. Oh, we don't have anything for the flag zombie. We're actually gonna stay on the die here. Okay. Okay, we're fine. This? Oh my god. Please, please, coffee bean! Flower pot! Come on! No! No, 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 no! Wait, no! No! Not ice shroom! No! No! No, 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 no! Bro! What the heck was this? Oh my god. You know, I've been closer here. Holy sh**. What was that? We're now officially 80% of the way through TD Mod's adventure mode, and well, let's just say that everything so far has been completely nuts. And let's just say that it only gets more insane in World 9, which Crazy Dave will introduce to us right now. This place has become a cemetery of death. Maybe you should bust the graves as soon as possible. Well, welcome to World 9, the Cemetery of Death. What's special about this world? Well, you can't really see it here, so let me cut. First things first, we can now use Doomshroom in this world since there's no longer a Blood Moon that deletes them outright. So what's stopping us from just alternating between Doomshroom and Imitator Doomshroom every wave, every level? Well, the gimmick of World 9 prevents us from doing that. 3 gravestones spawn every wave instead of just 1. Just 2 extra gravestones every wave doesn't sound that bad, but that's not the only change. In World 9, grave ambushes can now happen on any wave randomly. It doesn't have to be a flag, it just happens and there's no way to predict or prevent it. But the main difference comes with what is spawned by the grave ambushes. Usually, they only spawn basics and coneheads, but as the level progresses, more powerful zombies start spawning from grave ambushes. It doesn't stop at backup dancers and newspaper zombies, as Michael Jackson and Buckethead zombies can also start spawning after the first flag. Yeah, it's pretty fair and balanced until you don't have Doomshroom. Then there's just literally nothing you can do to counter the mass zombies that are spawned onto the lawn. In this scenario, all we could do was wait until Doomshroom was recharged again, which by then, it was already too late because half our defense was dead already. Oh, but surely you didn't think that was going to be it, right? What's different about the graves, you ask? They summoned the whole ass military on us, and you know it's bad when 2 nukes could not end the war. After that, we just don't have anything left for the top lane, so that's game, I guess. That's one way to stop us from cheesing every level with just Doomshrooms. Is it a bad sign that we're already struggling on the first level of World 9? Maybe, but that isn't gonna stop me. I immediately adjusted our loadout after that run, taking out Cherry Bomb for Walnut since we needed to block off problematic zombies to keep our defense alive for longer. But that is probably not a viable option here, since the Graves don't care where we have plants. They just delete them to make space for themselves. If Walnut can't even protect our plants from being destroyed, not much point of running it, is there? Without enough magnet shrooms, chompers just don't do enough damage to defend off the waves of bucketheads this level. If we have to spend doom shrooms on regular waves, then when grave ambushes happen, we are royally screwed because there's absolutely no chance we can hold them off, especially since it's spawning high health zombies like sunflower zombies and gargantuars. Well, the solution is actually pretty simple. Just don't use chomper. If we use gloom shrooms, we can spend doom shroom without killing too many zombies, so we can stall the waves out to let our doom shrooms recharge a bit more. And since gloom shroom has infinite pierce, the extra grave ambush zombies make no difference early on when they are still not threatening. Just getting that extra time between waves is all we need to beat this level, because then when a threatening wave of grave ambush does spawn in, we will have doom shroom at the ready to take out everything instantly. The solution sounds pretty boring, but just maximizing the number of doom shrooms you can use is simply the best solution, like it always has been. And I imagine no one should be surprised how to beat the final wave when you have doom shroom. When you can just have 2 of them, there's really nothing the zombies can do. I mean, what else do you want other than a literal nuke? But well, I wouldn't be celebrating just yet because of what's upcoming. Not just sunflower zombies, not just twin sunflower zombies, both on the same level. And guess what? It's a free flag level with only 50 starting sun. Sorry, but how are we meant to beat this level if we couldn't even beat a level with just twin sunflower zombies normally with 100 times more starting sun? That's not to mention how cooked our early game is because of the Coned pea shooter zombies, so we have to spend our sun on walnuts too. I haven't even started talking about how the sunflower zombies spawn additional gravestones in the world where more graves are already spawning naturally. At this point, I might as well forget about renting Gravebuster if I'm gonna be honest. But hopefully, you didn't forget that each extra gravestone is an extra zombie from a grave ambush. Sorry, but this is literally the first grave ambush of the level, and what the hell am I looking at right now? Like, I can't even plant anything because there are so many Zombotany peas on the screen right now that are outright killing everything I place. Welcome to complete insanity. And by the time we finally have another Doomshroom to clear the field, we are left with only 2 Cob Cannons remaining. Guess what? And by then, it's already the first flag. Oh yeah, what's for the first flag by the way? Oh! More Grave Ambush zombies again. Well that's nice, isn't it? And guess what? Doomshroom doesn't even serve as a counter against this madness. Since sunflower zombies spawn so many graves, you can't even place a Doomshroom in a spot where it can kill all the zombies anymore when the front half of the entire lawn is just a graveyard. So that's another attempt down the drain, just like that. Oh, but RCCH, why don't you just focus on grave busting the middle lane so we would have space to plant a Doomshroom against grave ambushes? Just because you can't remove all the graves doesn't mean you can't use Doomshroom. Right? Right? If you're confused about how that even managed to happen, don't worry. I was just as confused as you were when first witnessing this, and I had to reread an almanac entry to actually understand what killed the Doomshroom. Also, before I tell you what happened, you can witness the beauty of a few hundred dancing zombies dancing in unison and killing literally everything we have. Well, turns out, dancing zombies are the culprit. According to the almanac, they do damage around themselves after each dance cycle. This is usually never noticeable because we use a wall plant to halt it in place and stop it from moving, which stops it from dancing. But when it is spawned from a grave, that counts as ending a dance cycle, so if 10 dancing zombies spawn at once, then it will do enough damage to kill our Doomshroom. Just wow. To avoid the same problem happening again, we'll just have to wait momentarily after the dancing zombies have spawned, and once they've done their passive attack, then we spend our Doomshroom to nuke the board. But the dancing zombies are just the tip of the iceberg of what's to come for this level. Because well, I guess I'll let you see for yourself. Yeah, I don't know about you, but this level surely is something else to witness. Does it get any more marvelous than just randomly spawning a bunch of zombies in your face that you can't counter at all? As if we weren't going to lose already, the game also crashed because of how many gravestones there were. Yup, I think we might have finally reached the breaking point. If you manage to get away unscathed by killing all the grave ambush zombies using your cop shots quickly, a new grave ambush can just spawn in its place every wave, and the sunflower zombies are still just adding more graves onto the lawn to make each ambush stronger. With both sunflower and twin sunflower zombie on the same level, there are just way too many graves that spawn for the game to handle, so the game just crashes most of the time. I'm not even going to pretend that you can somehow beat this level normally, because there's just no way. There simply aren't enough explosives we can use that allow us to survive multiple consecutive grave ambushes, and we don't even start with extra sun, so there's no way we can afford more cop cannons. We stand essentially no chance if we don't abuse RNG manipulation to beat this level. I value your time, so I'm not going to talk about the 2 hours of failed attempts it took me to find the seed, which has no sunflower zombies in the first 6 waves. The main difference in this particular one was using jalapeno instead of ice shroom, so we could single out sunflower zombies in the early game without damaging the other zombies to stall the waves as much as possible. That's because we need the time to set up 10 cop cannons before the first flag. I also switched out walnut for pumpkin so we have more space to work with, since we'll only have half the lawn later when the front 4 columns are just going to be gravestones from the sunflower zombies. With maximum stalling, we will have enough time to set up all 10 cop cannons and also get rid of most of the gravestones before the first flag. After that, twin sunflower zombies start spawning. But instead of the 15 cop cannons that we could afford in level 8-7, we only have 10 because the game started us with 50 sun only. We have to conserve our cop shots somehow, and there's no way we can spend a jalapeno every wave because we don't have that many instant kills. The solution? Just pray that all the twin sunflower zombies spawn in the middle lane where our 2 cop shots overlap and kill it with no additional cost attached. It's a simple plan, but almost impossible to pull off. Here are the 40 failed attempts on just this one wave alone. Turns out, safe scumming until a particular zombie spawns in one lane only, and also timing both cop shots to land on it before it spawns more graves, is a hell of a feat to pull off. And also, this strategy cannot deal with additional grave ambushes, so we just have to safe scum them out of existence. After an hour of just resetting every wave like 40 times, we finally make it to the second flag. And now we have to actually beat a grave ambush since we cannot safe scum the ones on flags out of the level. And it's really tricky because we need to kill the catapult zombies the instant they spawn or else our board gets wiped. It took a bunch of attempts, but eventually, I mastered the timing and managed to kill literally every grave ambush zombie before any damage could be done. Absolute frame perfect timing was required. But if you thought we could just beat the rest of the waves by repeating what we did previously by safe scumming every twin sunflower zombie into the middle lane, here's the problem with that. If you couldn't guess, that's the fact that the game will just crash. It doesn't matter how lucky we are, how much skill we have, or how much endurance we have to complete every level in this mod. The game simply does not allow us to move forward, and I did my best. It seems like this level is just straight up impossible to beat because there's just no way to proceed if the game crashes. Unfortunately, we have to skip this level, but I'm satisfied with how much we tried. The Cemetery of Death has already been incredibly tough in just its first 2 levels, and the upcoming 4 levels all either have the Sunflower Zombie or Twin Sunflower Zombie. 9-3 is a 2-flag level with Twin Sunflower Zombie, and the only realistic way we even stand a chance is by using Cop Cannons again because nothing kills Twin Sunflower Zombies as fast as Cop Cannons do. It's only 2 flags long, which makes it the shortest of all World 9 levels, but in Total Death Edition, random grave ambushes of 100 zombies can spawn at any moment. I find it pretty difficult even to differentiate these levels apart, because at every level, they just throw the same stupid garbage at you, and even with Cop Cannons to quickly burst these ambushes down, you're still losing half the defense in the process. As the later ambushes contain stronger zombies, losing Cop Cannons early on will cause us to lose to the stronger ambushes. Not even Doomshroom can save us here because the giant all-star zombies require 3 explosions to kill, and there is no stalling them after using our Ice Shroom. Now, of course, even if you keep your Cop Cannons alive, you have to remember to use all the cop shots before they die in 0.1 seconds to a catapult zombie. Of course, that's something that totally doesn't require insane reaction time and precise timing. Don't even tell me otherwise. But why can't we take advantage of the design of this level? It's a 2-flag level, we can just ignore the fact we have no defense left and let our lawnmowers take out everything, then wait until the final wave and hope Doomshroom pulls through. Well, of course, since lawnmowers have limited range, they don't take out Twin Sunflower Zombies, and these guys will just keep stacking more gravestones onto the lawn. It's like a ticking time bomb. If you spend too much time not killing the zombies, then too many graves spawn and you can't even play the game anymore because the final wave will just crash your game. So since we can't stall the waves out, the only way to improve our chances of winning is to beat the level faster. The only way to do that is to plant even more Cop Cannons. Seems ridiculous, because your Cop Cannons in the front are almost guaranteed to die during a grave ambush, but you just need some help from RNGesus for that to not happen. It's fully possible to defend against a grave ambush if you react fast enough with Doomshroom and shoot your cops quickly. I know I'm not exactly doing this perfectly, but no one is perfect, and just to prove a point, I still managed to keep 5 of our Cop Cannons alive at the very least. Okay, but if you make it to the final wave and not crash, you then have to not be the idiot who spends their ice shroom freezing nothing. I was panicking, and that probably cost us the entire game right there, when we probably would have won otherwise, on our 4th attempt, without cheating by the way. Even more embarrassingly, even though we were only one correctly timed ice shroom away from beating the level, I would have 20 more failed attempts because I was just bad at the game. Looking back at this, it was just pure pain because I was legitimately just constantly throwing and fumbling. I don't even have the space to show you all the failed attempts I had on this one level alone. Now, even though the Imitator Cop Cannon strategy is good, Imitator Doomshroom is just easier to use because we just plant 2 of them and we can kill all the Grave Ambush zombies. That one change made it so much easier to beat the level than I thought, because now, we don't even need to use Cop Cannons to survive the final wave. I mean, surely we all know where Doomshroom is going on the tier list when that happens, right? And that marks the end of level 9-3. Oh, but you haven't seen difficult yet if we don't talk about level 9-4, which is one of the more ridiculous levels in Total Death Edition. If even a single Sunflower Zombie spawns in the first 2 waves of the level, we have to instantly restart for a better early game. This process was so tedious, we ended up spending more time restarting the level than actually playing it. Like, straight up, just hours of me pressing restart over and over again. It's a game of patience, but eventually, we do get some runs where our early game is good enough that an early restart is not necessary. Be aware that the grave ambushes in this level are extra deadly because there will already be graves accumulated by the first flag, and it's not as easy as just Doomshroom and problem solved, because there will always be a chance that a grave ambush happens in the next wave again, and now we're back to square one again. More Plants vs RNGs as I see. Keep in mind that I'm only showing runs where not many Sunflower Zombies spawn early on, and this is the difficulty when you're lucky. Without actual RNG manipulation, back-to-back grave ambushes are here to stay, so we have to react quickly enough with our Cop Cannons to keep our defense alive. But it doesn't even matter if your reaction speed is good, because Jack-in-the-Box zombies now instantly detonate when they touch a Sunflower after World 9. Yeah, that explains why we have no Sunflowers left. And if you thought that was bad, hopefully you didn't forget about the Enraged Ladder Zombies. Good luck defending that using Cop Cannons, because you'll certainly need a lot of it to actually counter it. All you need is to get extremely lucky and lob a butter at just the right time to stop an Enraged Ladder Zombie. I'm starting to see a certain pattern emerging right now. It's not even that relevant that we have Doomshroom here, since just using it for regular waves means you won't have it for the grave ambushes. When an inevitable grave ambush spawns, we need both Imitator Doomshroom and regular Doomshroom to counter it. Otherwise, we're just gonna die a painful death to the Gargantuar Imps. By the way, I haven't even mentioned that we have to survive for almost 3 flags of this. I mean, this has to be some sort of practical joke by the modder. Of course, if you don't have luck on your side, then you can always sacrifice your lawnmowers against Enraged Ladder Zombies. But just be aware that if you don't have lawnmowers, then the chances of you surviving giant all-stars from grave ambushes is close to none. What am I even looking at right now? And as usual, just surviving is not enough, as we also have to prevent the game from killing itself from all the gravestones that get spawned. After spending 2 more hours trying to beat this level legitimately, I couldn't even get past the 2nd flag without crashing because Sunflower Zombies are just that stupid. Like, forget about having a defense against the zombies. We haven't even found a way to stop the game from killing itself at this point. This is why I can see that this level is simply impossible if you don't use some sort of RNG manipulation. And the difficulty of this level does not only call for extreme save scum. It requires the Foreseer method because we need to find the seed where there are as few Sunflower Zombies as possible. Yeah, we are digging deep into the iceberg of cheats for this one. Even with Foreseer, RNG manipulation, and extreme save scum, we still only managed to get 4 Cop Cannons before the first flag. And after a lot of effort reloading every single wave over and over again, I made it to the 2nd flag, which required a lot of optimizing for us to get to this point with 7 Cop Cannons standing and gravestones only in the frontmost 2 columns. Eventually, we made it to the penultimate wave of the level, and here, I had to sack several lawnmowers because I had no more cop shots and we could not afford to spend a Doomshroom, since we needed 2 of them for the final wave. And so, does that mean we finally beat the level? Well, the game didn't crash for once, but because there were so many zombies on the screen, the game dropped a bunch of frames, so many frames in fact, the game froze and became completely unresponsive. I spent 4 hours, 4 whole hours, finding the perfect seed, manipulating zombie spawns, and playing perfectly, and then on the final wave, this happens. Yeah, I give up. We're skipping this one. Now, time for a little break from insanity. If you couldn't tell by how my cursor looks, it's Whack-A-Zombie again, and it doesn't seem to be different from the original version. We're still going to need an auto-clicker to beat this level because of how fast the zombies spawn later, so there's that, but I mean, it's nothing I couldn't handle. Well, same as the original Whack-A-Zombie, that's what I thought.
Hey yo, what the f?
Well, I left out one very important detail. I didn't expect the game to throw S100 dancing zombies and 100 twin sunflower zombies on the final wave. It took less than 10 seconds for the game to crash, and maybe the 600 gravestones that spawn here have something to do with that. The only logical thing to do here, make the auto-clicker even faster. I upped the auto-clicker to 1,000 times per second. It's so quick that the whacking animation of the hammer doesn't even render anymore. Well, in case you were wondering, of course, the auto-clicker at 1,000 clicks per second managed to kill enough twin sunflower zombies before the game crashed. It still took quite a while to kill everything because you could only click once a frame, so this was probably more than overkill for this level. That concludes our short break against the Grave Ambush Madness in World 9. But oh boy, I don't think anyone is going to be prepared for the upcoming stupidity, level 9-6. Yeah, with both Gargantuars and Giga Gargantuars on top of Sunflower Zombies. If you thought Sunflower Zombies on the first wave were bad enough, in this level, we have Jack-in-the-Box Zombies on wave 1. This level removes spawning limitations on all of the special zombies, which includes Giga Gargantuars of course. At this point, I think the modder is just trolling us because there's no way they actually beat this level legitimately. Even with Cob Cannons, Giga Gargantuars are almost impossible to kill since they tank 5 explosives in this mod. Previously, we just killed them using lawnmowers because they only spawn on the final wave, but this is the first time we have to deal with them conventionally. To kill just one of these guys, we have to spend literally half of all our cop shots. We usually don't even have that many cop shots ready to use at once. And of course, we still have to deal with the grave ambushes, and spending all our reserve cop shots ensures that we die to dancing zombies immediately after. I mean, yeah, this is just, I don't even know what to say. I'm flabbergasted. I can't even describe this level of stupidity anymore with words, and we have finally reached peak difficulty in the TD mod. Forget the Giga Gargantuars. You can't even deal with all the other stuff this level throws at you, because the giant football zombies are also so tanky, and you also have to defend off the Jack-in-the-Box zombies that kill all your sunflowers and defenses. Now mix it in with sunflower zombies, just fair and balanced as always. It's not like we even have a choice in our loadout, because the other strategies suck even more this level. Gatling Peas don't take out imps fast enough, and even with Torchwood, they don't even kill Giga Gargantuars quick enough, and they also suck against Jack-in-the-Box zombies. This is just a complete disaster. And about Winter Melons, I would say that they're somehow even worse than Gatling Peas here because of the imps from Giga Gargantuars, which are basically impossible to counter because Winter Melons attack so slowly. And their splash only affects 3 tiles at once, so they don't even put a dent into the zombies from Grave Ambushes. It's basically just Doomshroom versus zombies at this point. I mean, Winter Melon doesn't even have any redeeming qualities. They don't hit balloon zombies, they don't kill dancing zombies quickly enough because they're slow as hell, and they whiff against newspaper zombies. What's even the purpose of using Winter Melon in Total Death Edition? Even with Cob Cannons, this level requires some next level reflexes with your instant kills to launch 5 instants at the same time to avoid an imp being thrown. You could probably beat this if you save scum all the Giga Gargantuars into the middle lane, but knowing what happened in level 9-2, it's most likely that the game is just going to crash against Sunflower Zombies anyways. So I'm not going to try and beat this level. 9-7 is finally something unique for once, since it's a locked and loaded level. That's good news because it means that the modder probably had to make sure you could beat the level with the pre-selected loadout. We start with a ton of sun and some pre-built defense, but notice that the loadout has no sun producers, so these few sunflowers are all we have for sun generation. The only thing we can do is spam chompers off cooldown, because what else are you supposed to do with these plants? But anyways, since we can't plant more sunflowers, our main objective is to make sure that they don't die, which I did a terrible job at on my first attempt. And keeping all our sun producers alive is basically life or death. We won't have enough sun to spend on Gravebusters if we lose even just 1 or 2 sunflowers. Since we don't have more than 1 Doomshroom and 1 Ice Shroom on this level, any consecutive Grave Ambush is an instant game over for us. So having enough sun to bust out every single grave is a necessity to beat this level. This level appears to be easy on the surface, but it's a lot easier to lose a sunflower than you think. Even the weak zombies like newspapers are a big threat because we only have chompers, which is a straight attacker. Gargantuars are also super annoying because their imps land directly on top of our sunflowers. Aside from that, the occasional grave ambush, even with just a few zombies, can cause devastating damage. It could be giant all-stars, catapult zombies, and even more gargantuars, meaning even more imps that can destroy our defenses. And if we skimp out on repairing our defense, we can only stall for so long with instant kills and puff shrooms before our eventual timely demise. But the most devastating zombie this level has to be dancing zombies, where one single mistake can cost free chompers and free pumpkins immediately, and oftentimes also 2 more chompers and a twin sunflower. This happening is basically an instant game over because there's no way you would recover from that. What makes this even more annoying is when dancing zombies stack on top of each other, so you don't even know if there's a second dancing zombie until it's too late already and you lose the game on the spot. But if RNGesus isn't actively sabotaging us, we can defend anything. Even imps are defendable as long as you time your instant use plans properly. Emphasis on the if, because there are just so many ways it can mess you up with the grave ambushes that spawn throughout the level. Even if you play everything correctly, in Total Death Edition, a backup dancer can suddenly appear from a grave and trample up free chompers. You can't even catch a freaking break, man. And perfect play is what is needed to beat this level. Gravebusters as soon as graves show up. Insane reaction speed against double stack dancing zombies. Spending 2 instant kills simultaneously against gargantuars before they can even throw their imp. And also constantly replenishing our column of puff shrooms in front of our pumpkins to block off all-star zombies from grave ambushes. I continued my momentum well past the second flag, where I had this beautiful cherry bomb and doomshroom combo to clear off 2 waves at once, but RNGesus decided to spawn a grave ambush right after we spent our doomshroom, so everything went to shit immediately. But this happened close to the end of the level, so we could afford to just let Blover stall out the waves and wait for the final wave. Just doomshroom to clean up the zombies, and that is finally game. Even locked and loaded levels are somehow difficult in Total Death Edition. This literally took 30 or so something attempts to beat. Next level, level 9-8. This is probably the easiest in the entire World 9, and it's pretty obvious because it's just a bunch of squishy zombies mixed with gargantuars and jalapeno zombies. Gloom Shrooms are the optimal pick here. They shut up dancing zombies super quickly, and then of course we utilize the Blover slowdown to kill pogo zombies just like we have done so previously. Jalapeno zombies are the biggest threats here, but we can just spend an instant kill to neutralize them. With Imitator Doomshroom 2, I didn't see how we could even lose here, so I brought in Hypnoshroom as a mean pick. But that would backfire extremely quickly, as a jalapeno zombie somehow exploded before it was even visible on the screen. I didn't even know that was possible, and one thing led to another and our entire defense collapsed on itself like a domino. I would have actually beaten the level if it weren't for the fact my Doomshroom died to the Zombotny piece. If only we didn't have a useless piece of trash here. Well, obviously, Ice Shroom would have saved us in that scenario, so sorry Hypnoshroom, back to the Shadow Realm where you belong. Even with jalapeno zombies exploding across the lawn, this defense can still hold its own because we only really need 2 Gloomshrooms to cover all 5 lanes. And that's actually enough to make it to the final wave, just 2 Gloomshrooms shredding everything the game throws at us. Without butchering our Doomshroom on the final wave, we kill off the Grave Ambush and we just wait for Doomshroom to recharge again, and that's an easy win for us. And finally, the penultimate level of World 9. What better way to end it other than a showdown against Giga Gargantuars? The main gimmick of this level is that it removes spawning limitations on special zombies again. Only in Total Death Edition do dancing zombies spawn on wave 1. We don't even have defense in every lane, and Giga Gargantuars are already coming in. We are so screwed. We already lack damage output to take these guys down, and imps make it worse by landing directly on our chompers and taking them out instantly. And to prevent these imps, we need to spend 2 instant kills, which is just very unsustainable in the long run. It's only the first flag, and there are already 3 Giga Gargantuars, and this is a free flag level. Oh, and Imitator Doomshroom? It's not even good enough to take these big guys down. And imps get thrown to the back of the defense and eat up all our chompers. It's an absolute bloodbath. We already established that Gatling Peas, Winter Melons, and even Cop Cannons were not good enough against Giga Gargantuars a few levels prior. So that leaves us with only Gloomshroom as our damage option, which, let's say, is interesting against Giga Gargantuars. The typical staggered Gloom formation isn't strong enough for Giga Gargantuars on the side lanes, but it's enough for the middle lane if we support it with double Ice Shroom and Doomshroom. But there are just so many Giga Gargantuars. They keep coming and they don't stop coming. There's no way you can spend squashes on them all. We can only stall so much before our Gloomshrooms get smashed. Don't forget that we still have to deal with the gravestones in this level too, and we currently have no plan for grave ambushes. On the surface, this seems to be yet another impossible level, but trust me, there is actually a unique strategy to beat it, so keep watching to see what that is. The first new idea I tried was actually Flower Pot. So what you do is plant a sacrificial plant in front of a Giga Gargantuar, immediately dig it up, then plant another again after it smashes, and infinitely stall it out until we eventually kill it with Gloom Shrooms. The funniest part of this is that it actually works, and you actually have to use Flower Pot, since Puff Shroom doesn't recharge fast enough for an infinite stall. However, since the infinite stall only works if the Giga Gargantuars are slowed, we have to use both Ice Shroom and Imitator Ice Shroom to get full uptime on our board-wide slowdown. One problem I forgot to account for is that Ice Shroom freezes dancing zombies in the back of the lawn before they reach the Gloom Shrooms, so backup dancers start spawning in the back instead, unleashing waves of Zombotany Peas at our Gloom Shrooms. This was problematic enough that a few of our Gloom Shrooms ended up dying even if they had pumpkins protecting them, and it made us lose the game. Well, a solution that doesn't require constant refreezing would utilize Colonel Potes instead, since they can do the same thing as Flower Pots. Then you may ask, what the hell is Garlic doing here? Well, it's to have a safe lane for some producers since both Gargantuars and Dancing Zombies cannot spawn in the first lane. Basically, we're doing half Gloom Walk, half Colonel Pote stall. Surprisingly, just Gloom Shrooms from the side do enough damage against Giga Gargantuars in the open lanes, and it even cleans up the imps quite efficiently. But the problem this setup has is against football zombies because they move way too fast and we don't have wall plants to hold them in place. These guys have half the health of Giga Gargantuars but move like 5 times as fast. I suppose you can do the math and see where the problem is. Plus, all it takes is just one all-star zombie in lane 4 and our Gloom Shroom in the front is a goner. If that Gloom Shroom dies, then it's just GG because that's the only way we could defend the bottom 3 lanes. The one way to fix this problem is with Pumpkin. It will block off regular football zombies in our empty lanes and give time for Gloom Shrooms to do damage. Of course, Pumpkin also protects our lane 4 Gloom Shroom from an all-star charge, and Colonel Pote's stun is good enough to buy us time to take it out. But we're not guaranteed to get any butter from Colonel Pote since it's random, so once again, we're at the wrath of RNGesus. Who doesn't love that? As much as I'd love for Gloom Walk to be viable, just having a staggered Gloom setup is better for reliability. Our Gloom Shroom can still die if we don't get enough butter from Colonel Potes, but even if a Gloom Shroom dies, we will still have defense in every other lane and be safe until we can repair our setup. We've got to make sure everything is slowed down at all times, so we've got Blover on top of double Ice Shroom, just for extra insurance against backup dancers. And I know Walnut looks redundant because we have Pumpkin already, but it's pretty important to hold newspaper zombies and football zombies in place because we can't rely on Colonel Pote to stun these guys when they move so fast. But I suppose relying on stalling plants is incomparable to having Doomshroom as an effective counter to the grave ambushes. Without Doomshroom, our defense quickly folds against the massive hordes of zombies, and even Gloomshroom's infinite Pierce can't save us because of how many football zombies there are. But even with Doomshroom, we can't put much of a dent on Giga Gargantuars. Moreover, imps became extremely problematic since Colonel Potes don't do enough damage fast enough to kill them without the extra damage provided by Blovers. All our Colonel Potes were dying, and I realized this problem way too late. Just one Gloom Shroom wasn't going to cut it either since we have to get imp defense in 4 lanes. And sacrificing a Lawnmower to imps is not even a good play because the Lawnmower doesn't even take out the Giga Gargantuars. And guess what? A few seconds later, the imps are back because each Giga Gargantuar froze 5 imps. So, we're screwed again. So I got 2 Gloom Shrooms in the back this time, on column 1 because imps cannot land there. I also put Gloom Shrooms on the top and bottom lanes this time, which makes the defense much better against Giga Gargantuars in even lanes. These small adjustments in our Gloom Shroom placements allowed us to make it to the second flag with our full defense intact. With the additional support of Twin Sunflower, I could afford to remove every gravestone on the field, eliminating the threat of grave ambushes as well. But I couldn't anticipate that the size of Giga Gargantuars would become a problem. I placed the Gravebuster in the middle lane thinking it would be safe, but then a dancing zombie showed out of nowhere, and yeah, there goes our Gloom Shroom, man. This one incident alone was enough for us to lose the game because we just lost a third of our damage output, and there's just no way to kill anything with only Colonel Potes in the middle lane. This has to be the first time we've ever lost because the zombie's actual size was obstructing our view of other zombies. We can't make Giga Gargantuar smaller, but we certainly can kill them faster by moving our Gloom Shrooms a whole column forward. Not only does this allow us to kill Giga Gargantuars quicker, but having an extra Colonel Pote in every lane helps with our consistency in buttering up Giga Gargantuars. And there's also a really smart solution to the dancing zombie situation from our last run. By just planting sacrificial sunflowers in the very front, we can force more gravestones to spawn behind our gloom shrooms instead of the front. This also temporarily stalls out the zombies, making it safer for our gloom shrooms that get a bit more time to kill everything while removing the risk from planting gravebusters as we're not putting it into a sea of gargantuars. On top of that, we're adding another precaution by planting redundant gloom shrooms on the 6th column, which will act as an extra line of defense when our first line of gloom shrooms inevitably goes down. And you can see that extra precaution gloom shroom coming into play after the 2nd flag, since it starts spawning zombonis from grave ambushes after that. I imagine you can now see that if we didn't have those extra gloom shrooms on the 6th column, we probably would have been completely cooked, but we're alive because of it. After all of that optimization, we can finally beat level 9-9, finishing off the last Choose Your Seeds level in the Cemetery of Death. Of all things, Colonel Bolt was the solution to Giga Gargantuars. The last level in World 9. Buckle up, as this conveyor belt level is the one to end all conveyor belt levels. Straight away, you may notice that we're getting the same plants from level 2-10. And even the zombies are the same because it's newspapers, screen doors, footballs, and dancers. Yeah, if you thought this was a free win, not so fast. After the first flag, it's time for ladder zombies. There's also Gatling Pea zombies, and we don't even have a wall plant. The worst part is, they are twin sunflower zombies? Sorry, what? Look, the attacking plants we have are Scaredy Shroom and Fume Shroom. How is it even possible to kill the twin sunflower zombies? You don't, I guess that's the answer, and that's why this will be the first crash of many to come. How on earth can we even beat this if we don't get infinite doom shrooms from the conveyor belt? Well, I accidentally stumbled into this completely intended feature. If the conveyor belt is almost full, planting the incoming seed packet instantly generates a new seed packet in the conveyor belt. In other words, we get new plants infinitely fast by simply keeping the conveyor belt full. That is crazy. You can do all sorts of stuff with this. Have you ever seen this many Hypno Shrooms? We can literally plant an Ice Shroom every 0.1 seconds and have the zombie stand still forever. In total definition, everything is fair and balanced once and for all. It might seem impossible to lose with this exploit, but actually, we still don't get Gravebusters fast enough to outpace the Twin Sunflower zombies. And even with Doom Shroom, since we're cock-blocked by the gravestones, each Doom Shroom can't even kill more than 2 zombies. If we can't kill the Twin Sunflower zombies, then it doesn't even matter, we have infinite plants. We die by the game crashing. Yeah, literally infinite plants, and we still lose! By the way, I haven't even talked about the grave ambushes yet. You can get a bunch of ice shrooms to stall the zombies, but you still have to clean them up. Those ice shrooms are also useless as protecting our plants from getting obliterated by the catapult zombies. Now, of course, it doesn't matter if you have no fume shroom, since you can just get infinite doom shrooms from the conveyor belt to kill everything the game throws at us. But just surviving is not enough, since the doom shroom can't hit the twin sunflower zombies in the back. Even with victory so close in sight, just the final wave's twin sunflower zombies make the difference whether the game crashes or not. And that is assuming you get doom shrooms from the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt can still give you trash as you're about to die, forcing us to spend a clogger to chump block, breaking the infinite stream of plants until the conveyor belt fills up again. By that time that can happen, you're already fully screwed against whatever you were trying to defend. Even with an infinite stream of plants, you're still at the wrath of RNGesus. But not all hope is lost yet. There are still more ways to swing the odds in our favor. By exploiting conveyor belt logic, we can get more ice shrooms and doom shrooms. Since it's less likely we get plants we already have 4 of in the conveyor belt, clogging it with puff shrooms and scaredy shrooms means we get fewer of them, therefore more of everything else. It will allow us to plant more instant use plants, but having a bunch of useless garbage clogged in our conveyor belt means we don't have any backup safety, and we can't just rely on the conveyor belt to instantly give us all doom shrooms and ice shrooms when a grave ambush spawns, because it's still random. And finally, the ultimate solution will clog the conveyor belt with 4 puff shrooms, 2 scaredy shrooms, 2 ice shrooms, and a doom shroom. The ice shrooms will buy us enough time for when a grave ambush spawns, and the conveyor belt will give us whatever we need, which will be a reliable way to defend ourselves while still getting more doom shrooms than usual. But just because we're getting more doom shrooms, it doesn't mean they're useful if they can't quickly kill off the twin sunflower zombies. And after all of that, it still seems like we're short of being able to beat the level because it still ends up crashing on the final wave. But the solution to this level is already in sight. It's all about our determination and our persistence. The only problem was how Doom Shroom couldn't hit the Twin Sunflower zombies because of the gravestones. If there aren't gravestones blocking the way, then we can just use Doom Shroom normally. And the secret to beating this level, it's just luck. If no Twin Sunflower zombies spawn in the middle lane, then you can keep Doom Shrooming every wave as soon as it spawns in like nobody's business. I mean, what else did you expect me to do? There is not really anything I can do with the plans I was given other than maximizing our Doomshroom value. The most impressive part of this run was that it was legitimate, meaning no saves coming, and I just so happened to not have any Twin Sunflower Zombie spawn in the middle lane for the entire level. Apparently, I was the first person who was crazy enough to sit down for 4 hours and grind to beat this level without cheating, though that's up for debate whether the conveyor belt glitch is cheating or not. One last Doomshroom, and that's it for the 9th world of the TD mod. This means we are now only one world away from finally completing Adventure Mode, which Crazy Dave shall introduce to us right now. You should be aware of zombies that rise from the water, and zombie ambushes. The final world of Total Death Edition is the Great Wall, and yes, it took me playing for a whole year to get here, and this is the final obstacle before we beat Adventure Mode once and for all. The Great Wall features 2 small pools of water in the middle, making these lanes technically aquatic, so zombies only spawn in 3 lanes at the start of each level. These 2 tiles in the front are also water tiles, which seem irrelevant for now, but they play a role later. But here comes the first of the new water ambushes. Random zombies are now summoned periodically in the 2 pools of water. As you can see, I pre-planted Doomshroom because I expected this to happen, but imagine if I hadn't. Things could have gone south very quickly. Aside from the new water ambushes, stray zombies now also come in the hidden 6th lane where we can't plant in. Fun, isn't it? Now, a good thing about water ambushes is that they're not random like grave ambushes. Instead, they spawn at a hard-coded time so we can actually predict them and counter accordingly. Speaking of graves, this level has Twin Sunflower Zombies. You already know the drill by now, and at least we don't have cemetery grave ambushes anymore. But even if there aren't 500 random zombies spawning at once, I'd argue that water ambushes are worse than grave ambushes. In water ambushes, backup dancers can spawn directly on our cob cannons and instantly kill them. There's not even a single frame where we can use the Doomshroom or Ice Shroom. So yeah, even if you have fast hands, water ambushes are unstoppable. Just look at what happens here. At least with grave ambushes, we could use an Ice Shroom. In this world, however, it just instantly kills whatever you have in the water. It's nearly impossible to keep anything in the water alive, and the 2 fewer cob cannons are detrimental enough to cause us to crash. But the pools of water enable something even worse. Any zombie moving in or out of water temporarily ignores plants, making fast zombies like Jack-in-the-Box zombies phase through multiple plants before they can even be stopped. We previously countered Jack-in-the-Box zombies by just planting a chump blocker, but that doesn't work anymore. Like, how are you even supposed to react fast enough with cob cannons here before they explode? And since it works for when they leave the water too, planting a sunflower to block the way at the end of the pool is also completely useless. Even better is how catapult zombies from water ambushes are basically impossible to deal with because even cob cannon is too slow. And of course, it doesn't even matter because the game crashed the end. But since this is the water lane, we now have Tangle Kelp to counter Jack-in-the-Box zombies. It's actually really good since we can pre-plant them, and they even counter water ambushes by instantly killing anything that spawns. And thanks to Tangle Kelp, we kept all our cob cannons alive, which is an insane difference from our last run. But still, even this wasn't fast enough against the Twin Sunflower zombies. Now only one way to kill them faster, which is just planting more cob cannons. This time, we managed to get far enough where Gargantuars started spawning, but I can't explain to you why I didn't just use my cop shots to kill the Gargantuars. Instead, I just let them throw a million imps and kill our cob cannons before I realized. Yeah, I think the word throwing is right to describe what I was doing here. And I forgot to plant a Tangle Kelp, so we even lost our last cob cannons to a Jack-in-the-Box. But actually, this is enough to beat the level anyways, since we still had several lawnmowers and pool cleaners that we could sacrifice as our last resort defense. Thankfully, not too many Twin Sunflower zombies spawn on these last few waves here, so I got away with all those mistakes I made. The final wave might seem impossible to defend because of how many zombies there are, but just these few cob cannons are good enough to beat all of this since nothing is going to kill our cob cannons at this point, so we just need to wait for them to reload, and there it is. We beat this level. Now that was a pretty tough introductory level, but level 10-2 is already bringing in the big guns. It's another Sunflower Zombie level. I suppose you've seen enough of these that I don't have to explain what I'm doing here. We're forced to use cob cannons again, but as we know, they can't deal with enraged ladders, meaning we have to spend conventional explosives to kill them. But then, there are also football zombies in this level, and we also need to spend additional explosives to kill them. very quickly, we don't have enough instant kills against everything the level throws at us. Water ambushes make this even worse because we also need instant kills to deal with them, and half the time, it doesn't even matter since our cop cannons just die instantly anyway. It's not even been a minute after the first flag and our entire defense is already decimated. Now, I had the idea of using cattail so we don't need to spend additional instant kills on football zombies, but good luck protecting these since all-stars now charge past plants placed on the front thanks to water mechanics. And of course, since cattails must be placed in the water, a cannibal zombie can just spawn on top of it at any moment and kill it too. To make matters worse, there are newspaper zombies. I mean, breaking their newspapers so that they can destroy our cop kittens is certainly a strategy. I did try. Okay, but why not just use Doomshrooms to nuke all 5 lanes at once? Pretty effective against ladder zombies, right? Yes, it's better than cattails and cherry bombs, but it isn't good enough since we don't kill the zombies quickly enough before the game crashes. So instead, I tried countering footballs using Magnashroom, but even this isn't reliable, since ladder zombies are faster than all-stars, so Magnashrooms prioritize ladders instead. And also, yes, all-stars phase through plants in the water fast enough to go directly to the 4th column, fair and balanced as all things should be. Even without ladder zombies distracting, Magnashroom is still not good enough since we still need to spend cop cannon shots to take out the football zombies after we remove their helmet. Is there a plant that is going to be efficient enough, where we can just instantly remove the football zombies off the playing field so we don't have to waste cop shots on it? Well, some of you may think it's Hypnoshroom, but we actually now have Tanglekelp, which counters football zombies as long as they spawn in the water lane. And it has a fast cooldown, so it actually just counters anything that goes into the water really. But since they only counter football zombies in the water, we still end up having the same problem if they just spawn on the ground lanes. And we won't have enough instant kills fast enough once again to take them out before they kill us. And even when we are lucky to still have a defense by the 2nd flag, Tanglekelp just doesn't help kill the zombies any faster for us to actually beat the level sufficiently fast before it crashes. I tried my best to beat this level without cheating. For over 4 hours, I spent countless attempts on this level just because I played it so many times over and over. And I mean, there are so many runs I can only show you the scale of absurdity that is this level. And you know the thing that makes me the most upset is that we actually almost beat the level by getting all the way to the final wave. I left only 2 sunflower zombies alive on the top lane, and literally, that was enough to crash the game. I mean, just come on, man! Well, unfortunately, I never managed to get to the final wave again, so after 5 hours of attempts, I folded and instead used the extreme save scum to beat this level. The solution is as simple as just lane manipulating football zombies to go into the water lane by reloading the wave over and over again so you can save as many cop shots as possible. If that sounds dumb, that's because it is. Literally just a game of luck to get the football zombies to spawn on the water lanes so that you don't have to spend extra cop shots. And that allows us to kill the sunflower zombies just that little bit quicker. And I mean, that's about as stupid as the level goes, where the only actual solution is to force a type of zombie to only spawn in 2 lanes most of the time. And yes, that's about as fair as Total Death Edition goes. If you don't cheat by using lane manipulation, the levels are just impossible to complete for a human being. And mind you, this isn't going to be the last time we're going to see the sunflower zombies. Moving on to level 10-3, this is my favorite level in World 10 and you'll find out why soon. But since there aren't sunflower zombies, we can rock with good old reliable Gloomshrooms. Don't get me wrong, Gloomshrooms are great against regular zombies, but I forgot to bring a counter to water ambushes, so our defense died in about 3 seconds to catapult zombies. Well, it was fun while it lasted. But even after I brought in Doomshroom to kill water ambushes, I still kept losing with any Gloomshroom strategy, so I ditched Gloomshrooms in favor of something, let's say, more fun and effective. Finally, Garlic is useful because it forces football zombies into the water lane so we can kill them using Tanglekelp, which is reliable because it has a 3-second cooldown and only costs us 100 sun. Let's say that's pretty cheap if we have 12,000 sun in our pockets. As for the other zombies, we just let Doomshroom kill them. Now, one problem this strategy has is that we don't always have Blover when the next wave comes, so our Garlics can get completely wrecked by the balloon zombies, but it's not that big of a deal since Garlic has a relatively short cooldown, so we'll still be able to deal with the football zombies in most scenarios. Even if your Garlics die, you still pretty much have time to defend off everything with only Doomshroom because it's just that busted. But the real threat is actually the combo of newspaper zombies and balloon zombies. Since 2 Blovers is all it takes for a newspaper to break, it's really easy for us to accidentally kill ourselves by angering several newspaper zombies when we don't have an instant kill to stop them. And unexpectedly, this was a much bigger problem than I had anticipated. I thought just bringing in a wall plant would be good enough because we could just stall them out. but Giant Walnut recharges so slowly that it's completely impractical as a counter against newspaper zombies. Not just because we can't use it very often, but there are also usually multiple newspaper zombies in the same wave. And even with multiple Giant Walnuts, they don't block off Ghost Bucketheads, which is a massive problem since we cannot kill them if we don't have Doomshroom. I mean, it's already next to the house, so the rest is history. I then tried using Squash, since that counters both Ghost Bucketheads and newspapers. But it might be a bit generous to say Squash counters newspaper zombies because, well, let's just let the clip speak for itself. Yeah, well, as if this mod couldn't be more unfair than it already is, the Squash ain't even squashing zombies properly now because of its dumb AI. Like, catch me a break, man. I even tried mass stocking Squashes in the back for extra reliability, but something peculiar happens when you do this. The game crashed? What the heck? Nah, bro, you got too many Squashes on the screen and we're gonna crash. I mean, Total Death Edition has finally peaked. Only in Total Death Edition does placing Squash crash the game. And the game would somehow crash so consistently, for the lack of a better way to put it, just no reason at all. But I eventually figured out that the game crashes whenever a catapult zombie spawns from a water ambush in the same lane as a Squash. Don't ask me how it's supposed to work, but all I know is that the game doesn't crash if we don't plant Squash in the water lanes. Yeah, you have got to be kidding me. This doesn't seem like a big deal, but it means that our newspaper zombie counter cannot be pre-placed in the water lanes. So when Squash is on cooldown after you use it, we won't have anything that we can use reactively for the next 30 seconds. And yup, of course, we lose again. It happened again in the next run against another newspaper zombie, but it also happened again with a giant football zombie, which is also part of the problem sometimes. And it just seems completely hopeless at this point, and the level appears to be impossible. But after more than 20 attempts on this level, I finally thought of a way to beat the level in a pretty clever way. We just need Doomshrooms in the very back, and well, let's bring back the in-game sounds for this part. When we use a blower, just listen for the newspaper breaking sound effect. And that's our cue to use the Doomshroom in the back immediately. It's much simpler than using Squash since there's no precise timing required, and this counters newspaper zombies in any lane. At any rate, we struggled against newspaper zombies over several hours, and turns out the solution was just use even more Doomshrooms. I mean, that speaks volumes to just how overpowered Doomshroom is, since it counters every zombie the game can ever throw at you. It's just too fair and balanced. Well, it was certainly a pretty neat level to bring back the dumb strategy on since we haven't been able to use it for several worlds now, which is always welcome by me indeed. Upcoming is the toughest non-crash level in this world, level 10-4. It doesn't seem that bad at first glance, and since Garlics worked so well last level, I decided to run it back. Garlic is also decent here since it clumps everything together so that one cop shot can kill the whole wave at once. But there are more threats to our Garlics this time, including enraged balloon zombies that squish our Garlics if we have a slow reaction speed. The most notable one being the dancing zombies. For some reason, when they enter the puddle in the water lanes, they turn backwards and walk off screen rather than continue until the first plant in their way, and then start spawning backup dancers in the very back instead. And of course, these backup dancers will then walk forward and trample over our Garlics. But that's nothing compared to Gatling Pea zombies. Since they do so much damage, it only takes 5 seconds for our Garlic to be killed. You know it's bad when you can't even plant a Doomshroom without it dying to Zombotany Peas. Plus, Digger zombies are now spawning Bucketheads all over the lawn because we can't take them out. It's the snowball that never stops rolling until everything collapses on its own. It may seem intuitive to just then go for conventional explosive spam against Gatling Pea zombies. However, it's not a matter of whether we have enough instant kills or not, but rather, whether they survive against the Zombotany Peas. And it's extremely difficult to utilize Doomshroom when there's not a single safe tile to place it in. Now yes, Jalapeno can protect our Doomshroom by deleting all the zombies in the middle lane, but obviously, this only makes it safe half the time because Jalapeno has a slow recharge. So it's not a real way to protect our Doomshrooms. If you think you're smart using Blower to block off Zombotany Peas, then the joke is on you because that angers all the newspaper zombies and you lose the game. So I learned my lesson next run and went with Chompers to protect our middle lane, which I mean, it does kill zombies, but it just doesn't make enough of a difference to be worth using, since the zombies still do damage to our Garlics way too quickly. Just look at how many Zombotany Peas there are, we didn't even stand a chance. Chompers sucked, but Gloomshroom sure is way better since they killed the dancing zombies before they could ever spawn anything. but I assumed that we could just kill the water ambushes with gloom shrooms. It may be enough against most of the zombies that spawn, but in the particular case of sunflower zombies from water ambushes, this happens. Very well then. So instead of Magna Shroom, I used Tango Kelp in my next run to counter water ambushes. But the way we solved the problem only caused a new one. We actually needed Magna Shroom to counter Digger zombies, so now we get Buckethead spawning in the back column and nothing I could do to stop them. Don't even get me started on how easy it is for enraged balloon zombies to destroy our gloom shrooms in the front. Yeah, this isn't going to work either. Yeah, all that effort trying to make garlic work and we just end up using pumpkins instead. The pumpkins in the back will protect us from Digger zombies, and those in the front will protect us from Gatling Pea zombies, while giant walnuts will serve as meat shields in the ground lanes. But you actually can't even use pumpkin here. Since pumpkins transform into Squash Upon Death in Total Death Edition, when a catapult zombie spawns from a one-or ambush, oh, you have got to be joking right now. And now Pumpkin is out of the picture, we can't defend Digger zombies since Buckethead zombies just spawn on top of our gloom shrooms. Well, what a nice waste of time trying out strategies that don't work. So after all that, we ended up just using Cop Cannons again. But even Cop Cannon isn't good enough here, since our walnuts are getting destroyed faster than we can replace them. Which means that even with triple stun producers, the chances of us beating the level are absolutely zero since we can't replace our lost Cop Cannons fast enough to keep up with the zombies. We can't even just include extra instant kills like Squash in our loadout and expect them to do something, since most instant kills can't do anything if there is no board space to place them. This is just a sad way to go out against a Ghost Buckethead. I spent a ridiculous 3 hours trying to beat this level, and there is just no way to beat the Horde. Honestly, I don't have anything to say other than to put it very simply that Gatling Pea zombies are simply unstoppable and wreck our whole defense every single time, and I can't find a way to deal with them efficiently enough. And I sound like a broken record by saying this again, but yes, I had to make use of extreme safe scum to beat this level too. But just to clarify, this level has been beaten legitimately before, and I've also tried the strategy for myself. But I find that without imitated Cop Cannons, you lose against Digger zombies no matter what if they just spawn too far apart. I will link the legitimate solution in the description below if you're interested, but I couldn't be bothered to sit here for 5 hours, so Save Scum is what I did, and for everyone's sake, I will not show any more levels that require us to Save Scum in World 10. Level 10-5 is Big Trouble Little Zombie but on the Great Wall instead of the pool, and we get some different plans this time around, but that won't be relevant because if you remember the glitch we used at the end of World 9 where we clocked the conveyor belt with trash to get new plants infinitely fast, then it should be pretty obvious how you can beat this level too because, well, it's a conveyor belt level. So we just have to do the same thing I did previously, fill up the conveyor belt and then spam the new plants we get from it. This time, we have cherry bombs, so with infinite cherry bombs at the ready, I think you can see our path to victory here. It's not a problem we don't get any lily pads when we have an infinite stream of cherry bombs from the conveyor belt. There are also just no sunflower zombies here, so there's no risk of actually losing by the game crashing, so yeah, it's just cherry bombs fiesta until everyone is dead, and this level is pretty damn easy. Moving right along. That level was probably the easiest so far in the TD mod, but level 10-6? Oh, you have got to be kidding me again. Now here's a fun fact about the choose your seed screen in Plants vs Zombies. The number of each zombie here actually tells you how often that zombie will spawn during the level. There are literally more sunflower zombies than Kona zombies in this level. Not like this even matters though, because I'm just more annoyed with playing another sunflower zombie level, and it's just the same strategy with Cop Cannons again. And you know what? It's not even worth playing because you just crash anyway. And since I already know I won't be able to beat this without RNG manipulation, I'm not making you watch me do the same Save Scum strategy again, so I'm skipping this level altogether. Thankfully, level 10-7 isn't another sunflower zombie level, but I chose Cop Cannons again. This level is awfully similar to level 10-4 because we're practically using the same strategy again. Walnuts against pea shooter zombies, Cherry Bomb as an additional supporting explosive plant. Last but not least, I'm using Squash because I couldn't think of anything better to use. And yeah, there are zombie bobsled teams, but they're not a big deal if you just use Cop Cannons and they won't do much. But of course, the biggest threats are Jack-in-the-Box zombies, which I was really lucky here and got away without having to spend anything extra to defend. But of course, we can't always be lucky, so we inevitably lost half our Cop Cannons to a Jack-in-the-Box zombie, and it's all downhill from here because I just didn't have any way to kill off the Pogo zombies. Which, mind you, ignore lawnmowers, so we absolutely cannot afford to lose our Cop Cannons this level. That's easier said than done. On top of levels that require us to save scum, we have to play around the weird glitches and interactions this mod has. First of which, I have no clue how the Tangle Kelp here didn't kill the Zamboni, so yep, goodbye Cop Cannon, I guess. Yeah, even more annoying is a glitch with Pogo Zombies, which somehow this Cherry Bomb didn't even manage to kill. And by the way, you should rewatch what happened in slow motion here. How the hell did the Pogo Zombie only kill the Walnut and Sunflower in lanes 2 and 3? And then somehow the Cop Cannon just magically got trampled by nothing. And then the Cop Cannons on the top magically died afterwards as well. When we're not dealing with the game crashing, we're dealing with glitches that we don't know what's going on. Yeah, well, I already didn't trust Squash after 10-4, but after that Pogo Zombie fiasco, I definitely don't now, so I'm only using Doomshroom from now on. If you just want to see how glitchy Pogo Zombies are, here's a literal bomb detonated next to 2 Pogo Zombies and then not killing them. Yep, so Doomshroom is our only solution. But not even Doomshroom is reliable, which makes this the more annoying to deal with. Like that Doomshroom didn't kill the Pogo Zombie? Oh, and I can't even kill it anymore because the Pogo Zombie killed the last 2 Cop Cannons we had. And obviously, we don't even have any more Doomshrooms left to defend ourselves. I mean, this game is just perfectly balanced with no glitches. But this level isn't even that hard in the first place, since just normal Cop Cannon usage kills everything that the game throws at us, and there's nothing special we have to do other than plant Tangle Kelps reactively against Jack-in-the-Box zombies. We wouldn't still be here if it weren't for this Jack-in-the-Box that blew up our Doomshroom on the final wave. But we haven't lost just yet because we still have all our lawnmowers, so this should be a win, right? Well, there is only one zombie that doesn't die to a lawnmower, and guess what happens? That is about as heartbreaking as it gets in Total Death Edition, and we were only 75 suns short of a coffee bean. Freaking kidding me, man. And that was exactly how close we were to beating the level on our next run too. And guess why our Cop Cannons died? Yeah, of course it was the glitchy Pogo Zombies that did that. So I put all my focus into beating this level, to not screw up a single time against Pogo Zombies. I was silent for like 90% of the run, trying as hard as I could to ensure there were no Pogo Zombie shenanigans that could kill us. And yeah, thankfully I didn't choke on the final wave again this time, since I still had my Cop Cannon, so we finally beat this level at last. Next is level 10-8. And yeah, this level has Sunflower Zombies again, so I'm just going to skip it for the sake of you guys. And finally, it wouldn't be Total Death Edition if we didn't have Giga Gargantuars on the penultimate level. Last time we saw Giga Gargantuars, we used the Kernel Pole and Gloomshroom strategy, but this time there are Zamboni, so Gloomshrooms are out of the equation. So one of the things I tried was just using Kernel Pole as a staller and then using explosives to kill everything. What I hoped would happen was Kernel Poles would hold Giga Gargantuars in place long enough for our explosives plans like Doomshroom to get enough value and kill them eventually. But of course, this doesn't work because I didn't account for the imps that get thrown to the back, which kill all our Kernel Bolts. And even though most of our Kernel Bolts died by the final wave, at least we made it there, but this isn't a good strategy for us to beat the level since we don't do enough damage. Another strategy I tried was with Gold Magnet instead of Kernel Bolt stalling, which may seem unorthodox because you may think of the Hypnotized Zombie as something you use to stall with, but it actually does a lot of damage, which is exactly what we need for Giga Gargantuars. However, this strategy is flawed since there's no counter against Ghost Bucketheads. The Hypnotized Zombie doesn't do damage fast enough, and that leaves us with the only one way we can kill them, which is by spending one of the large explosives. First of which, that's just inefficient, but that's besides the point here because Doomshroom whiffed anyways. Yay me! So obviously, we need Cop Cannon again. Well yeah, isn't World 10 nice? Every single level is just instant kill spam and nothing else. This strategy was supposed to be pretty simple, but I threw this run away by accidentally planting a coffee bean on a sunflower instead of a Doomshroom. Didn't take long after for almost all our Cop Cannons to die. Despite this, we didn't lose immediately, but Giga Gargantuars are surely the death of us here. Though Giga Gargantuars in the water died to a single Tangle Kelp, without enough Cop Cannons, we cannot kill the Giga Gargantuars on the ground. We're still at the wrath of RNGesus once again as usual, even at the penultimate level of the TD mod. I also tried imitating Ice Shroom instead of Doomshroom, which would have allowed us to get more Cop shots per wave. But just having an extra Doomshroom to deal with water ambushes is more efficient than spending our Cop shots, so that basically made Imitator Ice Shroom pointless. Yes, you could counter water ambushes without Cop shots if we had spammed the water with Tangle Kelps, but we don't have enough sun to afford that. And that is when I realized why Twin Sunflower is better than any conventional explosive. Simply having more Tangle Kelps just means we don't have to spend any Cop Shards or Doomshrooms on water ambushes. We can even further exploit Tangle Kelps by selectively sacrificing specific lanes. By hitting the Giga Gargantuars on the bottom 3 lanes, we make them throw imps into the back of our defense, which may seem bad at first. But remember that new zombies cannot spawn in lanes where lawnmowers were just used. So by simply sacrificing our lawnmowers in the bottom 3 lanes right before the second flag, we can manipulate the zombies to now only spawn in the top 2 lanes for the next 3 waves. And now as the second flag comes, since Gargantuars can't spawn on the bottom 3 lanes and also not the top lane, they all spawn on the second lane, which is a water lane. I think you can see where I'm going with this. What an incredible way to beat Giga Gargantuars without having to save scum. So, ha! In your face, RNGesus. I've outsmarted you this time, and thank you Tango Kelp for your service. And since we didn't have to spend our Doom Shrooms killing Giga Gargantuars on those waves, now we can spend them on the final wave instead, which is how we get the damage we were previously missing to beat the zombies. Just spend a couple more Doom Shrooms afterwards, and that is how we finish off the final Choose Your Seeds level in Total Death Edition. Everything we've done thus far has finally led us to this point once and for all. The final level of Total Death Edition. And for this one, I'll let Live RCCH take over. The hardest level in Plants vs. Zombies history, you guys, level 10-10. Let it rip. Oh, 4 cherry bombs. Oh, that's really lucky. Oh, that's really lucky, man. Oh, 5 cherry bombs. That's really lucky. That's really, that's extra. 6 cherry bombs? Oh my god, guys, it's so lucky. 7, guys. 8. Yo, this level, hardest level in the history of Plants vs. Zombies right here. 9. Oh, here we go. Oh, 10 cherry bombs. Oh, yep. Oh, what is this? Oh, cherry bomb. Oh, yep. Infinite luck right here. Guys, this is the hardest level in the entire TD mod right here. Yep, this is the hardest level. It's the last level adventure mode. You know, it's just you know, it's just that. It's just that difficult. Yep. All right. Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow, where are all the zombies gone? Some people say the modder decided that we've suffered enough to finally deserve a fireworks show at the end of adventure mode. But my theory is that he didn't expect anyone to ever get to this point legitimately, so he just put a troll level at the end to tease us for getting here illegally. But yeah, that concludes adventure mode of Total Death Edition after over 120 hours of gameplay. Don't fret though, there will be more to come. We still have the minigames, puzzles, survivals, limbo page levels, and even secret page levels left to beat. Click on the video card on the screen right now to start watching the minigames in Total Death Edition straight away if I've started playing them. And a final thank you to all the channel members for your continued support after a year of Total Death Madness.